Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426 Reasoning. Heber, dusk. After the temperature dropped, people went out of their homes to enjoy the coolness of summer. The old man selling vegetables pointed to the number on the electronic scale. It's exactly 1.5 catties. I'll charge you 13.5 yuan. Jiang Ning judged with his spiritual sense that the actual weight was only 1 catty and 2 taels, and the electronic scale was a cheating scale of 8 taels. The price of 13.5 yuan was far beyond Zhu Yuantang's budget. First, she thought it was expensive, and second, it was too much. Originally, she pointed to a small amount of ginger, but the old man selling vegetables deliberately took a few more pieces. This kind of situation is easy to encounter when buying vegetables. Some stall owners deliberately ask you to buy more. If you are thin-skinned, you are often embarrassed to ask for less. "Uncle, help me take all these pieces off," Zhu Yuantang said. The old man selling vegetables was not very happy. Under Zhu Yuantang's urging, he slowly took off about 2/3 of the ginger, leaving 1/3 on the scale. "Old man, these are 9 yuan. Zhu Yuantang complained in his heart. "It's too dark." The remaining 1/3 was even more expensive than the other 2/3. Something is obviously wrong. When she wanted to ask, Uncle Zhang, a man with a lot of flesh, came with his black-backed wolfhound. Residents of the bungalows in the river dam often come to the river dam for a walk. Uncle Zhang is a butcher. He is a cruel man and talks a lot. He never leashes his dog. The adults and children passing by were all scared when they saw the big wolfhound following him. If this dog goes crazy, it will probably bite people to death. Uncle Zhang trained the dog well, and the wolfhound followed him obediently without sniffing around. "Zhao Jiang, did you really touch the loach?" He came closer and saw a bucket full of loach. He was surprised and said, "Wow, where did you catch the loach?" There were so many loaches, there should be 2 kilograms. Wild loaches now cost at least 16 yuan per kilogram. The big wolfhound stretched out its head to smell. Jiang Ning glanced at it, and the wolfhound tucked its tail between its legs and hid. "Yes, it's in the ditch over there." Zhu Yuantang pointed to the puddle under the river dam. Uncle Zhang wanted to give it a try. It was hot recently, so he didn't have much work to do, and had a lot of free time. After a few simple words, the old man interrupted and said, "I've weighed it for you. Pay the money quickly. I have to do business." Uncle Zhang looked at the old man and suddenly pointed at his nose and said, "Last time I bought 2 kilograms of cucumbers from you, and when I got home, I found that the weight was wrong. You bastard, you lied to me." Uncle Zhang was furious, and he was really murderous, and his power was amazing. The old man's momentum shrank and he retorted, "I do honest business." While he was talking, one hand was holding the electronic scale, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Ning judged that there was a reset button over there. As long as the old man pressed it, the electronic scale would return to normal. It would be difficult to be discovered if he cheated people, unlike the manual weight, which could be confirmed if caught. "Your grandma, you dare to talk back to me?" Uncle Zhang almost wanted to hit him. Zhu Yuantang still had to buy vegetables and go home to roast loaches. How could she be willing to waste time here? She was just about to talk to the old man and ask him to weigh the ginger again. Zhu Chuchu beside him suddenly spoke up, her voice soft. "Uncle, 1.5 catties was 13.5 yuan just now, right?" The old vegetable seller, "Yes, how can we cheat you?" Zhu Chuchu looked at the 1/3 of ginger on the scale. "These are 9 yuan, right?" The old vegetable seller nodded. The little girl remembers it very clearly. At this time, Zhu Chuchu took out a 5 yuan note and said straightforwardly, "Uncle, please pack the half you took away just now for us, and you don't need to pay the change." The old man's face changed, and he wanted to regret it, but then he looked up and saw Uncle Zhang with a face full of flesh. The old man frowned and wrapped the ginger with a heartache. On the way home, Zhu Yuantang walked on the field path in the afterglow of the sunset and smiled and praised, "Chuchu, you are so good at buying vegetables." Zhu Chuchu was very modest. It's not my credit, because Uncle Zhang was next to us, otherwise he would definitely not sell to us. Jiang Ning said, you are amazing, that you can think of it. After being praised by him, Zhu Chuchu finally felt that she had made a contribution to the small group, and the feeling of indebtedness in her heart faded a little bit. In the past, she often ate Jiang Ning's food, and she always felt ashamed. Jiang Ning was responsible for preparing the ingredients. Tang Tang was responsible for cooking. And what about Chuchu? She was responsible for eating. On the surface, Tang Tang was a foodie, but in fact, she was the foodie. The environment she grew up in made Zhu Chuchu unable to accept other people's kindness calmly. When she was in school, when she was a child, she borrowed a dime from Tang Tang, and she didn't return it after a day. She felt uncomfortable. In fact, many classmates in school were willing to be nice to Zhu Chuchu, giving her breakfast, snacks, gifts, helping her clean up, doing homework, and almost everything she could enjoy. There was always someone to take care of it. However, Zhu Chuchu knew that those kindnesses had already been secretly marked with a price, and she never accepted them. It was difficult for her to refuse what Tang Tang and Jiang Ning gave her, but she would always pay it back. Zhu Yuantang shook the bucket, and the loaches twisted randomly again. She asked, Jiang Ning, how many loaches can you eat? Jiang Ning made up a number, 5. Zhu Yuantang, I can eat 6. Jiang Ning changed his words, I just lied to you, I can eat 7. I lied to you too, I can eat 10. Zhu Yuantang said solemnly. Jiang Ning, I should apologize to you, actually I made a slip of the tongue, I eat 17. The two argued as they walked. When they were almost home, Zhu Yuantang even brought up the nth power, but in the end they still couldn't decide who ate more. Zhu Yuantang, anyway, I will always have more than you. Jiang Ning coaxed her. Did you see the loach's whiskers? Zhu Yuantang certainly saw them. She had good eyesight, and the loach's whiskers were particularly obvious. I'll tell you a secret. Loach has an effect. After eating it, you will grow a beard, he threatened. Zhu Yuantang's expression suddenly became very interesting. She thought of the scene of looking in the mirror after growing a beard and quickly shook her head, unable to bear to look directly at it. Jiang Ning said, I'm not afraid of growing a beard. I can eat as much as I want. Zhu Yuantang said stubbornly, do you think I'm afraid? Zhu Chuchu saw the childish argument between the two and smiled lightly. Jiang Ning, you should compete with Tang Tang to see who eats less. Zhu Yuantang immediately admitted defeat and announced that she had become a lonely person, and even Chuchu had betrayed her. They decided to eat loach in the evening, but they faced a problem. The loach caught in the pond was wild and lived in the mud. It was very dirty and needed to be handled seriously. The best way is to let the loach grow in clean water for 2 days, so that they can vomit out the dirt in their bodies. However, Zhu Yuantang wanted to eat it tonight. Zhu Chuchu said, you can eat it. Treat it with salt, and the loach will spit out the dirt and get rid of the earthy smell. Zhu Yuantang thought about it and said, it seems to be treated like this. Jiang Ning said, don't worry about it, leave it to me. Zhu Yuantang was skeptical. Can you do it? Jiang Ning said lightly, wait and see. After that, he picked up the bucket and poured half of the loach into it, about 20 loaches, enough for 3 people. He poured half a bucket of clean water into the new bucket, and the originally dirty loach became clear and twisted in the water. The two girls gathered by the bucket to admire his treatment method. Jiang Ning showed his right hand, which was a slender hand with distinct joints, strong and beautiful lines, and a sense of power. After seeing it, Zhu Yuantang hid her small hand in inferiority. She said, don't show off, do it quickly. Jiang Ning pressed his palm on the water surface, posing as a master. Zhu Yuantang, humph, you're just being mysterious. Zhu Chuchu perked up and prepared to see what Jiang Ning was going to do. Logically, he was very reliable and rarely teased them. Suddenly, a low-frequency hum sounded, like a sweeping wave, and the whole bucket trembled. The water in the bucket seemed to boil, and countless tiny bubbles appeared. Unlike boiling water, the volume of those bubbles was too uniform, almost exactly the same. Jiang Ning used his spiritual energy and carefully controlled it. Rings of shockwave scanned the water repeatedly. With the help of his all-pervasive spiritual consciousness, the loaches in the water trembled at a high frequency. At the same time, countless dirty things overflowed from the loach's body, like washing its marrow and cutting its bones. 20 seconds later, Jiang Ning withdrew his hand, and the water that was originally clear to the bottom had become turbid. Change the water, Jiang Ning ordered. Zhu Chuchu came to her senses and quickly changed the bucket. Jiang Ning used the same trick again, and 10 seconds later, there was only some dirt in the bucket. Okay, it's clean. He not only removed the dirty substances, but also the parasites, bacteria, and earthy smell. The scene just now was too strange, and Zhu Chuchu couldn't help asking, Jiang Ning, you. Jiang Ning, the method passed down from my ancestors. Zhu Yuantang couldn't stand his superior demeanor, and said disdainfully, that's nothing, watch me. She moved a bucket with great effort, put her hand into the water, and stirred it hard. After a while, a whirlpool appeared in the bucket. In order to show the effect, Zhu Yuantang threw the origami boat, and the boat was immediately swallowed by the whirlpool. Zhu Chuchu, forget it, I don't care. Although Zhu Yuantang didn't accept Jiang Ning on the surface, he did get rid of a lot of dirt just now, and it seemed that the loach was very clean. To be on the safe side, Zhu Yuantang sprinkled some salt into the bucket. When the loach came into contact with the salt, it was as if it had touched poison. It twisted wildly and made a clang clang sound. Zhu Yuantang quickly closed the lid of the bucket. After a while, she poured some cooking wine, then took the loach out, cut off its head, opened its belly, and flattened it. We'll have stir-fried loach tonight, Zhu Yuantang decided. Jiang Ning had no objection. He was only responsible for eating. While waiting for the meal, he leaned on a small chair and played with his mobile phone. Although the summer vacation has begun, there are still 999 plus messages in the class group every day. There has never been a deserted day. This shows how strong the friendship between classmates is. Deng Qingfeng, we plan to visit the Nanxi Museum next week. Is anyone going to form a team? CUIU, no, next one. Jiang Yanan, is it fun in there? Zhang Kai, who had been moving bricks all day, sneered, what's the use of looking at that thing? It's better to buy something to eat. Because Zhang Kai has a bad character and speaks harshly, his words were ignored by everyone. Yuan, my eldest sister plans to go next week, and I will go with her. Deng Qingfeng, let's make a dinner together then. I know a private restaurant. Duan Shigang supported his good brother Zhang Kai. With that money, you might as well go to an internet cafe to play games. Deng Qingfeng was not someone to be trifled with, so he said, the money you spend in the internet cafe is enough for you to visit all the museums in the province. Duan Shigang was dissatisfied. Do you go to an internet cafe? No. Deng Qingfeng replied. Duan Shigang seized the opportunity, took advantage of the opportunity, and got to the point. Then have you visited all the museums in the province? Deng Qingfeng, I have, so what? Duan Shigang, Jiang Ning was satisfied with the class group. A message was sent by the weird clown girl avatar, but Jiang Ning ignored it directly. He searched in the school group, and found a familiar name, which was Ding Xuan's social account. A smile appeared on Jiang Ning's face. That night at the barbecue stall, where Zishan, Lin Zida and Zhuang Jian who were in the same group. Presumably, Ding Xuan probably knew Wen Zishan. He thought of something interesting. As he spoke, he clicked on the screen and chose to add a friend. The next second, Jiang Ning's smile froze, and the screen popped up a prompt. The other party is prohibited from adding friends. Zhu Yuantang held the vegetable spoon, turned the ginger, garlic, millet and chili in the pot, and stir-fried the deep-fried loach, and the whole kitchen was full of fragrance. She swallowed her saliva while cooking, which was too stupid. Zhu Chuchu made an electric pancake maker, and made unleavened pancakes, and the rice cooker was filled with cooked mung bean tea. Jiang Ning contributed 2 tomatoes, which he picked from the garden in Huqi Mountain. After Zhu Chuchu cut them, she mixed them with sugar and a dish of cold tomatoes was ready. Dinner was 1 meat dish, and 1 vegetable dish for 3 people. It was getting dark and the kitchen was a bit stuffy. Jiang Ning turned on the light at the door, and moved the dining table to the main room, near the open space outside. Uncle Tang, who was fanning himself to cool off, greeted, why are you eating at this time? Jiang Ning chatted for a few words and the dishes were served. Zhu Yuantang didn't eat the loach first, but his chopsticks went to the tomatoes, which Jiang Ning brought back. Zhu Yuantang had been craving for it for a long time, and he kept using his chopsticks to eat 3 pieces in a row. She enjoyed the meal, but Chachu felt miserable. She didn't understand why Tang Tang ignored the stir-fried loach and ate tomatoes instead. Jiang Ning saw Chachu's reserve and said, "Don't worry about her, just eat the vegetables." Zhu Chachu then picked up a piece of loach. Tang Tang's cooking skills were as good as ever. It was spicy, fresh and delicious, without any fishy smell. She bit the loach, and it was fragrant and crispy, even the bones were crispy. Uncle Tang next door grabbed a handful of fried broad beans, took a look and said, "You 3 are cooking together all day now?" Zhu Yuantang, "I cooked." She moved her chopsticks towards the stir-fried loach. Uncle Tang laughed twice, his hand shook, and the fried broad beans fell to the ground. He quickly bent down to pick them up, not minding the dirt, rubbed them and continued to eat. Seeing Zhu Yuantang and the others looking over, Uncle Tang chuckled, "Don't underestimate these broad beans. It was not easy to eat fried broad beans in our time." Zhu Chachu agreed, "My grandfather was the same. He used to collect peanuts and transport them home. The peanuts spilled on the way, so my grandfather stopped the car and went down to pick them up." Uncle Tang thought the girl was sensible, so he chatted with her for a few more words. A few beans dropped here and there, little by little, add up to a lot. What's the saying? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A river is formed by the accumulation of small streams. Zhu Chachu nodded gently. Uncle Tang was happy and boasted, "People of our generation have lived a hard life, so we know how to cherish the most." Zhu Yuantang pouted, "Last month you lost 50 yuan playing landlord. I heard you sighing for a long time at the door. How many beans can you buy with 50 yuan? Chapter 427, Appealing to Emotion. Last month, Uncle Tang did lose 50 playing cards, but he didn't expect Zhu Yuantang to expose it in front of him. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Uncle Tang was holding the fried broad beans and had raised his hand to eat them. Now he couldn't eat them, and he couldn't not eat them. Zhu Chachu noticed Uncle Tang's embarrassment, and in order to ease the atmosphere, she took the initiative to say, "It's normal to lose 50 playing cards. Some people in our village lose hundreds of dollars. That's called not knowing how to cherish." Uncle Tang was silent again. Zhu Yuantang said, "During the new year, Uncle Tang lost more than 500. Zhu Chachu looked embarrassed. Uncle Tang left quietly. He was going to the dam to relax. Jiang Ning looked at Chachu. She lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her clothes. Zhu Yuantang didn't find it unusual at all. She circled the sugar-mixed tomatoes with her chopsticks. "Chachu, try the tomatoes quickly. They are super delicious." In order to hide her embarrassment, Zhu Chachu tasted a piece. The color of the tomatoes was very bright red, and the flesh was plump and dipped in white sugar. Zhu Chachu took a bite. The sour and sweet taste, coupled with the crisp and tender texture, her expression immediately changed, her cold and moving eyes, moist, reflecting the light, unexpectedly brighter. Zhu Yuantang was very satisfied with Chachu's reaction. "The tomatoes that Jiang Ning brought, are they delicious?" "Yeah, delicious." Zhu Chachu silently picked up another piece. She had never eaten such delicious tomatoes. In comparison, the cold mixed tomatoes she had eaten before were simply not worth mentioning. Zhu Yuantang smiled foolishly twice. Jiang Ning was praised. She was very happy. She and Jiang Ning shared honor and disgrace. After knowing the deliciousness of tomatoes, Zhu Chachu controlled her hand with great tenacity. She had to wait for Tang Tang to eat 2 pieces. No, eat 1 piece, and then she would eat another piece. Soon, a plate of tomatoes was divided up. Jiang Ning took a bowl to taste mung bean tea, and the unpaste cake was folded by him, and a few dry fried loaches were sandwiched. 1 bite, there was both the crispy fragrance of the cake and the spicy flavor of the vegetable. When they were almost done eating, the lights of 2 electric vehicles appeared in the distance. Zhu Yuantang recognized the people in the light, stood up from the small bench, and shouted, "Mom, you are back." The lights came closer, and it was indeed Aunt Gu and Hua Fengmei. Aunt Gu stopped the car. "It's quite late to eat today." Zhu Yuantang immediately said, "Mom, Jiang Ning caught some loaches today. They are so delicious. We haven't finished eating yet." She swung her small steps, ran into the house quickly, and showed off Jiang Ning's spoils with a bucket. Aunt Gu was surprised to see the loaches in the bucket. There are so many loaches. Where did you catch them? The puddle in the west, Zhu Yuantang said. Aunt Gu pushed the electric vehicle into the house. After knowing her daughter's dinner, she asked again, what did you eat in the morning? Zhu Yuantang, we had fried rice at Chachu's house. What about lunch? Aunt Gu continued to ask. She didn't cook at home, so she had to care about how her daughter usually ate. Zhu Yuantang thought it was not good when she heard it and kept signaling Jiang Ning with her eyes. Tang Tang ate snacks in my room for half a day. She was full and didn't make lunch. Jiang Ning complained. Zhu Yuantang was stunned and then very angry and aggrieved. He dared to betray her. Aunt Gu retracted her gaze without any sign of anger and just said gently, I know, you continue to eat. After her mother entered the room, Zhu Yuantang glared at Jiang Ning fiercely. You are too much. I won't wash the dishes at night. Jiang Ning was fearless. It doesn't matter. Chachu can wash. The next morning, at dawn, Zhu Chachu's mother Hua Fengmei rode a bicycle to Changqing Liquid Company. Her job was different from Aunt Gu's. Hua Fengmei was responsible for part of the food procurement. After the supplier arrived, she needed to be on site to coordinate the work. Aunt Gu is a chef. It is said that she is appreciated by the boss, so her work is relatively free. Aunt Gu didn't go so early today. She made breakfast for her daughter, cantaloupe with cherries, hot milk, steamed sweet potatoes, fried omelets, and a portion of olives, green beans and minced meat. Zhu Yuantang got up after smelling the fragrance. Aunt Gu asked her to call Chachu again. In the end, Jiang Ning didn't need them to call her. She came to eat in shorts and slippers. During the meal, Zhu Chachu said, I heard from my mother that the company plans to hold a mid-year meeting. Aunt Gu said, it will be held the day after tomorrow, next Monday. Zhu Yuantang asked, will the mid-year meeting be held in a big hotel with a very large banquet hall? She gestured with her hands. The leader said that it was arranged to be held in Nanshi. Aunt Gu said that she heard from other colleagues that Yazhou was too small and they couldn't find a high-end hotel. When Zhu Yuantang heard about the hotel in Nanshi, she blinked and said, Mom, can I bring my family to the annual meeting? Aunt Gu saw through her daughter's thoughts and said, I can't bring them. Zhu Yuantang sighed in disappointment. Nanshi is so far away and the weather is hot. I can't pack it back to eat. Aunt Gu looked at her daughter's appearance and hated her for not fighting for it. She ate and ate every day, but why didn't she grow taller? Jiang Ning was much taller than her. What should she do in the future? You only know how to eat. Eat indiscriminately. Last night, I put your snacks and pocket money in the cabinet and locked it. Eat well in the next 2 days, and don't eat snacks. Aunt Gu said. Ah. Zhu Yuantang's face fell, as if she had been hit hard. How can she spend the summer vacation without snacks? Mom, please leave me some, just 2 bags. Zhu Yuantang begged. 2 bags won't do. Aunt Gu said firmly. Zhu Yuantang continued to beg her mother. Aunt Gu, are you bargaining with me? Seeing this, Zhu Chachu changed the subject. I heard from my mother that there will be a lottery in the middle of the year. I don't know what I can win this time. Speaking of the lottery, Aunt Gu smiled. Our soy milk machine won the lottery last time, 2 or 3,000 yuan. After breakfast, Aunt Gu went to work, and Zhu Chachu went home to study. Zhu Yuantang glared at Jiang Ning. I'm not going to pay attention to you. It was all his fault that he ended up without snacks. Jiang Ning went home and slept when he heard it. Seeing him leave so lightly, Zhu Yuantang became even angrier. When Jiang Ning returned home, she received a letter of decision from her. I cook for you every day, make your bed, wash your clothes, and exercise your computer for you, but you actually complain to my mother. Well, since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. I will let you know how wrong your choice is. After Zhu Yuantang sent the message, she immediately turned off the Wi-Fi, because the Wi-Fi she was using now belonged to Jiang Ning, and if she wanted to cut it off, she should cut it off completely. Zhu Yuantang was playing games in her room, and time passed by little by little. At 10 o'clock, Zhu Yuantang usually ate snacks at this time, but now she had no snacks to eat, and she felt so uncomfortable. She ran to find snacks, and found that they were really gone. She went to the cabinet and a lock blocked her claws. According to my judgment, my mother would never bring the key to the company. She must have hidden the key somewhere. I know every place in the house, especially the place where my mother often hides the key. Zhu Yuantang started to search through boxes and cabinets to carry out her plan to find the key. First, she explored behind the TV, then the wardrobe, the bedside, and the shoebox. She searched all the places she could think of, but she couldn't find the key hidden by her mother. Instead, Zhu Yuantang was tired because of the hard work. Without snacks, Zhu Yuantang's life seemed meaningless. This was not like before, when she couldn't afford snacks. Now the situation is that snacks are in front of her, but she can't get them. This is the biggest tragedy. Zhu Yuantang lay on the bed with no desire to live, thinking about her boring life. She couldn't find it, so she subconsciously sent a message to Jiang Ning, "Help me find the key quickly. As long as you find the key, I won't pursue your fault." Jiang Ning, don't just think about eating, read more books. Zhu Yuantang, I won't. Jiang Ning gave up communicating with her and continued to fiddle with the wood. He held a small piece of wood, which was black walnut, similar to the shape of a ruler, less than 10 centimeters. Jiang Ning used a carving knife to carve carefully, and veins appeared on the surface of the wood, just like the meridians of the human body. After a while, Jiang Ning put down the wood and walked out the door. The sun was high, and he looked at the 2 rows of trees on the south side of the open space, and suddenly he had a new idea. In the past summer, Jiang Ning liked to enjoy the cool under the tree. He always wanted to make a swing for sleeping, but unfortunately he failed to do it. Now that he had the opportunity, Jiang Ning thought about it, opened his spiritual sense, and checked Zhu Yuantang's house like a radar scanning wave. He entered Zhu Yuantang's house and shouted in the yard, "I'll take a few fertilizer bags and hemp ropes from you." Zhu Yuantang lay on the bed. Humph. Neither agreed nor refused. Jiang Ning just thought she agreed and went to the utility room to get what he wanted. Fertilizer bags are made of Page's material with high toughness. They are often used in rural areas to store wheat, peanuts, and corn. They have been reused for many years and are very strong. Generally, there is also a lining bag inside, but the lining bag has chemical residues, so it was removed. Jiang Ning took 4 fertilizer bags. Perhaps because they were piled up for too long, the surface was stained with a lot of dust. Jiang Ning flicked his finger, and the spiritual shockwave popped out, clearing all the dust. Jiang Ning carried the things, crossed the open space scorched by the scorching sun, and came to the woods. Looking up, the shadows of the trees swayed, and the sunlight shone through the dense leaves, spreading a carpet of light spots under the trees. Jiang Ning glanced around, but no one was paying attention. He spread his 5 fingers and said seriously, "If I become the Green Emperor in the future, I will reward the peach blossoms to bloom in one place." Instantly, the leaves above his head trembled, and the mottled heat was blocked, leaving only a few tree holes, through which the dazzling sunlight cast a few illusory light beams. Jiang Ning selected 2 large official poplar trees that were as thick as buckets. The distance between the trees was suitable, and they were the best for making swings. Before he tied the rope, he scanned the tree with his spiritual sense. It was summer, and there were many foreign peppers on the tree. This kind of extremely annoying poisonous insect has a gorgeous, ugly, and scary appearance. If it accidentally falls on the skin, it will hurt and itch. Jiang Ning was stung by a foreign pepper when he was playing under the tree before, and it was very sour and refreshing. Later, he used transparent tape to stick it repeatedly before pulling out the poisonous hairs on his skin. Jiang Ning determined the location of the foreign chili peppers. He wanted to shoot out a few sword ki to kill them all, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He used his spiritual power to move the foreign chili peppers on several nearby trees. Then Jiang Ning divided the hemp rope into 2 sections and tied it to the tree trunk. He fixed it tightly to ensure that it would not fall off. Then he wrapped the rope with a fertilizer woven bag, made it into a bag shape and fixed it, and then put a bamboo pillow on one end, and a simple swing hammock was completed. Jiang Ning stretched his body, went to the hammock, and arranged the formation casually. He waved his hand again, and the round wooden stool flew out of the house, with fruit plates, potato chips, and ice soda on it. Jiang Ning rested his head on the bamboo pillow, ate fruit, drank ice soda, and rocked the hammock, enjoying the beauty of summer. Zhu Yuantang was lying at home playing with her mobile phone. She was still angry with Jiang Ning. Without her, he must be very lonely and cold. There was no laughter and joy in his room anymore, and the flowers on his windowsill would never bloom again. His life must be hard. Thinking of successfully punishing Jiang Ning, her heart that couldn't eat snacks was slightly relieved. Humph, after this lesson, let's see if he dares to complain to my mother in the future. I have to let him know how important I am. Zhu Yuantang became happier and happier as she thought about it, and couldn't help laughing out loud. She laughed, and was so proud, that Zhu Yuantang took a step without recognizing any relatives, ready to see Jiang Ning's miserable condition, and by the way, let him help him find the key to the snack cabinet. Zhu Yuantang walked out of the door and stretched lazily. Her slender waist was soft, as if it had no bones. She blinked and suddenly found something wrong. Why was there a hammock on the tree over there, and someone was lying on it? She moved closer. Hey, isn't this my fertilizer bag? So the person lying on it was Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning, why are you here? Zhu Yuantang pinched his waist with both hands, shocked. I was sleeping. Jiang Ning drank a sip of soda, which was cold and delicious. He pinched some potato chips and bit them with a crunching sound. Zhu Yuantang's jealous saliva flowed out. She pointed at Jiang Ning, her fingers trembling. Why didn't she tell her about the snacks? Why did they make a hammock without telling her? Jiang Ning shook the hammock, and Zhu Yuantang stood by with eager eyes. She wanted to lie down, but the hammock was occupied by Jiang Ning. Feeling sad, Zhu Yuantang ran to find Chachu. When she brought Chachu over, Jiang Ning was leaning against a tree, and the hammock was empty. Zhu Yuantang forgot her previous unhappiness, and sat on it with joy. Her little feet were off the ground, swinging non-stop. Chachu, come up quickly, have fun. Zhu Chachu's eyes were full of expectation, and she was worried. Will the two of us break the hammock? Zhu Yuantang, no way. She weighed more than 70 kilograms, and Zhu Chachu only weighed more than 90 kilograms. The two of them together could not be much heavier than Jiang Ning. Seeing Tang Tang's firm tone, Zhu Chachu looked at Jiang Ning next to her, and only sat on the hammock when she saw that he had no objection. The two little girls squeezed together to swing on the swing, which was quite refreshing. Zhu Yuantang picked up Jiang Ning's cup and enjoyed the cold soda, not disliking that he had used it before. She took a big sip and shared it with Chachu. It's so comfortable, you try it. Zhu Chachu politely refused. No, I just finished drinking water. That was the cup that Jiang Ning had used. How could she feel embarrassed? Zhu Yuantang insisted. Chachu, have you forgotten? In the past, when we were in the village primary school, we bought soda and each drank half. When they were young, the village primary school store sold bagged soda, 10 cents a bag, and they only had 10 cents each. If they bought soda, they couldn't buy spicy chips. So one bought spicy chips and the other bought soda. Zhu Chachu thought of the scene of drinking soda in her childhood and couldn't help but feel funny. Looking at the cup in front of her, she said shyly, it's different. They have grown up, and Zhu Chachu couldn't help but cast her eyes on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning turned around, as if nothing had happened, and looked at the scenery in the field. What's the difference? We are still good friends, and we share happiness together. There was still a lot of drink left in the cup, and Zhu Yuantang generously shared it with Zhu Chachu, pretending to be angry. Zhu Chachu couldn't stand her enthusiasm, so she had to take the cup. She lowered her eyebrows. Her cheeks were slightly red, like the pink clouds in the morning, just the right red. She blushed and gently sipped the soda. Chapter 428 Colorful People. Jiang Ning leaned against the tree. He had cleaned the official poplar tree in advance, so there would be no mosquitoes. He took out the black walnut wooden plaque and continued to carve. It was still an amulet. Compared with the previous jade pendant, the protection ability of this wooden plaque was on a higher level. Ordinary people wearing this wooden plaque, even if they fell from a 30-story building, the spiritual shield that appeared could still ensure the safety of the human body. I just don't know if the amulet can guarantee safety if the plane crashes. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. With his current cultivation in the late stage of key refining, the engraved amulet may not be able to leave people unscathed when the plane hits the ground. It was mainly due to material limitations. If better materials were used, with his skills, it would be easy to do. However, if Jiang Ning himself encountered such a situation, he had a flying sword in his hand, and it would not be difficult to escape. In the real world, there were almost no accidents that threatened his life. He raised his head and extended his sight. The sun was hanging in the sky like a fireball. The clouds seemed to be burned and disappeared without a trace, but it was refreshing and pleasant under the shade of the tree. He arranged a cooling array in advance. Zhu Yuantang swung on the swing. "Chachu, you will start school tomorrow." "Yes." Zhu Chachu looked normal, but she was a little confused. In recent days, life at home has been too smooth, and she almost forgot the hardship of school. "And my vacation has just begun." Zhu Yuantang was complacent. Zhu Chachu suddenly envied her a little. The curriculum of number 2 middle school was too stressful. As the best middle school in Yazhou City and a student in the Tsinghua and Peking University class, it was difficult for her to relax. "Chachu, study hard in school. Don't worry, I will enjoy the summer vacation that you can't enjoy for you." Zhu Yuantang patted his chest, righteously. Zhu Chachu had mixed emotions. At this time, in the open space at the door, Uncle Zhang was holding a bucket on his left and a dog on his right, sweating profusely from the heat. "Uncle Zhang, did you touch the loach?" Zhu Yuantang shouted when he saw this. After hearing this, Uncle Zhang raised the bucket and said, "How can there be loaches in the ditch? I have drained all the water and I can't even see a shadow." Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing. He could feel the loaches because his spiritual sense could scan all the puddles and ponds in the surrounding area. Ordinary people don't have this ability. Uncle Zhang kept cursing. He thought he could have a good harvest today, but he worked in vain. He would rather lie at home if he had known earlier. Zhu Yuantang saw his miserable state and felt that Jiang Ning was too capable. "You made a good hammock," Uncle Zhang praised. Zhu Yuantang, "Jiang Ning made it." "Uncle Zhang, I guess you won't be able to sit on this hammock for long in the future." Dang Dang got it for nothing. When Zhu Yuantang mentioned this name, her face changed. She knew how difficult Dang Dang was. It was also in the past 2 days that Dang Dang was stung by a wasp and stopped. But if the other party saw the hammock, they would definitely come to snatch it. "What should I do? Unless I take it down and take it home every time I play with it." Zhu Yuantang thought hard. But that would be too much trouble. Jiang Ning said, "Don't worry." After hearing this, Uncle Zhang said happily, "Ningzi, Uncle advises you not to hit Dang Dang. You saw him throw my phone last time. Old women are the best at throwing tantrums." Uncle Zhang kindly reminded them that he knew Jiang Ning's strength very well. A slap could take half the life out of Dang Dang. "Jiang Ning, it doesn't matter. I have other ways." Zhu Yuantang, "What way?" Zhu Chachu also looked over. She also wanted to see how Jiang Ning would deal with the naughty child. The secret cannot be revealed. Jiang Ning chose to keep it secret. Uncle Zhang chatted for a few words and suddenly asked, "Have you finished eating the loaches you caught yesterday?" He prepared the ingredients for roasting loaches today, but he found nothing. He was so angry. Zhu Yuantang stepped forward and said, "There's 1 more pound left." Uncle Zhang, "That's great. I got 2 pounds of freshly slaughtered beef this morning. Beef shank meat. Can I exchange 1 pound for your loach?" The price of wild loach is not as good as beef shank meat. Zhu Yuantang had eaten loach yesterday, and when she heard about beef today, she consulted Jiang Ning and Chachu for their opinions, and finally decided, okay. She and Jiang Ning carried the bucket to exchange for beef. After she went home to clean it, she prepared the sauce and started to cook the beef. She was going to make cold beef at noon. While the beef was cooking, Zhu Yuantang set an alarm on her mobile phone and ran to the door to swing. Zhu Chachu stepped aside. At this time, Zhu Yuantang was lying alone in the hammock, curled up in it, and felt very comfortable. "Jiang Ning, do you believe that I can fly?" Zhu Yuantang said. "No." "Then just watch." Zhu Yuantang lay down and exerted force. The hemp rope began to swing back and forth. The swing was not severe at first, and Zhu Yuantang was in a peaceful state. Swinging on a swing relies on inertia. Every time it reaches the highest point, Zhu Yuantang controls the center of gravity, and the swing swings more and more. Zhu Yuantang twisted his body and flew higher and higher with an amazing whistling sound. Zhu Yuantang giggled and continued to exert force. Zhu Chachu's eyes were filled with worry, fearing that something might happen to her. At first, Zhu Yuantang was still laughing, but then she couldn't control her strength and the hammock almost flew out. She couldn't laugh anymore, and she raised her hands in fear and struggled, but it was useless. The hammock swung to its highest amplitude, swinging 360 degrees. Zhu Yuantang screamed and was wrapped in the woven bag and turned around, fascinated. Jiang Ning laughed out loud. "Jiang Ning, save me, save me." Zhu Yuantang called out. She felt like she was about to die. Zhu Chachu hurried to the tree, trying to hold on to the hemp rope, but the swing was so powerful at this time that Zhu Chachu was almost blown down. Seeing this, Jiang Ning took advantage of the swing swinging in another direction and walked to the middle. Zhu Yuantang took advantage of the wind and crashed into Jiang Ning. An ordinary person would have been knocked down by this blow, but Jiang Ning grabbed it casually, slightly relieved the force, and caught the whistling hammock in his palm. Zhu Yuantang stayed at a height of more than 1 meter, holding the woven bag tightly with both hands, her little face pale. Jiang Ning slowly let go, and the hammock, which had lost power, stayed at the lowest point, almost still. Zhu Yuantang's heart was pounding. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, she might have flown out. Zhu Yuantang got off the hammock tremblingly and was about to faint. Zhu Chachu was also speechless. Tang Tang was still good at it. She could play so thrillingly with the hammock. "Are you okay?" she asked. Zhu Yuantang was terrified. She looked at Jiang Ning and pretended to be calm. "What can happen to me? It's just a hammock. Was I cool just now?" She imitated Jiang Ning, standing proudly with her hands behind her back. "Zhu Chachu, not cool, you screamed so loudly." She felt ashamed for Tang Tang. Zhu Yuantang frowned and forced himself to be cool. "I was loud on purpose." Jiang Ning teased. "Is it true?" Zhu Chachu couldn't bear to look at Tang Tang anymore. She turned her face to listen to Tang Tang and Jiang Ning bickering. Her personality was not as cheerful as Tang Tang's. If it were her, she would never do such a thing. Thinking of the thrill of the swing just now, Zhu Chachu recalled that she and Tang Tang grew up together. At that time, although Tang Tang was lively and agile, she was never so stubborn. She was actually very good at protecting herself, knowing that dangerous things can't be done. Now looking at it again, Tang Tang is more active and has become much braver, and it seems that she is more naive than before. She can't help but think, is it anti-aging? Or is it because of Jiang Ning? Zhu Chachu lowered her eyes and said nothing. At this moment, many pictures emerged in her mind, and the pictures kept flashing. Finally, 2 gray and white pictures froze. One picture was the lonely figure of Tang Tang sitting at the door when Zhu Chachu first entered the urban area of Yazhou and came to the river dam bungalow with her mother. And the other picture was Tang Tang arguing with Jiang Ning beside her. Zhu Chachu is pessimistic by nature, and even her memories are gray and white. But at this moment, Zhu Yuantang's eyes were wide open, and the way he danced with joy and excitement actually gave her a layer of vivid colors. It was as if she had come back to life. Zhu Chachu heard Tang Tang's clear voice, which was pleasant to the ears. Gradually, in the colorful picture, the gray Zhu Chachu was also dyed with colors. At noon, the beef was cooked. Zhu Yuantang went home to cook, and Zhu Chachu lent a hand. Jiang Ning was responsible for moving the table and putting lunch on the table, with cold beef, braised shrimp, and a cold tomato dish. Of course, these tomatoes were not produced in Huqi Mountain, so the taste was relatively ordinary. Zhu Yuantang took 2 bottles of canned yellow peaches. My mother's company gave them to me, and they do not contain preservatives. Jiang Ning took the cans, unscrewed them, and poured them into the soup plate. Zhu Yuantang quickly scooped a piece with a spoon. After being frozen in the refrigerator, the large yellow peach flesh was cool, thick and full, soft and tender, sweet but not greasy, and better than fresh yellow peaches. Zhu Chachu hesitated for a while and waited for Jiang Ning to pick up her chopsticks before she tasted another piece of cold beef. The beef was dripping with sesame oil, very fragrant, spicy and a little sour with vinegar, chewy and delicious. Zhu Chachu ate for free again today, feeling guilty, but she ate a lot, and she always felt guilty. Summer is just right for such a meal, which should have been a pleasant meal. Halfway through the meal, a dark and strong little boy ran out of the neighbor's house. It was Dang Dang. Zhu Yuantang stopped using his chopsticks. Dang Dang has a strong self-healing ability. He took a slingshot and scanned the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he found something unusual. There was a swing in the woods ahead. There is no doubt that swings are attractive to children. He stared at the swing. Dang Dang said nothing, crossed the open space illuminated by the sun, as if crossing a battlefield, and arrived at the swing. Jiang Ning, what should I do? Zhu Yuantang touched her, with a worried face. Jiang Ning's expression did not change. How could he allow others to snore beside his bed? Don't worry, I have a way. Dang Dang saw the hammock between the trees and shouted excitedly, hammock, hammock. He stepped back a few steps, ready to jump onto the hammock. As for whether the hammock would be damaged, this was not within his consideration. It was just a hammock. Dang Dang was about to attack. At this moment, Jiang Ning's consciousness moved, and the caterpillars on the tree, namely Yang Lazi, suddenly fell from the tree, like stars dropping on water, and gently landed on Dang Dang's dark neck. Yang Lazi gently hit Dang Dang. Dang Dang felt something was wrong with his neck, reached out and touched it, and it felt furry. He looked at his hand, and saw a furry, green, brightly colored insect that made people feel uncomfortable. Dang Dang knew that this was Yang Lazi. He screamed ah, and was thrown away by Yang Lazi, howling to shake the earth. The fear of being stung by a wasp came again. His neck was burning with pain. At this time, the acidic venom secreted by the wasp had taken effect. Grandma. Dang Dang howled and ran home. The fat old lady hurried out and heard the miserable condition of her grandson. Dang Dang rubbed his neck and cried, I was stung by a wasp. The fat old lady scolded twice and hurried to get soapy water. The atmosphere at Zhu's house was very quiet. The three witnessed the whole process of Dang Dang's victimization. Zhu Chuchu always felt very strange. Jiang Ning, is this your way? Zhu Yuantang thought of the time when she was swinging on the swing, but she was not stung by a wasp, and secretly rejoiced. Although Dang Dang was in trouble, the existence of wasps also caused trouble to Zhu Yuantang. Wasps stung people regardless of friend or foe. Zhu Yuantang almost dared not swing on the swing. Jiang Ning slowly peeled a shrimp and said, yes, that's my method. I can control insects. Zhu Chuchu thought he was talking nonsense. How can people control insects? Zhu Yuantang's eyes were bright. Really? Really? I used magic. Can I control it? You can't. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang was a little frustrated. Seeing her performance, Zhu Chuchu felt strange. Tang Tang was so smart. How could she believe Jiang Ning's words to fool her? Jiang Ning was very satisfied. He nodded and said, that's my magic. Don't worry about playing it. You won't get stung. Zhu Chuchu thought to himself, is he teasing a child? At the same time, in the Yazhou Center building, in the Changqing Liquid Company, in the conference room, in the small space, more than a dozen people sat around the rectangular conference table. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, thin but full of energy, pointed to the PPT projected by the projector. The above is the process of this annual meeting, all arranged. Xiao Shuangshang leaned on the boss chair in the center, playing with the wooden sign, turning it deftly with her fingers, and nodded. Next, a management member stood up excitedly. He was very strong, 1.95 meters tall, and his voice was deep. Mr. Xiao, the results of our internal voting on the new products you arranged last time are out. He clicked the mouse, and the projection screen cut, and several lines of clean and concise data appeared at a glance. Sleeping pills, acne removal, whitening, vision. What do you think? Xiao Shuangshang narrowed her eyes, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her eyes was particularly obvious. Lin Han, a city elite in a suit, was actually in the conference room. She was obviously the person in charge, sent to Yazhou by Lin's Hangsheng Group. Lin Han glanced at Xiao Shuangshang's fair and flawless face and said, I suggest developing whitening products first. In recent years, whitening skincare has been a hot topic on social media platforms, and the whitening skincare market continues to expand. She listed a few points and continued, the whitening market is more popular than the hair growth market, and the profits are extremely considerable. It is also the most competitive market. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with glasses said, Mr. Lin, let me interject. If you launch a whitening product, how do you think it should be priced? Will it follow the current unified pricing? Lin Han smiled and said, of course it will be tiered pricing. We want to take all the money from ordinary people or rich people. Ding Xuan was also in the conference room, but she was an audience member. Chapter 429 behind you. In the conference room, Ding Xuan did not look around, and only when it was Xiao Xuanxiang's turn to speak, did she turn her eyes to this extremely young woman. If you say that last year Xiao Xuanxiang's appearance was still that of a 27-year-old woman, this year, her skin condition has almost returned to her early 20s. Privately, Aunt Lin Han has concluded more than once that Xiao Xuanxiang can become younger because of the drugs developed inside the Changqing liquid. Faced with the cruel passage of time, her appearance is getting worse day by day. Even a woman like Lin Han who controls billions of investment projects cannot resist the temptation of an ageless face. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the last 4th middle school anniversary celebration, Lin Han adjusted her mentality and had a friendly discussion with Xiao Xuanxiang, her old classmate and rival in love, to repair their relationship. Now the two are the best among their classmates. After several contacts, they have regained some of their former friendship. What puzzled Ding Xuan was that relying only on the friendship of classmates, Xiao Xuanxiang actually agreed to bring Lin Han into the meeting room of Changqing Liquid, and it was a meeting of the highest level. Isn't she afraid that the current news will be leaked? With the current popularity of Changqing Liquid, if Lin Han goes out and contacts the media to expose the next move of Changqing Liquid, it will definitely cause quite a stir. Ding Xuan found it difficult to understand Mr. Xiao's thoughts. The meeting continued, and Xiao Xuanxiang took the lead. Let's talk about the construction of same city express delivery. A man in his 50s with an elegant appearance said, I still stick to my previous point of view. The express delivery system can indeed maintain the stability of the company. If it is done well, it can serve as a moat. But with the current single product of Changqing Liquid, it is not worth the cost to spend huge amounts of money to build our own express delivery system. Mr. Xiao, Lao Jin and I agree. We can cooperate with other express delivery companies. If you are worried about affecting the product image, you can adopt the exclusive delivery method. Xiao Xuanxiang rejected it. When it comes to user experience, I don't want to cooperate with other companies. Let's do this. Build direct stores in second tier and above cities as soon as possible, and build an exclusive express delivery model around the direct stores. Okay, Mr. Xiao, you proposed before to buy land and build stores in various cities. Wouldn't it be too costly? In a place like Nanxi, if you buy land in a bustling commercial street, it will be a huge expense. The rent of those good storefronts alone is in the millions a year. If you buy a store, it will cost tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, and so many cities across the country will open it at the same time. Xiao Xuanxiang, are you under financial pressure? Lao Jin, no. Changqing Liquid is popular in foreign countries. It makes a lot of money by using the effect of applying it every 2 months, and the cash flow is continuous. Well, you can discuss the specific details with them after the meeting. Now let's move on to the next one. Xiao Xuanxiang said. After listening, Lao Jin silently remembered in his heart that the thing that Changqing Liquid lacks the least is probably money. Mr. Xiao has several teams that specialize in collecting rare and exotic items. Last quarter, he spent more than 1 billion yuan, which is like sprinkling water. After an hour, the meeting was adjourned, and Lin Han, Ding Xuan and others left the meeting room. The meeting room was much emptier, and there were only 2 people left in front of Xiao Xuanxiang. One was a middle-aged man with a lot of dignity, and the other was a strong young man. Lao Han, how is the progress? Xiao Xuanxiang asked. The middle-aged man Lao Han reported. Mr. Xiao, the members of the inspection team have been selected, a total of 36 people, most of whom came from the system, and the rest are also excellent in their business at ordinary times. Do you know what to do? Xiao Xuanxiang said. Leo Han said, when necessary compulsory measures will be adopted. Well, tomorrow you draw up a performance plan, discuss it with Sister Lan and the others, and report it to me after it is confirmed. Xiao Shuangshang said. After Leo Han heard this, he felt more concerned about the importance of this matter. Changqing Liquid has set up a special inspection team. The work content of their trip this time is to go to various branches of Changqing Liquid and thoroughly investigate corruption. Changqing Liquid is really too rich. With a scale of tens of billions, just a little bit of it will make a profit of more than 1 million. There are many internal employees who have evil thoughts. Leo Han has worked in many large companies and knows that there are too many corruption cases in large enterprises. Fortunately, Changqing Liquid is now in its infancy and there are not many problems. However, Mr. Xiao's forward-looking vision made Leo Han look at him with a higher opinion. I will send you the specific route plan in a while and be on standby at any time. Xiao Shuangshang said. Okay, Mr. Xiao, you are busy. Leo Han led people out of the meeting room. Finally, only Xiao Shuangshang was left. When her delicate body fell, she was wrapped in the boss chair, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye was charming. Wait until the mid-year meeting is over, and ask Jiang Ning where to go for fun. The personnel she arranged were ostensibly an inspection team, but in reality they were there to protect Jiang Ning. If Jiang Ning created problems in any city in the country, Xiao Shuangshang could solve them for him in the first place. He should give me more fruit after doing this, Xiao Shuangshang murmured. Her mother had been nagging a lot recently, and she was counting on using fruit to shut her mother up. The buffet restaurant inside Changqing. Lin Han and Ding Xuan sat opposite each other, with a double marble dining table and delicious food. They chose a booth in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with a fresh and green bamboo forest outside the window. While Ding Xuan was thinking, Lin Han suddenly said, Xiao Shuangshang is going to talk to you. Huh? Ding Xuan was startled and asked subconsciously, what to talk about. In the evening, the sun gradually sank, and the world seemed to be splashed with cold water, and the heat gradually disappeared. Let's go to the dam to play, Zhu Yuantang suggested. Hey, you never move for a long time, but you want to move today. Jiang Ning thought she was very abnormal. Zhu Chuchu, what are we going to do at the dam? Just wander around. Okay. Zhu Chuchu often studies, and when she is free, she cleans the room and does housework. She doesn't have many opportunities to wander around. Besides, she doesn't know what to wander around by herself. Before Zhu Yuantang left, she looked back at her throne swing. Dong Dong was temporarily quiet for a while, after being punished by the caterpillar. However, it won't be long before Dong Dong will come back, but she has Jiang Ning with her. They climbed up the dam along the path between the fields. Tong Tong, what are we going to eat tonight? Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantang, let's go for a walk first. The river dam became lively in the evening. People walked on the road, enjoying the evening breeze, and children played happily. To the north of the dam were patches of green peanut fields. Further north was the quietly flowing Hushu River. Standing on the dam, and looking at the scenery, my mood became broad. Zhu Chuchu couldn't help but sigh. Although this is the suburbs, the environment is much better than our village. The Heba bungalow is very close to the bustling urban area, with developed transportation, schools, supermarkets, and hospitals. Moreover, the scenery is beautiful, just like a villa. Her family bought the right house. If there is a place to retire, Zhu Chuchu would rather choose here than return to the village. She walked gently, the corners of her skirt were blown up by the gentle evening breeze, and the hem of her clothes rose and fell from time to time, and she was fairy-like. Tong Tong, you have graduated from college. What kind of job are you going to do? Zhu Chuchu's voice was soft, making people feel like spring breeze. Zhu Yuantang stood on tiptoe and took a step. The distance between her steps was the same as Jiang Ning, but in the process of imitating, her steps were very funny and out of tune with the surrounding environment. Hearing Chuchu's words, Zhu Yuantang fantasized, I'm going to fly a plane in the future. Zhu Chuchu blushed. The goal is a bit difficult. Jiang Ning, what do you mean a bit difficult? It's as difficult as ascending to the sky. Okay. Who said I can't ascend to the sky? Zhu Yuantang, as long as your left foot steps on your right foot, you can go to the sky. You go? Jiang Ning exposed her lie. I haven't eaten yet. I don't have the strength. Zhu Yuantang frowned and pretended to be serious. But her white and soft face, coupled with her height, that is much shorter than Jiang Ning, makes her have no dignity, but a kind of cute and naive little girl. They walked and talked, all the way east. If there is enough time, they can go along the dam, and reach the park, where the 4th middle school goes for an outing. Zhu Yuantang was curious, if he kept going east, where he would eventually arrive. There were fewer pedestrians on the east side of the dam, and it was quieter. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhu Yuantang and Chachu talked about what to eat for dinner. She hadn't had any snacks for a day, and was almost dying of greed. If she didn't come to the dam to relax, Zhu Yuantang was afraid that she would not be able to control the demon in her heart and eat the snack cabinet alive. Zhu Yuantang suddenly wanted to eat cold dishes. There was a cold dish restaurant in the city that was particularly authentic and delicious. She had some cold dishes and some fried skewers in the evening, and then went to Chachu's house to move watermelons and squeeze juice with a soy milk machine. Perfect. Jiang Ning's consciousness moved and looked more than 20 meters ahead. He picked up something that fell on the asphalt road. Zhu Chachu saw the bitten apple pattern on the back of the phone and said, "Someone dropped an Apple phone." Jiang Ning scanned the screen. It was 4.0 inches, iPhone 5 series, and the home button had no gold border. It was confirmed to be an iPhone 5. "The screen is broken," Zhu Chachu said, and saw that the screen was cracked in 2 places and the frame also had scratches. Jiang Ning pressed the home button and the screen lit up. The inner screen was intact, but the outer screen was broken. Zhu Yuantang and Chachu are good kids. They don't have the idea of taking things for themselves. If they find something, they should return it to the original owner. If others give them a thank you fee, they will reluctantly accept it. Jiang Ning, let's wait for the owner, Zhu Yuantang suggested. After confirming, they stood on the roadside and waited for 10 minutes, but still no one came. Zhu Yuantang wanted to eat, so she couldn't wait forever. She told Jiang Ning about the idea of buying cold dishes and decided to send the phone to the police station on the way and hand it over to a professional. The 3 of them walked back, and within 200 meters, the phone rang. "Is it the owner calling?" Zhu Chachu guessed. Jiang Ning slid to answer the call and pressed the hands-free. A rough and anxious voice came from the phone speaker and asked hurriedly, "Did you take my phone?" "I found it," Jiang Ning said. "Your screen is broken." Talking about the reason for the screen breakage in advance can avoid disputes with the other party to a certain extent. The same as the machine gun over there. Questioned. "It is impossible for you to pick up. It must be stolen. You wait for me. My mobile phone has lost positioning. I will catch you now. You dare to break my mobile phone. You wait to lose money. Dare to steal my mobile phone. Do you know who I am?" Jiang Ning replied, "I don't know who you are, but I know that your phone is gone immediately." There was a scolding from the opposite side. Zhu Chachu said, "If you don't talk about it, if you give it to him, maybe he will be smashed and the screen will be broken." Zhu Chachu, "Why don't we?" She meant to put the phone back to its original place and leave it alone, letting the other party find it. Jiang Ning replied, "Why don't I show you something?" After that, Jiang Ning walked a few steps to the south, and when he reached the roadside, he turned around. His vision crossed the fields below and locked onto the Hushu River in the north. Zhu Chachu had a vague thought, could he? Just when she thought it was impossible, she saw Jiang Ning take a step, and then 1, 2, 3, and when he took the 3rd step, he swung his arm back and swung it out with an extremely explosive posture. The iPhone 5 was like a playing card and was spun into the sky by Jiang Ning at a 45-degree angle. At a very fast speed, it crossed the field of more than 100 meters and spun into the wide Hushu River. Zhu Yuantang was excited. "Wow. Jiang Ning, you threw it so far." Her eyesight was super good, and she could even see a few water splashes on the river. Zhu Yuantang even counted them, a total of 5 water splashes. Zhu Chachu was stunned. The distance was too far. The distance from the river dam to the Hushu River was more than 100 meters, which was equivalent to the distance from one end to the other of a standard 400-meter runway. Zhu Chachu had never seen anyone throw a grenade that far. She was extremely surprised and could not believe it. She remembered that she had accidentally seen a message on the internet before. The farthest record of throwing a grenade seemed to be only 100 meters. Although a grenade is heavier than a mobile phone is not spherical, so the difficulty is not much reduced. Jiang Ning clapped his hands and felt much better. He was relaxed and happy. I threw the phone away and see how he can find it. Zhu Yuantang was a firm supporter. That's right, he actually slandered us. It's so hateful. You're still rude. Zhu Chachu looked at Tang Tang's hatred of the enemy. She suddenly had a hunch that, even if Jiang Ning did something evil, Tang Tang might be willing to become an accomplice. Unlike her, throwing away the phone was comfortable, but she always felt guilty for throwing someone else's phone. Jiang Ning noticed Chachu's state and said, some people are lawless and think the world revolves around them. It's good to teach them a lesson. After hearing this, Zhu Chachu was silent for a while and said, in fact, when we meet such people, we can let them do evil. Sooner or later, they will do greater evil. The wicked will be punished by their own evil. He will be punished in the end. After saying this, she thought that this method seemed very cruel. Jiang Ning laughed twice, and his eyebrows raised slightly. He walked forward, neither fast nor slow, leaving Zhu Chachu with a handsome and upright back. The wicked will be punished by their own evil, and I'm the big wicked man. Zhu Yuantang was very happy after hearing this. She followed Jiang Ning, stepped on his shadow, imitated his walking, and shouted proudly to cheer, you are worthy of being my Jiang Ning. Chapter 430 Joy and Sorrow. After dinner, Jiang Ning was carving a wooden sign at the door, Zhu Yuantang was playing games at the door, and Zhu Chachu was brushing up on English words on her phone. Night fell completely, and two lights pierced through the darkness. Mom is home. Zhu Yuantang cheered. She could finally eat snacks. After searching for a whole day, Zhu Yuantang was very upset that she couldn't find the place where the snacks were hidden. Of course, she didn't get nothing during the day. She came up with a new plan. If her mother hid snacks again, she would say that the snacks were about to expire. With her mother's personality, she would definitely not want to waste the snacks and would definitely share them with her. Zhu Yuantang was complacent with her wit. When Aunt Gu came home, Zhu Yuantang immediately stuck to her and called softly, Mom, are you back? She trotted into the house and moved a small stool. Mom, you are tired after a day's work. Come and sit down. When Aunt Gu sat down, she brought a glass of water. Mom, you must be thirsty. Drink some water. Aunt Gu enjoyed her daughter's attentive care and felt like she was back to the past. After a long while, Zhu Yuantang asked with a guilty conscience, Mom, where did you hide the key? I can't find it. Aunt Gu had rested enough and got up and walked to her daughter's room. In Zhu Yuantang's unbelievable eyes, she opened the math test paper on the desk and found a key lying there quietly. Zhu Yuantang was stunned at the time. She had looked for so many places, but the key was right in front of her. Aunt Gu said, I knew you wouldn't study. Jiang Ning leaned against the door. I reminded you to read, but you didn't read. Zhu Yuantang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why was she so stupid? July 6th. In the morning, Zhu Chachu got up to make breakfast. In order not to make breakfast, Zhu Yuantang climbed out of bed with great willpower and went to Chachu's house for a meal. As soon as she walked into the door, she smelled a strong fragrance. Zhu Chachu was pouring sesame oil into the bowl. Jiang Ning, you are so accurate. She just arrived. Of course, I don't know her yet. Jiang Ning stretched out her chopsticks and mixed the instant noodles. I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time. It's actually quite delicious when I have them occasionally. Zhu Chachu also put eggs and vegetables in the noodles. Zhu Yuantang looked at the tacit understanding between the two of them and suddenly became angry. She glared at Jiang Ning, snorted, and buried her head in eating noodles. Zhu Chachu finished her breakfast, packed her school bag, and prepared to ride to school. Zhu Yuantang sat at the door, holding a grass leaf from somewhere in his mouth, and said leisurely, Chachu, ride slowly. I'll play for you at home. At this moment, Zhu Chachu suddenly didn't want to go to school. She sighed in her heart. If she had Tang Tang's learning ability, she would never attend cram school. Unfortunately, Zhu Chachu turned the handlebars and the electric car ran away. After seeing off her friend, Zhu Yuantang was depressed for 3 seconds, and then she came to Jiang Ning. She liked watching Jiang Ning carve wooden signs. The weather was not too hot at this time. Dong Dong from next door ran out to play. Although he was stung by a caterpillar yesterday, and the pain was far from healed, as a naughty child, his tenacity was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Dong Dong held the slingshot in his hand, aiming here and there, pulling the rubber band from time to time, ready to hit a stone. With the slingshot in his hand, Dong Dong felt that he was an invincible hero, and he could hit anyone he wanted. He aimed at Jiang Ning, and Zhu Yuantang was very angry. Dong Dong, if you hit me again, I will tell your grandmother. Dong Dong sneered. He aimed at Zhu Yuantang, and said sinisterly, believe it or not, I will hit you. Dong Dong's pair of small eyes flashed coldly. A person like Zhu Yuantang, who has no lethality in appearance, can't threaten him at all. Have you forgotten the foreign pepper yesterday? Zhu Yuantang reminded. Dong Dong instantly recalled the fear of being stung by a cricket yesterday. He shouted loudly, believe it or not, I will throw a cricket in your face. Jiang Ning raised his head. Hey, if you have the guts, you can catch a cricket? Dong Dong saw ridicule and disdain on Jiang Ning's face. The child's fragile self-esteem was like being rubbed with salt. He could ignore Zhu Yuantang, but facing the tall Jiang Ning, Dong Dong could not ignore it. Children have simple ways of thinking. Power has nothing to do with them. They only focus on force. Whoever is strong is powerful. Catch it, just wait. Dong Dong howled. He carried a slingshot and rushed to a row of big official poplars in the south. He learned his lesson. He didn't get as close as before. Instead, he picked up the slingshot, aimed at the tree trunk, and prepared to find a caterpillar and shoot it down. Jiang Ning watched this scene quietly. Suddenly, his spiritual power flashed, and 2 crickets fell diagonally from the tree, and fell on Dong Dong's neck. Dong Dong touched his neck stiffly, and found to his horror, that there were 2 more chicks. He howled miserably, and ran back home. Jiang Ning said to Zhu Yuantang, okay, it's quiet again. After Jiang Ning dealt with Dong Dong, he stopped carving for the time being. He opened a class group to have fun. The group was discussing movies and chatting enthusiastically. Dong Qingfeng was stating his point of view. I think the core of comedy is tragedy. Recently during the summer vacation, Dong Qingfeng shined in the group, showing off his talents in various ways. His family is middle class and above. He has traveled to many places, read many books, and has ideas and experience. The words he said are always thought-provoking. He is an undisputed great talent. Shan Kaikun couldn't stand his pretense every day, so he retorted, comedy is comedy, tragedy is tragedy. Dong Qingfeng, you are superficial. Have you ever thought about why you laugh when you watch comedy? Shan Kaikun, comedy is funny, don't I laugh? Jiuo Kunan, well said. Wang Long Long, great. Meng Gui, great. Cuiu, quack, quack, quack. The 4 of them firmly support Brother Quan. Seeing the childish speech of his classmates, Dong Qingfeng shook his head and laughed. My stupid classmates, let me stir up a movie storm. Dong Qingfeng replied, the reason why you laugh at comedies is actually a manifestation of a sense of superiority. In comedies, others do stupid things, but you think you definitely won't do them, so you are superior and you laugh. You see the big shots in comedies being fooled, and you think the big shots are just so-so. You have a sense of superiority, so you laugh. No matter what kind of comedy it is, there must be something absurd. The reason you feel superior is not because there is someone who is not as good as you who is unlucky, in trouble, and being laughed at by you. Isn't this exactly a tragedy? Dong Qingfeng's 4 messages appeared in the class group. We are all young, and I just don't like you. No matter how reasonable your words are, I will not accept them. Shan Kaikun said contemptuously, I'm sorry, I didn't think about those things when I watched the movie. I just thought it was funny. Dong Qingfeng, your experience in watching movies is too shallow. I suggest you watch more movies. Shan Kaikun laughed. I haven't watched many movies. Meng Gui jumped out. It's ridiculous. Dong Qingfeng at Shan Kaikun, what story does the comedy 3 Idiots tell? 3 minutes later, Shan Kaikun replied in the group with a clumsy description. Dong Qingfeng, what story does the comedy Whiplash tell? As soon as he finished posting, he said, "Keep searching on Baidu, go ahead." Geo Kunan couldn't bear to watch it anymore and spoke up for his brother. Whiplash tells the story of a drummer. It's very funny. Dunking Feng, fun. This is not a comedy at all. Zankai, who was taking a break at the construction site, took advantage of his free time to say, "I really envy you for being able to watch so many movies. Unlike me, I can only rely on myself to make money." Dunking Feng, "I have no choice. I have a lot of discs at home. I basically watch every new movie in the cinema." Zankai said sarcastically, "That's great." Dunking Feng, "It's nothing great." Zankai, "Did you earn the money you spent on watching movies?" Dunking Feng replied, "I'm only in high school. Why am I in a hurry to make money? Wouldn't it be better to make money after graduation?" Zankai, "Then you are pretending to be stupid. You brag in the group every day, but it turns out that you are spending your family's money. What qualifications do you have to compare with me?" Dunking Feng, "You're so great about making money?" Zankai said loudly, "I'm indeed more amazing than you. You eat and drink from your parents every day, and show off in the group every day, where you went to play, what you bought, and what delicious food you ate. Do you think you are so awesome? I, Zankai, tell you, without your parents, what are you? Showing off this and that every day." Duan Shigang, "Kaizi is so right." Damn, Kaizi is just his mouth. Duan Shigang has been unhappy with Dunking Feng in the group for a long time. Today, Zankai's words made him feel very happy. Zankai was happy and continued to chase Dunking Feng and others. "I'm not bragging. In our class, except Zhenglu who can make money, who doesn't spend their family's money? A bunch of insects." Zankai started to ridicule the group. Zhenglu, who was diving, popped up. "Zankai, I haven't offended you, have I?" Zankai ignored this small detail and taught, "I'll give you an analogy. I tell you that the superior conditions you are born with are not for you to show off, but for you to contribute. Look at the monitor, then look at you." The class group fell silent for a while. Seeing everyone silent, Zhang Zhixiang's hair tingled in the dog days of summer. He had never taught his classmates like today. Bei Yuxia said, "I think at this stage, our task is not to make money, but to learn. After graduating from university and mastering the technology, it will be our time to contribute to society." Zankai didn't care how pretty Bei Yuxia was. He scolded her anyway. "Haha, it's just an excuse for you to escape." Dunking Feng saw Bei Yuxia's support, and his fighting power doubled instantly. "You seem to make money now, but what kind of work can you do? Move bricks?" Zankai, "Do you look down on moving bricks? There is no distinction between high and low professions." Dunking Feng, "But there are high and low salaries." Zankai was angry. He was about to continue when he heard the foreman over there shouting, "Xiao Zhang, come to work. Here I come." Zankai hurriedly put away his phone and continued his hard work of moving bricks. Since Zankai disappeared, Bei Yuxia stopped talking. Shan Keiquan silently flipped through the chat records and read Bei Yuxia's speech back and forth several times. Zankai, this grandson said too much. Shan Keiquan guessed Bei Yuxia might have been hurt by Zankai's words. Although he and Bei Yuxia had long been apart, how could he stand by and watch when he saw the person he once loved being wronged? After a long struggle, Shan Keiquan privately chatted with Bei Yuxia, but the moment he clicked into the chat box, he hesitated. How should he start? Should he tell Bei Yuxia, "Don't bother with Zankai, he has a cerebral palsy"? Would it be too abrupt for the beauty? Shan Keiquan was very conflicted. He chose the most conventional start, such as a casual chat. "Have you eaten?" A few seconds later, Bei Yuxia replied, "Yes." Shan Keiquan was excited. After several months, this was the first time he chatted with Bei Yuxia. The feeling he had lost was all back. It turned out that his heart was still beating. He asked, "What did you eat?" Bei Yuxia, "Rice." Then the atmosphere became very strange, and Shan Keiquan didn't know how to continue the conversation. He looked at the questions he asked and felt that they were too stiff and had no sense of humor at all. He shouldn't be so serious. Every time he faces Bei Yuxia, he always becomes nervous, not calm and natural enough. He can be more interesting, freer, and more flexible. Just like those humorous people in comedies. Bayuksha, I have become interesting after not seeing you for a few months. How about you? Shankakun racked his brains, searched Baidu and Sogao, and came up with a wonderful sentence. Hahaha, you can have food. You should thank our motherland. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Shankakun never received a reply. He looked at the last long message and fell into deep thought. Maybe Dong Qingfeng is right. The core of comedy is tragedy. Because Shankakun felt that he was a tragedy at this moment. In the afternoon, the sun was shining, and Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning were eating mung bean ice cream at the door. Homemade mung bean ice cream is clean and delicious. Zhu Yuantang held an ice cream in his mouth and said incoherently, Jiang Ning, my mother will go to Nanxi for the mid-year meeting tomorrow. Guess what she will get? Jiang Ning did not answer, but asked, what do you want? Me. Zhu Yuantang thought for a while. I want a snack gift bag. Jiang Ning, okay. How great would it be if it could be realized? Zhu Yuantang fantasized. The naughty child Dang Dang has a strong vitality. He was stung by a chili in the morning and recovered in the afternoon. He found Zhu Yuantang eating ice cream and quickly ran over to ask for it. Give me ice cream. Zhu Yuantang, stay away from me. Dang Dang saw that Zhu Yuantang would not give it to him, so he ran forward to snatch Zhu Yuantang's ice cream. If I can't get it, I will snatch it. If I get it, the ice cream is his. Dang Dang is strong and flexible. He rushed straight to snatch it, like a calf. Jiang Ning kicked him away with a flying kick. Dang Dang lay on the ground and cried. Usually, as long as he howled, his grandmother would appear immediately. However, today, even though his throat hurt from howling, no one came. Jiang Ning watched him act like a spoiled child quietly. He had already used a soundproofing formation to block out the noise. Dang Dang howled for a while, and Jiang Ning said, do you want to know where the ice cream came from? Dang Dang opened his eyes, his face dark. Where did it come from? Jiang Ning said, I went to Uncle Zhang's house and said to him, give me some ice cream, and he gave it to me right away. Dang Dang believed it and broke into Uncle Zhang's house. Zhu Yuantang saw this and touched Jiang Ning. That's not good. Uncle Zhang has exchanged meat with us. Jiang Ning said, it doesn't matter. Uncle Zhang has wanted to deal with him for a long time. Chapter 431 Harmonious Neighborhood Relations. Uncle Zhang doesn't like Dang Dang. Zhu Yuantang said, huh? Really? Uncle Zhang has been exchanging things with us every day recently, and I thought he was a very nice person. Hearing this, Jiang Ning smiled and explained patiently, have you forgotten the big wolf dog that Uncle Zhang raised? Zhu Yuantang fell into thought. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and the black-backed wolf dog in the distance came running over, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail, looking flattering. Although the dog tried its best to be flattering, even if it smiled, it still bared its teeth and looked very ferocious. Jiang Ning rubbed the dog's head with his shoe. Have you forgotten how bad it was before? Zhu Yuantang suddenly realized that when Uncle Zhang first raised the wolf dog came close to them and sniffed around. She and Chuchu were so scared that they dared not move. Even so, Uncle Zhang still watched from the sidelines and said it was no problem. She suddenly recalled that Uncle Zhang was a butcher, full of evil spirits and loud voice. In her opinion, he was a difficult person to get along with. However, since Jiang Ning and he had a competition of arm wrestling, Uncle Zhang suddenly changed and became very easy to get along with, which made Zhu Yuantang unconsciously change her impression. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning didn't say anything. Many times, bad people don't become good, but because they meet people who are worse than him. After arm wrestling, Uncle Zhang probably thought that Jiang Ning was on the same level as him, so he would be easy to talk to. Zhu Yuantang saw that Jiang Ning was calm and relaxed and felt that it was great to have him around, but Zhu Yuantang didn't want Jiang Ning to know that she was happy because of him. She frowned and said stubbornly, what if Uncle Zhang breaks Dang Dang? Jiang Ning said, don't worry, Dang Dang is very resistant to beatings. Even if wasps and caterpillars attacked in turn, Dang Dang was fearless, not to mention a mere Uncle Zhang. After a while, a howl of R suddenly sounded. Then, a dark shadow ran out of the neighbor's door. It was Dang Dang's figure. Dang Dang ran home crying. Uncle Zhang picked up a stick and chased him and beat him. "I'm going to beat you to death today. He has no manners at all." Uncle Zhang was obviously very angry, his face was shaking, and he was furious. Zhu Yuantang was shocked by his expression and couldn't help asking, "What did Dong Dong do? Why was Uncle Zhang so angry?" Jiang Ning didn't say anything. He just asked Dong Dong to ask him for ice cream. Uncle Zhang wouldn't get angry for an ice cream. Jiang Ning saw this scene and told her what he saw with his spiritual consciousness when Dong Dong called Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang was sleeping. Zhu Yuantang said, "Is he in a bad mood after waking up?" Jiang Ning said, "More than that." Uncle Zhang was sleeping and snoring loudly. Dong Dong called twice, but the sound was drowned in the snoring in the room. Uncle Zhang was sleeping too deeply and didn't hear it at all. Dong Dong was anxious to eat ice cream. How could he wait? He spat on his hands twice and slapped Uncle Zhang in the face, making a loud noise. Uncle Zhang was awakened by the slap. Dong Dong glared at Uncle Zhang with a dark face. "Fuck you. Give me ice cream quickly, or Grandpa will beat you to death." Then the current battle situation occurred. Uncle Zhang picked up a stick and hit Dong Dong twice, making him scream. At this time, the fat old lady next door heard the howling and rushed out from the next door like a bull. She saw the miserable state of her grandson and witnessed Uncle Zhang's violence. The fat old lady rushed over with her teeth and claws, howling, "You beat my grandson to death. Beat him to death." The fat old lady snatched Uncle Zhang's stick and checked Dong Dong's injuries while howling. Dong Dong cried even harder when he saw his grandmother coming, like thunder. The fat old lady pointed at Uncle Zhang and cursed, saying all kinds of dirty words. In less than a minute, she greeted Uncle Zhang's relatives. Uncle Zhang was so angry that his head swelled. He said to the old woman, "If you scream again, I will beat you too." After that, he approached the fat old lady. The fat old lady took a step back. "It's terrible. It's terrible. It's murder." In order to watch the excitement more comfortably, Jiang Ning went back to the house and took a few slices of pork jerky from the refrigerator and a bowl of spicy beef shreds made by Aunt Gu. Zhu Yuantang glanced at the meat on the table. "It's too meaty. Why is there no green at all? It's unhealthy." Then she took a bottle of ice Sprite. The fat old lady and Uncle Zhang were arguing 10 meters away. The instigators Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were drinking ice Sprite, eating snacks, chatting and laughing, as if they were in two different worlds. The fat old lady and Uncle Zhang quarreled for about 5 minutes. Uncle Tang and Teacher Khan next door were woken up and ran out in slippers. Teacher Khan, one of them, even took a palm leaf fan. When he saw them quarreling, the two of them acted as peacemakers. "Oh, it's noon. Why are you quarreling? Stop it. It's not easy for everyone. Don't hurt the harmony." The fat old lady cursed. "This dead pig butcher hit my grandson. I will fight him to the death today." Uncle Zhang was angry. He was obviously the victim. He clenched his fist and pretended to punch, which scared Dong Dong to roll on the ground again. His clothes were covered with dust. Uncle Tang hurriedly separated them. "Hey, the child is still young. Be gentle. Teacher Khan, we are neighbors. Don't be too picky. Understand each other." Uncle Tang, "It's not a big deal. For my sake, everyone go back and rest." A dispute was resolved by Uncle Tang and Teacher Khan, and everyone resumed a good neighborly relationship. Zhu Yuantang was worried that Dong Dong told the truth, which would cause the fat old lady to ask Jiang Ning to hold him accountable, but until the end, Dong Dong did not tell the reason. In the afternoon, Aunt Gu came back very early because the company will hold a mid-year meeting in Nanxi tomorrow, and her daughter cannot attend. In order to prevent her daughter from feeling unbalanced, Aunt Gu bought a rich dish tonight. She bought basa fish, shrimps, and squid, and then put lettuce, potatoes, and corn in a pot, which was spicy and tasty. The fish pieces were especially tender, without bones, and it was great to bite. After school in the afternoon, Zhu Chachu came back to Tong Tong's house for dinner. She ate 2 bowls of rice, which was rare. Zhu Chachu always ate only 1 bowl for dinner, and she was very shy to eat at Tong Tong's house. But when Tong Tong served the rice, she couldn't help but hold out her empty bowl. After Zhu Chachu finished her meal, Tong Tong took her to Jiang Ning's room to enjoy his display screen on the pretext that she was too tired after playing all day. Jiang Ning lay alone on the swing. Dong Dong was beaten by Uncle Zhang and lay on the bed to recover. He could not go out to occupy the swing for the time being. In the summer evening, there are many mosquitoes. Uncle Tang and others who were enjoying the cool air at the door would reach out to hit mosquitoes from time to time. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning remembered that Zhu Yuantang had boasted in front of him. She claimed that she had a unique physique since she was a child. She was the type that, if there were people around her, mosquitoes would only bite others and not her. Until she met Jiang Ning that time, the two sat together, and Zhu Yuantang was bitten 3 times. After applying floral water, she became taciturn. Jiang Ning lay on the hammock, enjoying the comfort. The mosquitoes around him swarmed like crazy, but the lightning that touched his body surface killed him on the spot, and was then bounced away. In the class group, Yuan asked, "Have you heard of the HPV bivalent and quadrivalent injections? I saw it on the news the other day." Many boys did not understand the topic between girls, so they did not reply. Of course, the main reason is that Yuan's appearance is not outstanding. Of course, the more important reason is that Dan Qingfeng is not there. According to Dan Qingfeng's statement this morning, he went to Zoo City to eat barbecue recently. Shen Qinj also didn't quite understand what is the effect of the HPV shot. Luke Kiki on the other side jumped out. It can prevent some diseases that women will get. Shi Beidou searched for an explanation and posted it in the group. Bei Yuxia stepped forward. "Well, these are the effects. If conditions permit, I suggest that all girls get the shot, but the price is a little expensive." Chen Xiaoyu, "How expensive is it?" "The doctor I know said that it's at least a few thousand yuan." Bei Yuxia replied. Luke Kiki learned from the embarrassment of being recognized when she pretended to watch a movie last time. Shi Beidou searched very thoroughly this time and questioned, "The doctor must have fooled you. You can't get this shot in China now." Bei Yuxia, "My mother is a doctor. Would she fool me?" The group was quiet for a while, and Meng Jiui livened up the atmosphere. "Classmates, I recently learned fortune telling. Who needs me to tell your fortune?" Cuiu was clever. "What should I do if my Xiaomi 3 is overheating?" Meng Jiui, "Change your phone." Shan Keiquan asked sincerely, "Master, can you help me calculate my relationship status?" Meng Jiui asked Shan Keiquan a few questions, and then predicted, "You are destined to be lonely before the age of 30. After hearing this, Shan Keiquan was still unhappy, even though he knew it was fake. He couldn't help asking, "Will there be changes after I turn 30? Meng Jiui, "Yes, you will get used to it after you turn 30. Shan Keiquan, "Fuck. Pang Jiao, can you calculate for me, how old can I live to?" Meng Jiui said professionally, "Sister Jiao, there will be a hurdle when you are 120 years old." Pang Jiao was extremely surprised. "Can I live to 120 years old?" Meng Jiui, "No, your grave was dug up by someone." Zenkai, "That makes some sense." Duan Shigang, "I strongly agree." Cuiu, "Master Meng, accept my greetings." Pang Jiao knocked on the screen angrily. "Meng Jiui, I will also predict your future." Meng Jiui thought to himself, "You little guy, are you showing off your skills in front of me? You calculate it." Pang Jiao, "I calculated that on September 1st this year, you will have a bloody disaster." Meng Jiui was puzzled. "If you say there will be a disaster, then there will be a disaster?" Pang Jiao, "Because I want to beat you to death." The curtains were drawn in the river dam bungalow. In the dark room, only the computer monitor screen emitted a bright light. Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chachu squeezed on the sofa. The two girls' dark eyes reflected the light. Zhu Yuantang turned off the screen of his mobile phone. He said to Zhu Chachu, "Chachu, I'll learn fortune telling from my classmates. Let me tell your fortune." She pinched Zhu Chachu's slender hand, fiddled with it for a while, and said, "Chachu, your life is too hard." Zhu Chachu pursed her lips and said nothing. Zhu Yuantang learned Meng Jiui's fortune telling method before, and replied, "But, it doesn't matter, you are very hard working." Zhu Chachu, childish. Zhu Yuantang laughed hehe. The next morning, Aunt Gu went to Nanxi for a meeting, and Chachu went to school. Zhu Yuantang washed the sheets and went to play with Jiang Ning. She looked up and looked at him for a while and said, "Your hair is so long now, then cut it." Jiang Ning said, Although he could solve it with spiritual power, he occasionally liked to go out to get a haircut. Zhu Yuantang touched her braids and said proudly, "My hair was all cut by my mother. Haircuts are very expensive in Yuzhou City. In the past, the family had no money. In order to save money for haircuts, Aunt Gu cut her daughter's hair herself. Although the family is much more well off now, Zhu Yuantang still likes to let her mother cut her hair. I went to the city to get a haircut." Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike out of the house. Zhu Yuantang squatted at the door, looking eagerly. She didn't know how to ride a bike. The distance from Heba to the city was not close. If there was no means of transportation, she would have to walk for a long time with her short legs. If she bought something in the city, she would have to carry it all the way back. So Zhu Yuantang now has almost no ability to travel alone, and can only rely on her mother or Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning patted the back seat. "Lock the door quickly, let's go." Zhu Yuantang got in the car happily, thinking, he really won't abandon me. After crossing the dam, Jiang Ning opened his mind and chose a clean barber shop. There was only the proprietress in the shop, who was about 35 or 36 years old, dressed fashionably, and dyed purple hair. "Cut it short and trim it again," Jiang Ning said. "Every time he cuts hair, it's simple. Just trim it. No perm, no dyeing, no card. The boss can't make much money from him." The boss lady looked at Zhu Yuantang and asked, "Do you cut hair too?" Zhu Yuantang sat on the chair and waved his hands quickly. No, I don't cut hair, only he cuts hair himself." The boss lady washed Jiang Ning's hair, put on a haircut cloth, and chatted with him. "Your sister? She's very cute." Zhu Yuantang was about to deny it, but the next second, Jiang Ning replied, "Yes, don't look at her cute appearance, she is usually very naughty." Zhu Yuantang puffed up her face and was not convinced. "Isn't she just 1 year older than me? She takes advantage of me every day. When she grows taller than Jiang Ning one day, she will definitely get back at her." The boss lady cut hair with a click sound of scissors. Zhu Yuantang held her chin in a daze. She had a very rich imagination. In the past, when she cut hair, she couldn't help but imagine, what if the barber was a killer and suddenly stabbed her with scissors halfway through the cut? How would she deal with it? Zhu Yuantang thought of countless ways, but found that she couldn't deal with it at all. Therefore, every time Zhu Yuantang got her hair cut, she had to find a barber who didn't look like a killer. Later, Chachu told her that the less a person looked like a killer, the more likely he was a killer. Zhu Yuantang's method failed, and she began to fear again. Later, Chachu said, "Our family is very poor. Why would a killer want to assassinate us?" The boss lady looked at the little girl through the reflection of the mirror. "Your sister is quite young. Is she in junior high school?" The boss lady's words instantly brought Zhu Yuantang back to reality. She felt despised. She was in the second year of high school at the beginning of the school year. She was actually suspected of whether she was in junior high school. Did she look so childish? She instinctively wanted to refute, but in order not to embarrass the boss lady, Zhu Yuantang had to go along with her and said, "I'm in the first year of junior high school at the beginning of the school year. Alas, I don't want to go to junior high school." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432. Guess. The boss lady put down the scissors, replaced them with an electric razor, and cut Jiang Ning's hair short. Hearing the little girl's answer, the boss lady said, "Oh, you are in the first grade? My youngest is older than you, and he is in the second grade at the beginning of the school." At this point, the boss lady was very talkative and asked, "Which junior high school did you go to?" After telling a lie and then making up for it with countless lies, Zhu Yuantang was embarrassed and had to answer, "Iron Middle School." The boss lady raised her tone, "My son is also studying in Iron Middle School." Zhu Yuantang was helpless. "Why is it such a coincidence?" The proprietress said earnestly, "Junior high school is different from elementary school. The knowledge taught in school is more difficult. If you don't study hard, you can't keep up with the progress. If you can't get into a good high school, you will be useless in the future." Zhu Yuantang said lightly, "It's okay. The knowledge in junior high school is no different from that in elementary school. The proprietress smiled and said, don't underestimate him. The kid next door to me used to score more than 90 points in elementary school, but when he entered junior high school, he surfed the internet every day and was at the bottom. While speaking, a chubby little girl walked out of the house. Mom, give me 10 yuan, so I can buy some ice cream. The proprietress was smiling at first, but when she heard this, she frowned. What are you eating? Can you starve to death if you eat one less? The chubby little girl spoke quickly. If you don't give me food, I will learn from my sister to go on a hunger strike and scare you to death. The proprietress almost exploded when she heard this. The electric razor in her hand shook violently. If it was someone else, they might have been shaved bald. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power. His hair stood up and pushed the razor back without any injury. The boss lady had professional ethics after all. She coaxed her daughter with a few words and made promises, and continued to cut her hair. After all, this is how she makes a living. After being promised, the chubby little girl sat on the bench and watched her mother cut her hair, waiting to redeem her promise. Zhu Yuantang thought it was very funny. She had seen through the boss lady's plan. She promised on the surface, but in fact she was going to deal with her daughter after finishing work. If it were her, Zhu Yuantang, she would definitely not fall for it. She would definitely pack up and run away as soon as possible. Putting herself in the situation, Zhu Yuantang felt that she was extremely intelligent and no one in the world could compare to her. Soon, she felt bored again. Why did she seek superiority from a naive little girl? The object of her struggle should be the hateful Jiang Ning. The lady boss said, little girl, you are going to tease Hang soon. If you don't know anything about junior high school, just ask my daughter. Zhu Yuantang glanced at the little fat girl. It was hard to refuse her kindness. She asked, hello, is the knowledge in junior high school difficult? The little fat girl said indifferently, what's difficult? I just took the test and got into the top 10 in the class. When the lady boss heard her daughter's results, she couldn't help but show a proud expression. Zhu Yuantang laughed secretly. She covered her mouth and said, that's amazing. The little fat girl was praised and waved her hand on the spot. She said like a big sister, when you get to Tizhong, tell me my name and I'll protect you. Zhu Yuantang said with an admiring expression, okay. I'm afraid I won't come here to get a haircut next time. Zhu Yuantang tried her best to act to the end. Time passed little by little. Seeing that Jiang Ning's hair was almost cut, Zhu Yuantang was ready to pay and leave. Suddenly, a girl came in from outside. She was wearing a short shirt that exposed her belly. The slim waist of an adolescent girl was fully exposed, and her hair was smooth and beautiful. Zhu Yuantang was nervous for a while, because she had some impression of this girl. She was Tan Mealing from the next class 9. Why is she here to get a haircut? What if I'm exposed? Suddenly, countless thoughts flashed in Zhu Yuantang's little head. She secretly lowered her head, hoping that the other party would not notice her. However, Tan Mealing found Jiang Ning in the mirror. She had an impression of this boy with outstanding temperament and handsome appearance. Of course, the most impressive thing was the small dining table plan in the cafeteria. Jiang Ning was the only boy at his table. Because of this, Jiang Ning was envied by the boys in class 9. Tan Mealing was generous and took the initiative to greet. Hi, Jiang Ning, are you here to get a haircut? Although Jiang Ning was facing the mirror, his consciousness had taken in everyone's expressions and reactions. He asked, is it your family's barbershop? Tan Mealing was not ashamed to speak, because her family was ordinary people. She introduced generously, yes, my family's. Zhu Yuantang lowered his head, stunned, and couldn't believe it. Mom, he's my classmate. Give him a free meal. Tan Mealing said. The lady boss said enthusiastically, hi, so he's your classmate. That's fine. Tan Mealing looked at Jiang Ning and began to search around. In her general impression, where Jiang Ning was, there must be another little girl. Sure enough, Tan Mealing found Zhu Yuantang, who was looking down. Facing this innocent little girl, Tan Mealing took the initiative to greet her. Zhu Yuantang, you're here too? The lady boss was surprised. Do you know his sister? Tan Mealing's face showed obvious confusion. She looked back and forth between Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang and blurted out her doubts. Aren't you classmates? Or are you brother and sister? It was the lady boss' turn to be confused. Classmates? Zhu Yuantang was embarrassed. After Tan Meiling's explanation, they finally figured out the relationship between the two. Zhu Yuantang was silent with a guilty conscience, and the lady boss tried to show an awkward but polite smile. After the haircut was completed, Jiang Ning paid the haircut fee in a tough way and left the barber shop with Zhu Yuantang. After the two left, the boss lady warned, Ling Ling, you have to pay attention to them, they lie every step. Tan Meiling didn't care, but said, one of them is the first in the school, and the other is the second in the school. The boss lady's impression of all changed immediately, and she said solemnly, then you have to get in touch with them more. Tan Meiling rolled her eyes, they are in the next class, I can't get in touch with them, even if I want to. Zhu Yuantang rode Jiang Ning's mountain bike, feeling depressed. It was really embarrassing just now. In the end, the boss lady's expression on her face could hardly be maintained. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Zhu Yuantang said, why do the two sisters Tan Meiling look so different? One is fat and ordinary, and the other is thin and pretty. In Zhu Yuantang's impression, the appearance of the sisters should be the same, such as Chen Xiao and Chen Xiqing. Jiang Ning was surprised by her train of thought. Didn't you hear that little girl say that Tan Meiling often threatened her mother with hunger strike? Maybe this is the reason. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang thought about it carefully, and it was really possible. Then she said distressedly, it's so expensive to get a haircut now. They actually charge 10 yuan. Although the boss lady insisted on giving them free haircuts, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning didn't like to take advantage of others, not to mention that they were not very familiar with Tan Meiling. Jiang Ning said, this is the price of a small shop. A larger shop would charge 20 yuan. In fact, he could go to some old communities and look for barber shops in remote areas. The price of such shops is very cheap, only 3 or 5 yuan. But there is no need, Jiang Ning is not short of money. Zhu Yuantang said, last time in the class group, Cuiyu said that his brother is a barber in Shenzhen, and a haircut costs 80 yuan. There are strict requirements on the time of haircut, and it must be cut for 40 minutes each time. He said that it is a kind of enjoyment for customers who get their hair cut. Jiang Ning touched his head. In the past, after cutting hair, there would be some broken hair left, and he had to wash it again when he got home. However, with his current cultivation, he summoned his spiritual energy and all the broken hair was blown away, which made it much more convenient. Maybe, but it is indeed very comfortable to cut hair. Jiang Ning added, the premise is that the master's skills are good. He met some apprentices whose skills were rusty, and the haircut was very painful, which was simply torture. Jiang Ning pedaled the mountain bike and drove towards the tall buildings in the distance. Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. Aren't we going home? Aren't we going to have lunch at noon? I'll treat you to KFC. Do you want to go? Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang's heart was instantly moved. She had never eaten KFC. Although she wanted to eat, she was worried. Will it be too expensive? She heard from others that it would cost dozens of yuan to eat in. It seems to be quite expensive. I still have 20 yuan left. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang thought of a solution. Why don't we buy some chicken wings, and I'll fry them for you when we get home. Jiang Ning did not follow her idea, but said, I think I'm very lucky today. Let's go play scratch cards. No, Jiang Ning, don't play. You will get addicted. Zhu Yuantang stopped him. At worst, I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. Zhu Yuantang knew that scratch cards were a gamble on probability. If you get addicted, the consequences would be disastrous. Jiang Ning laughed. Just buy 2. Listen to me. Zhu Yuantang had to agree. They passed by a lottery shop and Jiang Ning parked her bicycle. Zhu Yuantang had only played at roadside stalls before and had never been to a lottery shop. She looked at the banner at the door of the shop. Congratulations to someone on this site who won the second prize of 250,000 in the double color ball. Zhu Yuantang was envious of the series of numbers, but she knew very well that she didn't have that kind of luck and could only make money in a down-to-earth way. Pushing open the glass door of the lottery station, a gust of air-conditioned air hit the store. At this time, there were 2 middle-aged men in the store, scratching the lottery with hard cards. Jiang Ning walked straight to the area where the scratch cards were placed. He scanned with his spiritual sense and saw the digital symbols under the scratch card coating. He screened out the ones that didn't win and the ones that exceeded the amount and chose a moderate scratch card. Jiang Ning handed over a 20 yuan paper ticket and chose an ordinary one. He led the bewildered Zhu Yuantang to the table. One for each person. Zhu Yuantang scratched 10 yuan, making no profit or loss, which was equivalent to getting back the money. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't go to waste, otherwise she would definitely feel guilty. After finishing her own, Jiang Ning hadn't started yet. She clasped her hands together, nervous, and almost said something to bless Jiang Ning, but Zhu Yuantang didn't believe anything. Jiang Ning pushed the card and the winning number 6 was displayed. Zhu Yuantang was delighted. As long as there was this number, it meant that he would definitely win the prize. The next thing was the winning amount below. Jiang Ning continued to scratch, and a number of 50 appeared. Okay, 50 yuan. Zhu Yuantang clenched his fists. He made 40 yuan for nothing. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Jiang Ning smiled and pushed the card again, and a symbol appeared below. Once the symbol appeared, it meant that the winning amount was multiplied by 10, and he won 500 yuan. After Jiang Ning redeemed the prize, he took 5 bills and went out. He spent the previous 10 yuan, and went to the optical shop next door to buy sunglasses. He was like a gangster, wearing sunglasses and flicking the bills in a chic manner. Tong tong, how is my luck? Zhu Yuantang couldn't hide her excitement. Although she pursed her lips, the slightly raised corners of her mouth overflowed with a pure smile like a spring, which spread all over her face. She said against her will, it's just average. Let's go. Let's eat whatever we want at KFC today. Jiang Ning loaded the bills and started the car manually. After arriving at the mall, Zhu Yuantang no longer had a lofty attitude towards KFC, but strode into the store arrogantly. Jiang Ning spent nearly 100 yuan and ordered a family bucket. Zhu Yuantang ate fried chicken and was very happy. She drank a sip of Coke and questioned, why is it no different from the Coke I usually drink? Jiang Ning replied, because it is the same. Halfway through the meal, Zhu Yuantang suddenly remembered that she had forgotten Chuchu. She quickly took out her mobile phone to call Chuchu, but no one answered. Zhu Yuantang left her a text message, telling her that he would not cook lunch today and let Chuchu find a way to fill her stomach. After eating KFC, Jiang Ning took her to the mall again. On the way, he spent 4 yuan and bought 2 ice creams, which slowed down Zhu Yuantang's excited steps because she was afraid that the ice cream would fall. In addition to ice cream, Jiang Ning did not buy anything else. After shopping for an hour or two, the two left from the south exit of the mall. On the steps of the mall where people were coming and going, there was a faint cry. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang walked closer and closer and saw a fat figure sitting on the steps crying, and passers-by all looked at him sideways. Zhu Yuantang saw that person crying miserably. She poked Jiang Ning and whispered, she is so pitiful. Although she said this, Zhu Yuantang held Jiang Ning's hand and avoided him. Zhu Yuantang's kindness is only reserved for those close to her, such as her mother, Jiang Ning, and Chuchu. When she is away from home, she rarely meddles in other people's affairs. This is the way of survival she learned from her mother. Jiang Ning glanced at him and felt that it was noisy. He walked by indifferently. On the way home by bike, he passed by the river dam. It was more than 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was strong, but it was not hot. Zhu Yuantang ate food that she had never dared to think of before, and she was in a very good mood. She looked at the Hushu River in the distance and calculated that she had only spent a little over 100 yuan of the 500 yuan bonus, and she was in a better mood. Thanks to him. She shook her shoes with a smile on her snow-white face. Jiang Ning, guess how many candies I have in my hand? Jiang Ning laughed dumbly. She especially liked to play this game. She remembered playing it several times, but she always lost badly, but still enjoyed it. What's the bet? Jiang Ning played with her. Zhu Yuantang, the bet is, if you guess right, you will get all 3 candies. Jiang Ning was surprised. I guess you have 5 candies. Zhu Yuantang smiled. She put 2 candies in Jiang Ning's pocket and peeled the last one. She stretched her waist with great effort, raised her little hand, and put the candy to Jiang Ning's mouth. Jiang Ning lowered his head and moved his mouth. The candy was very sweet. Zhu Yuantang's crisp voice floated over. I still owe you too. Chapter 433 Don't care. It was a little after 1 in the afternoon, and the sun was blazing hot. In the city, outside a shopping mall, in a Huawei authorized store with simple decoration, Huang Zhangfei chose the latest Huawei P6 mobile phone after hearing the introduction of the salesperson. The salesperson stole a glance at Huang Zhangfei's handsome face, gave him the best discount, and also gave him a power bank and headphones. The service was quite good. Yuan accompanied Huang Zhangfei to buy a mobile phone. Judging from the appearance alone, she looked like a young master's maid. Cuiyu huddled next to Jiang Ning and introduced the phone configuration to her. As for Meng Jiui, he was wandering between the counters. He was pulled here by his good brother Cuiyu to be a wingman. If Cuiyu hadn't promised a hot pot meal, Meng Jiui would never go out in such hot weather. Before leaving, the saleswoman made a request. Hello, you look great. Can you take a photo of me buying a phone? Huang Zhangfei stopped, showed a youthful and sunny smile, and declined. No, I'm just an ordinary person. Yuan stared at his peerless profile and shouted in her heart, if you are an ordinary person, then Cuiyu and Meng Jiui are simply not human. Huang Zhangfei's modesty made Yuan's favorability explode. She had praised the squad leader for being handsome many times before, and each time the squad leader was extremely modest, as if he didn't know he was handsome. She inexplicably felt that the squad leader was very stylish. The saleswoman promised Huang Zhangfei a gift and wanted him to take a photo. However, Yuan didn't see it and said, you don't deserve to keep his photo. Yuan quickly took the squad leader away from the Huawei authorized store. Zhangfei, don't you have a 5s? Why did you buy another one? Cuiyu was surprised. Support domestic mobile phones, Huang Zhangfei said. The sun was shining brightly outside, and they found a cold drink shop to sit down. Yuan thought of the scheming shopping guide just now, and she was still indignant. What a stinky woman. She actually dared to covet her squad leader. Yuan wanted to tear her apart, but the squad leader was by her side, and she would leave a bad impression. When she thought of the squad leader frowning his handsome brows and saying with disgust, Yuan, you are so rude, I hate you. That great fear filled Yuan's heart. She absolutely did not want to become such a vulgar woman. However, Yuan wanted others to understand that what they tried so hard to get, she could get easily. Yuan forced out a sweet fake smile and said in the sweetest voice, squad leader, the surrounding environment is so good, let's take a photo together. Huang Zhangfei agreed. Okay, I'll call Cuiyu, Meng Jiui and others. Yuan's expression froze. Why did she ask them to get in the way? Huang Zhangfei had already called out, so Jiang Ning, Cuiyu and Meng Jiui approached together. Yuan said, we finally get to play together, let's take a photo. Meng Jiui, I don't mind. Yuan stood in the center, took out her phone, and planned in her mind that, after taking the photo, she would cut out the other people, so that there would only be her and the monitor in the whole photo. This was their couple photo. Yuan raised her phone, unlocked it in front of the others, and opened the camera. As everyone knows, the camera of many mobile phones will open the same page you were on when you exited. Today, when Yuan was waiting for the monitor, in order to tidy up her appearance, she used the front camera of her phone as a mirror and took various photos. So, the mobile phone screen in front of the few people at this moment was a picture of Yuan facing her face. Few people could withstand the camera facing their faces, and Yuan's big nostrils caught their eyes. Cuiyu laughed. Yuan, your nostrils are round and big, you are worthy of being a pea shooter. Yuan froze. She quickly looked at the monitor and saw that he was not looking away. Even if the whole world laughed at her, as long as the monitor didn't laugh at her, Yuan could still maintain her etiquette because the monitor was her whole world. After taking the selfie, several people went to the mall. When they reached the entrance, a fat figure was sitting on the steps crying, and many people around noticed it. Cuiyu glanced at her figure and said to Meng Jiui, did she get dumped? Meng Jiui said in an unfathomable tone like a master. Maybe her faith collapsed. Cuiyu looked at the broad figure of the man and said to himself, it's normal for him to be dumped when he is so fat. Cuiyu is a typical skinny monkey. He can't gain weight, no matter how much he eats, so he can't understand those fat people the most. The two didn't want to meddle in other people's business and prepared to pass by. On the contrary, when Yuwen saw it, in order to show her kindness in front of the monitor, she said, "She is crying so pitifully. Jiang Yanan, I don't know why. We can't just sit there and watch." Yuwen took out a pack of tissues, put on a saintly smile, and walked straight towards the crying girl, leaving only her back to a few people. Yuwen felt that at this moment she was like an angel descending to earth, saving all the suffering in the world. Only such a woman can be worthy of being a monitor. Finally, Yuwen stood in front of the steps. She stretched out her angelic hand and said in a compassionate voice, "Don't cry, wipe your tears." Then, the girl raised her head, and an ugly and angry fat face appeared in front of Yuwen. The fat girl shouted angrily, "Grass mud horse, it's none of your business." She seemed to have great anger in her heart, stood up suddenly, waved her thick arms, and beat Yuwen. Yuwen was stunned by the opponent's sudden attack, and didn't react in time. When Cuiu noticed it, Yuwen was pinned to the ground and beaten wildly by the fat girl. Cuiu was furious. Fuck. Meng Jiui was also angry. Although they didn't get along with Yuwen and often had conflicts, they were classmates after all. What's more, they were called out by them today to play. But they suffered such humiliation, where would their face be? Cuiu shouted, "Get him." After that, he rushed out in an instant, like a leopard, rushed to the side of the fat girl, and knocked her down with his shoulder. Huang Zhongfei ran over to pull Yuwen up. Her hair was messy, her arms were scratched, and she looked very embarrassed. Meng Jiui acted as a fighter, and cooperated with Cuiu. In a few seconds, they pushed the fat girl to the ground and beat her. Cuiu twisted the other's arm, and as long as she dared to resist, he would apply force and twist it hard. The fat woman's ugly face was full of pain. Meng Jiui was on the side to support her. Cuiu said disdainfully, "That's it? As if you are so awesome?" At first, he was worried about the opponent's amazing fighting power. After the battle, he found that, no matter the armor or the reaction speed, it was several levels lower than Pang Jiao in the same class. What's more, since Cuiu and Pang Jiao became enemies, he has been studying the means of victory and has specially developed a way to fight against obese people. Jiang Yanan brought Yuwen over and asked indignantly, "She is kind enough to help you. Why do you hit her?" The fat girl said angrily, "I will hit her if I want to." Cuiu twisted his arm and said like a constable, "How dare you be so stubborn?" Meng Jiui took a look at the other person's face and calculated his fate, born as an evil person. Huang Zhongfei tilted his head to look at Yuwen. The skin injury was secondary. She was kind enough to show kindness, but was treated maliciously. She must have suffered a great psychological blow. Huang Zhongfei took out his mobile phone and remained calm. "Call the police." 4:30 in the afternoon. Zhu Yuantang walked to the door next door with sleepy eyes and looked down to see Jiang Ning sitting on the ground playing. A cool mat was laid on the cool cement floor. Jiang Ning was playing with his mobile phone barefoot, with a bottle of frosted coke next to him. Zhu Yuantang took off his slippers and sat down to play with him. Dong Dong next door recovered successfully. He took a bag of spicy strips and ate them while walking, with a mouth full of oil. Dong Dong was much bigger than his peers and had a big appetite. He finished a bag of spicy strips that cost 2 yuan in one breath. His hands were covered with spicy oil. Normally, he should wash it with soap, but Dong Dong knew how to wash. He subconsciously wanted to wipe it on his pants. Halfway through, he caught a glimpse of a big white cat squatting on the stone platform to rest. Dong Dong's eyes rolled, and his black face showed some wisdom. He walked closer, grabbed the big white cat, and smeared all the spicy oil on his hands on it, using the cat as a rag. After wiping, Dong Dong found that the touch was quite soft, so he put his mouth close to it, and wiped the red oil off his lips. His behavior made Zhu Yuantang dumbfounded. How could he do this? She had never seen such a flawed person. After Dong Dong wiped his hands, the white cat's fur became oily, and it was shiny when it was exposed to the sunlight. Teacher Khan from next door went out waving a banana fan. When he saw his shining cat, he couldn't help but say, "Look how healthy my white cat is. Look at this coat of fur, it's like brocade, smooth and soft. Oh my." Teacher Khan claimed to be a literati and wanted to recite a poem, but he really couldn't think of any verses to describe this scene. After hearing this, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang both smiled a little. If Teacher Khan knew that his beloved white cat was used as a rag by Dong Dong, would he faint from anger? Zhu Yuantang thought so. After Dong Dong wiped his hands, he took a slingshot and played in the open space outside, aiming at this side and then at that side. Sometimes he would accidentally aim at Zhu Yuantang. His little movements from time to time annoyed the people who watched him. Jiang Ning went back to the house and took out a straight wooden sword, which he made when he was free. He walked to the open space outside and said with disdain, "What era is it? Still playing with slingshots? It's something for children to play with." After that, Jiang Ning held the wooden sword and showed a sword flower with a swish. In order to ensure the special effect, he also used a small magic. It was really dazzling and attracted people's attention. Dong Dong was attracted by the handsome sword flower. Jiang Ning, slingshots are out of date. Now it's popular to play with swords in our place. Do you have a sword? You don't. After that, Jiang Ning put away the sword and went back to the house. Dong Dong couldn't bear to fall behind and howled, "Just wait for me." He ran back home. After seeing this, Teacher Khan shook his head and laughed and taught as a teacher, "Jiang Ning, you are 16 this year. Why do you care about a child who is only a few years old?" Zhu Yuantang looked at the white cat with a strange expression, and she defended, "Teacher Khan, you must not care about Dong Dong, right?" Teacher Khan stood up straight, looked down on him, and showed the demeanor of a famous teacher. "I'm a teacher, and I care about a child like him? Isn't it shameful?" Jiang Ning scanned with his spiritual sense and observed that behind the bungalow, Dong Dong was staring at the ladder of Teacher Khan's house and was looking for something to smash. It seemed that he was going to use it to make a wooden sword. "Well said." Jiang Ning applauded him. Zhu Yuantang saw his expression and immediately guessed Jiang Ning's thoughts. "In the whole bungalow, I admire your integrity the most, Teacher Khan." Zhu Yuantang praised, "Those who are particular about details will find it difficult to achieve great things, and those who achieve great things are not particular about details. Isn't it you, Teacher Khan?" She clapped her hands. Teacher Khan was so happy after hearing this compliment. Zhu Yuantang had good grades, and he was a cultured person in his opinion. The ancients said that scholars looked down on each other, but today he was praised by a cultured person, and he was really happy. It was getting dark, and Zhu Yuantang was going to cook dinner. Jiang Ning said, "Don't cook. There are food for sale at the river dam today. Let's go for a walk." "What about Chachu?" Zhu Yuantang couldn't bear it. He had already abandoned Chachu once at noon. Jiang Ning, "It doesn't matter. Chachu is not stupid. She knows how to find something to eat." After closing the door, the two went to the river dam. The evening breeze blew at the river dam, which was cool and comfortable. People walking came and went. Some people set up stalls to sell vegetables, some sold popsicles and cold drinks, and there was even a stall selling dinner tonight, like a mini night market. There were 2 tricycles parked on the side of the asphalt road. One aunt stall sold tofu pudding, and the other aunt stall sold meat sandwiches. Next to the 2 tricycles, there were a few small plastic tables, most of which were occupied by customers. Zhu Yuantang asked, "How much is tofu pudding?" 1.5 yuan. The price was normal. Zhu Yuantang ordered 2 servings, and the auntie made it skillfully. "Do you want coriander and garlic?" "Yes." Zhu Yuantang, "No red pickled mustard tuber." Red pickled mustard tuber tasted strange. She didn't like it. "Okay, there's food for sale next to it. You can take a look." The auntie didn't forget to introduce the business to her partners. Jiang Ning stood in front of the Raojiamo stall, looking down at the red marinated pork belly in the stainless steel basin. "How much is Raojiamo?" 3 yuan each. Jiang Ning nodded, feeling deeply that Raojiamo is really cheap now. I remember that later, with the increase in pork prices several times, the price of Raojiamo also soared. 5 yuan, 8 yuan, 10 yuan, and then 12 yuan. Most people couldn't afford to eat it. However, when the price of pork fell, the price of Raojiamo remained stable, without any drop. Jiang Ning ordered 3 Raojiamo and spent only 9 yuan. The aunts moved quickly. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang didn't have to wait for 3 minutes before all the food was served. The breeze from the river dam blew and curled up Zhu Yuantang's hair. Jiang Ning tasted a piece of tofu pudding. It was delicate and tender, with a faint garlic and bean aroma, which was quite memorable. He took another bite of the hot raujiamo. The beige steamed bun was filled with soft, glutinous and mellow meat, as well as refreshing green peppers, just right. Not to mention, although this was just a wild stall, the taste was surprisingly good. During the meal, Teacher Khan strolled around waving a banana fan. When he saw the tofu pudding, he was so greedy that he bought a bowl. Don't put coriander in it. Teacher Khan put on the airs of a famous teacher. Teacher Khan was stingy. Although he was very hungry, he didn't order raujiamo. If it wasn't for the distance from home, he almost wanted to go home and get a steamed bun to eat. Teacher Khan saw that there was still an unsashayed raujiamo on Jiang Ning's table and said cheerfully, "You ordered 3 servings?" Zhu Yuantang immediately took a bite of the third raujiamo with great vigilance. Her small action was extremely hurtful. Teacher Khan felt that she was despised and turned her head away in anger. Recommend a book. I picked up a Dark Secret Martial Arts World 2 World Shuffle Type, Reality plus Dark World. Chapter 434, Sword Fighting and Mountain Climbing. After expelling Teacher Khan in disguise, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning continued to eat. The tofu pudding was made with soybeans, and it was crunchy when bitten. Zhu Yuantang finished it with 2 spoons. After blowing the evening breeze, looking at the distant Ushu River, the wind seemed to carry moisture and was cool. Teacher Khan found a small table, wiped it again and again with a rag, and sat down, after wiping it again and again with a rag, until it was shiny. Soon, the aunt brought the tofu pudding, and Teacher Khan stared at the bowl of tofu pudding and frowned tightly. "Sister, come here," Teacher Khan shouted. His shouting was loud, attracting the attention of passers-by around, and the aunt selling tofu pudding had to put down her work and ran over quickly. Teacher Khan crossed his legs, shook his fan, and said in the tone of a teacher he had taught for many years, "Do you remember what I told you? Aunt, you ordered a bowl of tofu pudding. What else?" Teacher Khan asked. The aunt looked embarrassed. She really didn't remember. Teacher Khan gestured tofu pudding with a fan and said, "Think carefully again. What did I tell you?" Auntie looked at the tofu pudding and thought about it for a while. Other customers were getting impatient and began to urge her. In a hurry, Auntie finally noticed a hint of green in the bowl. Auntie suddenly realized, "Sorry, I forgot you didn't want coriander. Now I'll change a bowl for you." She quickly made another one. Zhu Yuantang witnessed the whole process and was surprised. Teacher Khan could have told the boss directly where the problem was, but he let her find out what was wrong by herself. Jiang Ning said, "This is called heuristic teaching. Let the boss realize what's wrong first, and then let her correct it." Teaching. Zhu Yuantang thought for 2 seconds and said, "This is not a school, and the boss is not his student. Jiang Ning, so he has too many things to do." After dinner, Jiang Ning paid the bill. Zhu Yuantang said, "It's not expensive. It's only 12 yuan in total, 6 yuan on average." Jiang Ning said, "I only ate 1 raujiamo. If I eat it on average, I only ate 4.5 yuan. Zhu Yuantang was unreasonable. "We are together. We should eat it on average." "Okay." Jiang Ning reluctantly agreed. Zhu Yuantang followed him closely and said happily, "Jiang Ning, you are so nice." The two strolled along the river dam. During this time, Jiang Ning received news that Xiao Xuanshang had taken photos of the venue for the mid-year meeting in Nanxi for him and paid some people to perform, making it quite grand. "The lottery is ready. Are you sure it's a single travel voucher?" Xiao Xuanshang asked. "Yes, sure." After getting the nod, Xiao Xuanshang said, "Okay, I'll arrange the lottery tonight." Zhu Yuantang saw Jiang Ning playing with his mobile phone and called him. "My mother won't be back tonight. Aunt Gu went to Nanxi to participate in an event, and the company arranged her accommodation at night. Then you can stay up late." Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang, "Yes, I'm going to Chachu's room to play in the evening. Do you want to go?" "No. TSK, I'll go by myself." Zhu Yuantang abandoned Jiang Ning. It was completely dark, and after Chachu came back, she didn't bother to prepare dinner, but cooked a bag of instant noodles. The room was a bit stuffy, and Zhu Chuchu took the bowl to the door to eat. Rural people don't have so many rules. Zhu Yuantang stood by and watched her eat. Teacher Khan from next door came back from a walk, smelled the instant noodles, shook his head, and said in a tone of hatred, "Eat less instant noodles. This thing has no nutrition. The more you eat, the thinner you get." Zhu Chuchu was very polite and replied with a smile, "Teacher Khan, you are right." Teacher Khan felt that he had saved the flowers of the motherland. On the other side, Dong Dong went out with instant noodles, and Teacher Khan put on a teaching attitude again. "Dong Dong, eat less instant noodles. Look how fat you are. If you eat more, you will become a bull." Zhu Yuantang. Dong Dong didn't care about Teacher Khan at all, and treated him as heir, which made Teacher Khan very embarrassed. Dong Dong quickly finished his instant noodles, and continued to fiddle with his wooden sword. He had previously smashed Teacher Khan's ladder, picked out the best piece of bamboo, and used the blank to carve a wooden sword. Although Dong Dong was a bit clumsy, he was very hands-on. He took Uncle Zhang's sharp knife for cutting meat, and squeaked the wooden sword. While others were eating, he was carving swords. While others were chatting, he was still carving swords. The stars do not ask the travelers, and time will not let down those who work hard. It took 4 hours from smashing the ladder to casting the sword. Dong Dong finally made a handsome wooden sword. He used sandpaper to polish it carefully, removed all the wood thorns, and then wrapped the hilt with cloth strips. Dong Dong held the sword in one hand and stood at the door under the light of the incandescent lamp. He drew the sword, and the sword body seemed to be shining, and even shot out a sword light. It was really cool. Jiang Ning at the door maintained the spell, and continued to bless Dong Dong's treasure sword with special effects. Dong Dong's eyes sparkled with dazzling light, and he shouted, "My peerless sword." "Ha! Sword." Dong Dong waved the sword, and the sky was full of dazzling sword shadows. He waved for a while, and the sword shadows overlapped in the sky, and finally slowly merged into one, like a ghost. Dong Dong held the sword, and the excitement soared to the sky. For a child, making a sword with his own hands, what a sense of accomplishment it was. Teacher Khan, who was eating pumpkin seeds, was stunned. He had never seen such a wonderful sword, and immediately shouted, "Good sword. A sword is suitable for a hero. Dong Dong, I will engrave words on your sword." Teacher Khan was eager to show off. Dong Dong agreed, but before that, in order to let the sword recognize its master, he pricked his finger with a needle, and ripped a drop of blood on the sword. After the master recognition ceremony was completed, Teacher Khan took a pen and ink, and wrote a line of poetry on the broadsword. "A sword light chills the 19 continents." When the ink dried, Dong Dong took the peerless sword, and strode to Jiang Ning's door. He raised the sword, and pointed it at Jiang Ning, his eyes looking arrogant. "Prepare to die." At this moment, he was the great swordsman on TV, who could kill people with one move. Jiang Ning was happy, and picked up his wooden sword. Zhu Yuantang and Chuchu went back to the house, and he was the only one outside. Dong Dong's face was dark with excitement, thirsty for blood. He was ridiculed by Jiang Ning before, and now he can finally take revenge. Today, his peerless sword will surely shock everyone. Dong Dong thought of the scene of killing everyone. Without waiting for Jiang Ning to react, Dong Dong swung his sword and attacked, without knowing the severity of the attack. When the sword was swung, there was a faint cold light flashing, like a glowing sword. Dong Dong used more force. If the sword hit someone else, it might hurt them. Jiang Ning did not sit still and wait for death. He took the sword slowly and cut it gently, just like cutting tofu, and cut Dong Dong's sword in half. The scene was extremely silent. In an instant, the cold light of Dong Dong's sword disappeared. The originally dazzling sword instantly lost all its color and turned gray. Clang, half of the wooden sword fell. Dong Dong stayed where he was, his eyes bulging, completely unable to believe it. Jiang Ning disdainfully, "What a broken sword." This sword cut Dong Dong down from his peak state. Dong Dong's high spirits, perseverance, and inner arrogance were all cut off by this sword. Dong Dong had never been so heartbroken. He worked so hard for so long, and finally made a sword. He had high hopes for it, but it broke so easily. Dong Dong hugged the broken sword and cried heartbreakingly, "You pay for my sword." Jiang Ning blocked his voice, and replied in a voice transmission, "No, get out." This voice was extremely intimidating, and Dong Dong trembled with fear. He knew that Jiang Ning was not easy to mess with. He had been kicked away before. Knowing that he couldn't ask Jiang Ning for compensation, Dong Dong grabbed the broken sword and went to find Teacher Khan next door, picking on the weak and shouting, "You have to pay for my sword." Teacher Khan. Dong Dong's logic was clear. "You carved words on the sword and ruined my best sword." Teacher Khan was so angry that he almost had a stroke. He jumped up and shouted, "You are slandering me. It was obviously broken by someone." Dong Dong had a simple brain circuit and insisted, "It's all your fault for carving the words. My sword broke. Grandma." Dong Dong started to howl. The fat old lady's figure flashed at the door in the distance. A few seconds later, the fat old lady howled, "My grandson." A fierce quarrel broke out at the door. All the neighbors were alarmed and went out to watch the excitement. The whole incident was very complicated. Teacher Khan faced the fat old lady. The scholar met the soldier and couldn't explain it clearly. Under the coordination of Uncle Tang, Uncle Zhang and others, Teacher Khan compensated Dong Dong with a good wooden strip to make a new sword for him. Teacher Khan gritted his teeth and accepted it. He went back home to find the wooden strip, but found that his ladder had been dismantled. He came back to argue with the fat old lady. The quarrel lasted until 10:30 in the evening, before it was completely quiet. After taking a shower, Jiang Ning lay on the sofa to rest. Tong Tong went to church tonight and didn't play in his room. Jiang Ning was happy to have some peace. Dong Qingfeng was talking in the class group. He posted 3 pictures in a row, gossiping late at night. They were all of grilled greasy skewers of meat. "I strongly recommend you to try the barbecue in Pengcheng. The barbecue here is grilled to 70% doneness for you, and then you grill it yourself with charcoal fire. It's a different experience to do it and eat it yourself. Meng GUI, but I like it fully automatic." CUIU, me too. Jiang Yanan asked seriously, "Can you grill it yourself, or what if it's burned?" Dong Qingfeng said warmly, "I'll grill it for you, and you just eat it." CUIU, I want to eat it too. Meng GUI, me too. Dong Qingfeng's mouth twitched. He wanted to strangle these 2 guys to death. Lukaki showed her knowledge and joined the topic. In addition to barbecue, Pengcheng also has a clay pot chicken restaurant. Have you tried it? It's the first clay pot chicken restaurant in the city. Dong Qingfeng, yes, it's delicious. It's a little different from our Yazhao. Their clay pot chicken has more sugar flavor. The 2 talked about eating, drinking and having fun in Pengcheng. Rural students like Shan Kaikun and Jiuo Kunan have never been to many cities and can't join the topic at all. Especially Jiuo Kunan, who originally thought that he would be able to mix well in the freshman group and be surrounded by schoolmates, but he was frequently targeted by the troublemakers among the freshmen. It made him physically and mentally exhausted. It was only after Wang Lang used his privileges to kick a few people that he felt a little better. Yangsheng, I recommend Shandong province for barbecue. It's very different from the local area. Dong Qingfeng saw Yangsheng bubbling, and his mood was agitated. He hadn't seen Yangsheng in the past few days and he missed him very much. He quickly replied, "The barbecue in Shandong province is very authentic. I plan to go to Tai City next stop. It's just right to climb Mount Tai and try barbecue. Is anyone willing to join?" Dong Qingfeng shouted in the group. Lukaki said, "It is said on the internet that one must climb Mount Tai once in his life." Chen Kan, Mount Tai is the first of the 5 sacred mountains. It was the place where the ancient emperors performed Fengshen. It is worth climbing once. Chen Xiaoyu was puzzled. Mount Tai is obviously not the highest. Why is it the first of the 5 sacred mountains? Huangzhangfei, other famous mountains are mostly surrounded by mountains, but Mount Tai is different. It is located on a plain. I passed by it by car before. Mount Tai rose from the ground on a large plain. Its momentum is unmatched. Chen Kan, when you climb to the top of the mountain, you can see all the small mountains. This is the origin of the saying. CUIU, in the final analysis, isn't it because the other nearby mountains are too short, which sets off Mount Tai? Huangzhangfei, it makes sense to think so. I climbed Mount Tai last summer. If you are ready to go, I can provide technical support. Huangzhangfei said. Yuan secretly made up her mind. Wan Yanan, I kind of yearn for it, but it's too far. Dunking Feng, not far. It takes more than 4 hours by train. Lukiki, I heard that climbing Mount Tay is very tiring, and it takes 5 or 6 hours to reach the top. Huang Zhangfei, it is indeed very tiring. There is a section of the mountain road called 18 Bends, which is very steep and scary when you look back. Shan Kaiquan is full of confidence. If you let me climb, I will rush up in one breath. Dunking Feng couldn't stand his bragging and wanted to refute him, but then he thought about it and forgot it. What if he won the argument? Giving up the idea of fighting, Dunking Feng exhaled and thought that he was much more mature. Let's climb the mountain together. It will be more lively with more people. Shan Kaiquan thought carefully, and it seemed feasible. His grades improved, his father was promoted, and his salary increased, and he had a lot more pocket money than before. If he discussed it with his family, he might get permission. The group chatted about Mount Tay and expressed their opinions. More and more classmates joined in, and Shen Qinj and Bayuxia also talked about their views. Zhu Chuchu was in the room. Zhu Yuantang held her phone tightly and watched them talk about Mount Tay. Traveling, mountain climbing, these things are very far away from her, as if they were another world that she could never reach. Chuchu, do you like mountain climbing? Zhu Chuchu stopped writing and turned around. You would like it. Since you haven't climbed it, why do you like it? Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. Zhu Chuchu thought about it and smiled sweetly. I have seen people climbing mountains on my phone. She leaned close to Tong Tong and clicked on the post bar favorites. The post recorded a person climbing a mountain in the fog, from the initial excitement, to fatigue in the middle, to several times of giving up, and finally gritting his teeth to reach the top. The moment he reached the top of the mountain, the fog suddenly dissipated, the blue sky covered it, and the sea of clouds, mountains, and forests, and beautiful scenery appeared in front of him. The photos posted by the host are extremely beautiful, and that is a scenery that you can't see at ordinary times. Mountain climbing is in line with Zhu Chuchu's philosophy. She is now studying hard and improving her grades just to see the scenery that she can't see now one day. Zhu Yuantang stared at the beautiful scenery photos in a daze, mumbling, "It's so beautiful." Then, she sighed, "I don't have money to climb the mountain." The class monitor said in the class group that the ticket alone is 125 yuan. Zhu Yuantang was reluctant to give it up. It would be great if I won the scratch lottery today. She had an idea. In that case, she could get some pocket money and maybe take Jiang Ning with her. Zhu Yuantang remembered that Jiang Ning had never been to Mount Tay. Well, Chuchu hadn't been there either, but Chuchu had to go to school. She looked for an excuse to abandon Chuchu. Chapter 435, Mountaineering Gathering. That night, in a neat little room, Zhu Chuchu was concentrating on writing the test paper, completely unaware of Zhu Yuantang's cold and indifferent thoughts of abandoning her. However, even if she knew, she would probably just smile softly. In another room, Jiang Ning sat at the desk. His spiritual sense probed into the storage ring and took out a pile of spiritual materials. He took a stack of lotus leaves, separated one, and gently scratched it with his fingernails, splitting it into half the size of a playing card. Then, Jiang Ning used the thick ink on the table to dye the lotus leaves. This was not an ordinary lotus leaf, but the spiritual lotus that Jiang Ning specially planted in Huqi Mountain. The lotus leaves were soaked and drained in the sun, which was enough to carry some simple talismans. This time, with Jiang Ning's physique, he could easily reach the top of Mount Tay, even if he didn't walk the mountain path. But Zhu Yuantang was different. If he didn't make preparations, Zhu Yuantang would be exhausted, and he would still be in trouble. Jiang Ning took out a brush, which was given by Xiao Shuangshan. It was expensive, and made of wolf hair. It was barely feasible to use it to draw low-end talismans. Jiang Ning held the brush, circulated his spiritual power, constructed exquisite symbols, and engraved them on the surface of the lotus leaf. One by one, the small and thick symbols gradually took shape. When all the symbols were outlined, a clear stream of light flashed, and from top to bottom, the symbols were connected and rounded. This is the God Travel Talisman. After ordinary people activate it, it greatly increases the speed, and is not easy to get tired. It is one of the most commonly used talismans by many cultivators in the early stage of key refining. Jiang Ning drew 3 god travel talismans in a row and swallowed a pill to restore his spiritual power. At the same time, he took out a pile of wooden strips and jade. After going out, the house must be empty. The neighbor Dong Dong is a naughty child. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, Jiang Ning decided to add some trouble to the other party. He remembered a famous formation called Demon Dance. This formation sounds bluffing, but it is actually a low-level formation. As long as the formation is set up around the house can be turned into a haunted house, with cold winds and ghosts howling, making people unable to sleep all night. Jiang Ning didn't need it before, but now he has a place to use it. He began to make the parts needed for the demon dance formation, and tonight he would let Dong Dong's family experience the dangers of the world. The night gradually deepened. Aunt Gu was not at home, and Zhu Yuantong, who was unsupervised, played games crazily. She played until after 11 o'clock, then rubbed her eyes and put down her iPad. Under the book lamp, Zhu Chuchu was still studying. Zhu Yuantong admired her. Chuchu was so amazing that she could study for such a long time every time. Zhu Yuantong, hey, Chuchu, you learned a lot of knowledge in one night, right? Unlike me, she felt so decadent. Zhu Chuchu, you are not bad either. You ate half a watermelon, 2 bags of potato chips, a large bag of chicken wings, and a bottle of grape juice. She counted Tong Tong's achievements one by one. Zhu Yuantong's face drooped. Hey, I was busy playing games. I haven't washed my hair yet. She made an excuse to escape. If you wash your hair too late, it will be difficult to dry, and it will be uncomfortable to sleep with wet hair. She took a shower right after coming back from the dam. She was too lazy at that time and didn't wash her hair. She wanted to wash it after playing games, but she dragged it on until now. She hurried home. Zhu Chuchu smiled. It was 11 o'clock. She should go to bed. She had to get up early for class tomorrow. Zhu Yuantong first found Jiang Ning to make sure he was still awake. She was counting on him to blow dry her hair later. When she entered the house, she saw Jiang Ning standing in the yard. Zhu Yuantong was surprised. Why don't you go back to the house? Aren't there mosquitoes outside? Jiang Ning had just arranged the demon dance at Dong Dong's house. Jiang Ning glanced at her. There are mosquitoes outside, but didn't you come? As long as there is someone next to me, mosquitoes won't bite me. He brought out Zhu Yuantong's previous saying. Zhu Yuantong left in anger. While washing her hair, Zhu Yuantong became more and more angry. Jiang Ning was too arrogant recently. She had to find a way to punish him. The first idea that popped up was not to cook for him and let him starve. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuantong sighed. If she didn't cook for Jiang Ning, Chuchu would cook for Jiang Ning. The thread became fragile. She put on shampoo. Because she was thinking too much, Zhu Yuantong accidentally got shampoo in her eyes when washing her hair. From childhood, Zhu Yuantong was taught that shampoo should not be put in the eyes. In the past, when her mother washed her hair, Zhu Yuantong closed her eyes tightly. Who knew that it would get into her eyes today? She opened her eyes and wanted to rinse her eyes with water, but there was darkness in front of her. Zhu Yuantong blinked, only to feel her eyes sore, and the front was still pitch black. The boundless darkness scared her to the point of suffocation. Zhu Yuantong suddenly had a terrifying thought. I was blinded by shampoo. I'm blind. Countless terrifying thoughts rose from the bottomless abyss in the deepest part of her heart. If she was blind, wouldn't Jiang Ning play with her in the future? Jiang Ning ate oranges and gave her orange peels to eat. She probably couldn't notice it, right? It was so terrible. Zhu Yuantong thought of her miserable half-life and was terrified. Her calves were weak, and she couldn't support her body. She almost fell to the ground. She held the wall and was sad. If she hadn't become strong, tears would have flowed out. I'm blind. In the dark, Zhu Yuantong rubbed her eyes and confirmed the reality again. Her face was desperate. I'm really blind. Jiang Ning, who was separated by a wall, was almost laughing crazy. Seeing her pitiful appearance, he stopped teasing her. Jiang Ning snapped his fingers and the bathroom light suddenly lit up. Pure white light appeared in Zhu Yuantong's vision, and the sink and mirror reappeared. Her despair turned into astonishment. Then, she puffed up her cheeks and said indignantly, it turns out that there is a power outage. The next morning, On the dirt road at the entrance of the village, Shan Kei-kun was sweating tired after jogging in the morning. Although summer vacation has arrived, he still follows the habit of school and exercises every day. 5 kilometers in 25 minutes. Shan Kei-kun glanced at the time, which was not outstanding. Because the rural dirt road was rugged and far inferior to the school's plastic track, the speed was slower. In addition to the time, there was a new text message on the phone, which was a bank account arrival information. Shan Kei-kun couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling excited. Last night he confessed to his parents that he planned to climb Mount Tae and told them that he was not good at writing and broadening his horizons would help improve his writing grades. After hearing this, his parents didn't say much, just asked him to pay attention to safety and provided financial support and transferred 1,000 yuan to him. This money is enough to go to Mount Tae. Shan Kei-kun walked slowly home facing the bright morning sun. He chatted privately with Jiang. Brother Nan, I'm going to Mount Tae to play. Do you want to join me? He didn't have much hope in his heart. After all, Brother Nan's family was not like his, but he still wanted to be with his good brother. Jiang was puzzled. Why do you suddenly want to go? Shan Kei-kun, I want to see the mountains and relax. Jiang ignored his answer and guessed, because Bayuksha participated in the topic of Mount Tae in the group yesterday? Come on. She only said one sentence and she didn't climb Mount Tae. Shan Kei-kun, whether she goes or not has nothing to do with me. The relationship between her and me has been broken up for a long time. Jiang couldn't understand it now. He really couldn't understand Kei-kun's behavior. Shan Kei-kun asked, Brother Nan, have you climbed the mountain? I haven't been out of yours how many times? Then don't you want to see it? Shan Kei-kun continued to ask. Jiang, what to see? What's so good about a broken mountain? Look at my new avatar. Is it handsome? He chose an anime head, the captain of the army in Attack on Titan, with an ascetic face and sharp eyes. Shan Kei-kun perfunctorily replied, he's quite handsome. Brother Nan, think about it these days. You are not as good as those juniors in the group. They can talk about everything and have taken away all your limelight. Shan Kei-kun persuaded. He glanced at the freshman group. Several active freshmen were chatting. They talked about guitar. Some of them sent voice messages of humming, which attracted praises from many junior girls. Jiang felt bitter. He was a rural child and had no contact with instruments such as guitar. As a senior, he could only become a foil for others. He was unwilling. Jiang sneered, a few bastards. They won't be arrogant for long. I asked Brother Ma to take action. Shan Kei-kun, kicking people again. The last time Lang kicked someone, it made everyone very disgusted. Later, someone posted on Tiba to form a small group. If Lang hadn't deleted the post, it might have really been done. It's not kicking people. Look carefully. Jiang said that he believed in Brother Ma's strength. As they were talking, a person with the avatar of grade director Teacher Yan asked to join the freshman group. Jiang was startled. He clicked in and saw that the homepage profile was a middle-aged man. Lang sent a private message. Brother Nan, that's Brother Ma, please cooperate. After that, Director Yan, fake, entered the freshman group. Lang immediately spoke, welcome grade director Teacher Yan to observe. He cut 3 numbers in a row and greeted Teacher Yan. Shan Kei-kun quickly spoke, welcome Teacher Yan to guide our work. The originally active freshman group suddenly became quiet. Teacher Yan, fake, hello, students, I'm grade group leader Teacher Yan. In the future, if you have any questions about the school, please raise them boldly, and we will make progress together. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Originally it was just a group for chatting, and now a teacher came in, and he is not an ordinary teacher. How can everyone chat? Teacher Yan's words only received sporadic replies, and everyone was silent. At this time, Jiang, who received the message from Brother Ma, took action. Jiang spoke, how dare you? At the same time, there was an emoticon with red eyes. The whole group was stunned. Teacher Yan, fake, what's wrong with you, classmate? The next second, Jiang kicked Teacher Yan, fake, and said in the group, I've kicked him out. Everyone chat at ease. The whole group was instantly eerily quiet. Someone clicked on Teacher Yan's profile and found that he was kicked out. Instantly, the freshman group was boiling, with countless compliments such as awesome, too strong, big brother, take me to show off, and take me to fly. The group chat page was swiped like crazy. Jiu Kanan became the most central figure at this time, the undisputed star of the day. Many freshmen have never seen such a bold person. Jiu Kanan's mouth corners were extremely raised, and the corners of his mouth were crooked like a Nike hook. What's the point of talking about guitars and running shoes? I'm the most popular person in the freshman group. Jiu Kanan was immersed in a fake world. He continued typing, enveloping people's hearts. From now on, everyone in this group can chat. I'm here to protect you. Don't be afraid. With his sergeant avatar, his words were full of persuasiveness. The group discussed Jiu Kanan. Many students felt the same way and said that if Teacher Yan was really stationed in the group, many topics could not be discussed. This thought further reflected Jiu Kanan's awesomeness. The few little rascals who talked about guitar before were completely gone. Only Jiu Kanan was the only god in the freshman group. Jiu Kanan was excited and thanked Marja. Marja, you still have a way. Now the whole group knows how awesome I am. Ma Shichen replied, you should cherish the opportunity. Of course, I will go to the city to play in a few days and treat you and long to earth pot chicken. Jiu Kanan promised that he would never be stingy with his brothers who helped him. This is also the reason why there are always people willing to help Jiu Kanan whenever he gets into trouble. Good things often come in pairs. As soon as Jiu Kanan made the promise, he received a friend request. It was the avatar of a foreign blonde girl. Jiu Kanan immediately recognized the other party. She was a girl in the freshman group. The group posted a group photo the night before. This girl had the highest appearance. At that time, a bunch of boys cheered, but it was a pity that the pretty junior rarely showed up. Who would have thought that she would take the initiative to add him as a friend? Jiu Kanan was so proud. Hahaha, I'm admired. He wanted to put on airs as a senior, but his fingers did not listen to his control and clicked to agree to the friend. Jiu Kanan was aloof and didn't say anything. He was a distinguished yellow diamond user. He entered the space, clicked on the permissions, chose to visit the space incognito, and then added the junior's questions so that there would be no browsing history. Jiu Kanan entered the junior's space and scrolled down. Sure enough, he saw his favorite selfies, some of them standing in front of the blackboard, some picking strawberries in the strawberry garden, and some climbing mountains. There were also beautiful and cute photos of her wearing a ski suit, holding a ski board, and standing in the snow. Seeing that pure skiing picture, Jiu Kanan was silent because he had never skied. Immediately, he comforted himself. So what if you have skied before? Don't you still admire me? Jiu Kanan was browsing halfway when he received a message from the junior. Hello senior. Jiu Kanan continued to act cool. Yeah. Hahaha. Next she should ask me about what I did just now. What should I say to show my personal charm? How about asking brother Ma for advice? Jiu Kanan couldn't make up his mind. Schoolgirl, what's your avatar? Jiu Kanan was stunned. Why was it different from what he thought? He still replied, the captain in Attack on Titan. Very handsome. This was the last sentence of the schoolgirl's reply. The chat page stopped here. Half an hour later, the schoolgirl's avatar was changed to another more handsome captain. Jiu Kanan suddenly realized, it turns out, that she doesn't admire me, but she likes the captain's avatar. After a long time, Shan Kaikun sent a message. Brother Nan, I'm going to ask Dan King Feng and the others what day they are going to climb Mount Tay. Are you going? Let's buy tickets together. Jiu Kanan thought of the schoolgirl, and his expression was complicated. I would risk my life to accompany a gentleman. Shan Kaikun was surprised. Why did you change your mind? Jiu Kanan said depressedly, I also want to relax now. Recommend a book. The immortal to the mysterious and strange swords scattered on the earth are waiting for their world famous sword masters. Chapter 436. Can I bear this grievance? In the morning, Chachu washed the dishes and rode her electric bike to school. Only Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were left at home. Mom won't be back until this afternoon. Zhu Yuantang was looking forward to it, wondering what gift her mother would get this time. Thinking about it carefully, there was nothing missing at home. Maybe the refrigerator was a little old and the TV was a little small, but for her, it was enough. Zhu Yuantang had not been exposed to many good things since she was a child, and her material desires were very low. But if her mother could get good things for free, Zhu Yuantang would still be very happy. Jiang Ning moved the recliner to rest and placed a glass of water and a book on the small wooden table next to her. Zhu Yuantang took advantage of the fact that the weather was not too hot and walked to the door to inspect the territory. The neighbor's motorcycle boomed. The bohemian Uncle Zhang, wearing a white vest and showing his arms and flesh, drove out on the motorcycle. He rode out more than 10 meters and shouted loudly, "Don't feed the dog today." Mrs. Zhang was stunned for a moment and ran out of the house and shouted, "Is the dog dead?" Her dark yellow face was actually a little happy. Her husband was raising a dog every day, which was a waste of money and time, and he was not doing his job. She was very annoyed. Uncle Zhang was also stunned and retorted, "What nonsense, I just fed it." Mrs. Zhang looked disappointed and waved her hand impatiently. "Okay, pick up your son. I'm going to the train station now." Uncle Zhang's face was greasy, and he twisted the throttle, and the day and motorcycle rushed out. Zhu Yuantang waved and said hello. As a neighbor, Zhu Yuantang knew that Uncle Zhang had a son who was admitted to university last year with a score higher than the first tier line. Uncle Zhang, a butcher, had only a 5th grade education. He was lucky to have such a son and was overjoyed. He brought a pound of pig ears and visited Teacher Khan next door. The two ate meat and drank wine. Finally, with the strong recommendation of Teacher Khan, he applied for the civil engineering major of Anna University of Architecture. For this reason, Uncle Zhang held a graduation banquet. 20 tables of guests came that day, which was very lively. Uncle Zhang invited Teacher Khan, Uncle Tang, and the mother and daughter of the Zhu family to the banquet for free. Even though several people insisted on giving gifts, Uncle Zhang refused to take them, which shows how happy he was. Uncle Zhang's motorcycle was noisy, while the neighbor Teacher Khan was waving a palm leaf fan, leisurely and comfortable. When Uncle Zhang was far away, Teacher Khan chanted, "A clear river flows around the village, and everything in the village is quiet in the long summer." Good poem, he boasted. The fat old lady next door and Ang Dan went out and were bumped into by Teacher Khan. Teacher Khan was stared at by 2 pairs of bloodshot red eyes, and she took 2 steps back in shock, her face full of surprise. "Do you have conjunctivitis?" After Zhu Yuantang, who was taking a walk, noticed it, she quietly turned her eyes away. When she was a child, she heard that if you look directly at conjunctivitis, you will be contagious. She didn't want her eyes to be as red as a rabbit. The fat old lady's voice was hoarse. "Teacher Khan, did you hear ghosts screaming last night?" Teacher Khan almost laughed when he heard it. He was a firm materialist and a people's teacher full of righteousness. "Why fear ghosts? You are joking. I slept well yesterday. Where did the ghost cry? It's feudal superstition," Teacher Khan said with disdain. The fat old lady waved her fat hand excitedly. "There are really ghosts crying. If you don't believe me, ask my grandson." She quickly patted Dang Dang. Dang Dang sat on the stone at the door and squinted his eyes to sleep. After being woken up, Dang Dang recalled the nightmare-like experience last night and screamed, "Grandma, I want to sleep. I want to sleep." The fat old lady, "My grandson never lies." Teacher Khan agreed with this. Dang Dang was just a bad kid and didn't tell many lies. However, Teacher Khan still didn't believe it. His wrinkles showed a smile. "You scare yourself. You are crazy." The fat old lady emphasized again, "There are really ghosts crying in my house." Teacher Khan was annoyed by what she said. He didn't forget that the 2 families had a big quarrel yesterday. At present, no one in the bungalow could compete with the fat old lady in a quarrel. Teacher Khan suffered a loss in vain yesterday. If he hadn't withdrawn in time, he might have been blamed. He still holds a grudge now. Teacher Khan questioned, "Ghosts? Is there something wrong with your ears? What era is this? You believe in this? The world is going downhill, and only uneducated people believe it." The fat old lady was still terrified and kept repeating. Teacher Khan was impatient. "Okay, I'll go to your house to check. What kind of ghost is there in broad daylight?" I guess some animal ran in, maybe a yellow wolf. When the fat old lady heard that he was willing, she was like seeing a savior, and hurriedly said, "It's in the east room of my house, come and listen." Teacher Kine was fearless, raised his head and chest, and stepped out with the aura of a school leader. He walked into the fat old lady's house, crossed the courtyard, and finally stood at the door of the east room. The fat old lady and Dong Dong behind him were timid, with terrified eyes. Even though they were lawless at ordinary times, they were tormented by ghosts all night, and they were exhausted physically and mentally. Their condition couldn't be worse. Teacher Kine turned his back to the few people, adjusted his sleeves, and said, "Let me take a look for you." After saying that, he stepped over the threshold with his right foot. Dong Dong was suddenly stimulated, and had a stress reaction. He held his head and screamed out. The fat old lady was frightened by her grandson, and then let out a ghostly howl. Ghost. Teacher Kine was not frightened by the ghost, but was frightened by the grandparents and grandchildren. He shuddered and shouted, "Oh my goodness." The chaotic voices mixed together. Zhu Yuantang was waiting outside the gate, watching several people go crazy. She opened her mouth slightly, stunned, and felt that the world was magical. Teacher Kine shouted for a while, and her expression gradually restrained, expressionless, and then full of contempt. He glanced at the fat old lady and Dong Dong and sneered, "You scared me to death. Aren't you capable normally? You scared a room like this? You're still a ghost, you're crazy." "Ghost?" Teacher Kine said domineeringly, "I'm the ghost." He made a gesture, and frightened the grandparents and grandchildren again. "You guys stay here." Teacher Kine stepped out with his left foot, waving a palm leaf fan. His signature smile appeared on his face, 3 parts seeing through the fickleness of the world, and 7 parts cold and indifferent. As soon as he entered the house, Teacher Kine felt a darkness in front of him. The morning sun disappeared, and it was quiet as ever, as if he had entered another world. A gust of cold wind blew, whistling into his bones, and Teacher Kine raised his eyes. The black and white sign enshrined in the center of the room suddenly trembled, and made a sound of bones squeezing. Teacher Kine gritted his teeth and moved forward. The cold wind blew hard, and he heard a shrill scream in his ears. The scream sounded like a baby crying, and also like a woman who died unjustly. It would never stop, triggering the most terrifying fear in people's hearts, and he got goosebumps all over his body. He was terrified, and quickly left the room, closing the door with his backhand, his heart pounding. The fat old woman came forward, her red eyes staring straight at him. Teacher Kine rubbed his face to ease the stiffness, and said solemnly, "I admit that I said too much just now." Zhu Yuantang witnessed the whole process, and ran home to tell Jiang Ning, "Dong Dong's house is haunted." Jiang Ning, "Oh, aren't you afraid?" Zhu Yuantang felt very scared. How scary it was. Jiang Ning said, "What is there to be afraid of? Are you afraid?" Zhu Yuantang pinched his waist, "I'm not afraid." At 10 o'clock in the morning, Shan Kaikun shouted in the group, "Is anyone going to climb Mount Tay together? Currently, it's me and Brother Nan. At Shen, please help me at the whole class." The whole class received the message. Dong Qingfeng asked, "What date are you going?" Shan Kaikun, "What date are you going?" Yuan, Yanan and I decided to leave Fort Tay City on the 10th. Dong Qingfeng's enthusiasm rose, "Then I will also be on the 10th. Jiang Yanan suddenly at Ciu, I heard you say in the previous chat that you want to climb the mountain. Although class 8 is divided into many small circles, everyone is not out of touch." After a while, Chen Xiao popped up and replied, "Ah, is there?" Jiang Yanan joked, "Xiao, you forget things so easily." Chen Xiao guessed that her sister must have accidentally let it slip when chatting with Jiang Yanan. Hateful sister, she has wronged me again. Chen Xiao decided to go home and give her sister a good beating. "I don't think I can go. I'm selling clothes in my aunt's store recently." Chen Xiao declined. Hu Jun showed his head. "Aunt?" Chen Xiao explained, "Yes, my mother's sister." Hu Jun, "Excuse me, are your aunt and your mother twin sisters?" Jiuo Kunan, "Fuck you." Chen Xiao, "Ignore him." Bei Yuxia asked, "Is it hard to sell clothes?" Chen Xiao finally had someone to complain to, and immediately said, "Too busy, too busy. I arrive at the store at 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm so busy that my voice is almost hoarse." Dunking Feng, the weather is dry. Remember to drink more water and protect your throat. I'm afraid I won't be able to hear your beautiful voice next semester. Jiuo Kunan. He was disdainful in his heart. What a fucking dog. Someone like Jiuo Kunan would never say such a thing. Bayuxia saw that someone showed concern, so she asked a more realistic question. How many pieces of clothing did you sell in the morning? Chen Xiao heard. Let me see. Sweating. I didn't make a single order. Bayuxia, as expected. In the suburbs, a big young motorcycle. In front of it was the burly Uncle Zhang. In the back was Uncle Zhang's son, Xiao Zhang, and in the back was a bundle of tightly packed suitcases. Compared to Uncle Zhang's big and strong body, Xiao Zhang was of medium build, and his clothes were the currently popular retro baseball sports t-shirt and retro sports shorts. Xiao Zhang also had his hair permed. He originally planned to stay in Ansheng to work during the summer vacation, but he could only work as a waiter or go to the factory. There were really no good jobs, and his parents were urging him at home, so he could only stay at home for a few days. We bought crabs, lamb chops, sea bass, and yellow eel at home. I'll cook them for you at noon. Uncle Zhang's face full of fat showed a rare warmth when facing his son. Xiao Zhang said, too much. Uncle Zhang, what's the big deal? You finally came home, so I have to get you something delicious. Passing by a fruit store, Uncle Zhang stopped his motorcycle and said, buy some fruit to take home. After entering the fruit supermarket, Uncle Zhang knew that his son loved lychees, so he weighed to catties. He also bought 2 boxes of bayberries, and then went to the peach shelf. Although it was a small supermarket, peaches were divided into grades. The cheapest was 1 or 2 yuan per catty, and the most expensive was 7 or 8 yuan per catty. Uncle Zhang was a butcher, and he had no shortage of money, but he was usually frugal. He planned to save more and buy a house for his son in Ansheng in 2 years. So when he bought fruit, he usually chose cheap or medium priced ones. This time when his son came back, Uncle Zhang naturally couldn't eat cheap ones anymore, so he directly picked the most expensive peaches. As a result, Xiao Zhang was blocked. Uncle Zhang looked at Xiao Zhang and heard him say, Dad, it's too expensive. Let's buy something cheap. Uncle Zhang was stunned, feeling indescribable. He remembered that his son always wanted to buy the best things when he bought things before. Now that his son has grown up and goes to college, he knows how to save money. However, as a parent, how can you let your children suffer? Uncle Zhang laughed and showed the domineering attitude of a butcher. Let's eat expensive food today. Your father is not short of money. He grabbed a few peaches with his big hand. The boom sound of the motorcycle resounded through the river dam bungalow. When Zhu Yuantang heard the sound, he knew it was not his mother's electric car, but Uncle Zhang who came back. Jiang Ning did not open his spiritual sense and was still resting on the recliner. Uncle Zhang arrived at the door of his house and stopped the motorcycle. Xiao Zhang wondered who was the boy at the door of Aunt Gu's house just now. He was an old resident here, but he was working during the winter vacation. He only stayed at home for a few days and did not see Jiang Ning. Uncle Zhang, that's Xiao Jiang next door, a student from number 4 middle school, renting Xiao Gu's house. Xiao Zhang didn't take it seriously because she was just a high school student and he was already a college student. In his opinion, anyone below a first-class university is an ant. Uncle Zhang fetched a basin of water and carried a bag of peaches to the door. Zhu Yuantang occupied the water and books on the small wooden table. She read for a while and suddenly told Jiang Ning, the firewood at home is gone. Let's go to the river to pick up dry branches in the afternoon. Although the family usually cooks on a gas stove, if they are going to cook hard dishes, they must use a ground pot. Cooking hard dishes in a ground pot feels more delicious. Jiang Ning said to indicate his agreement. Zhu Yuantang, I'm going to pick up more this time. Oh, Mom will rest tomorrow, so steam buns for us to eat. Zhu Yuantang said naggingly, steam a lot at a time and put them in the refrigerator so that we can heat up a few for meals every day in the future. Jiang Ning's ears were surrounded by her crisp voice, pleasant and comfortable, and he wanted to take a nap. Uncle Zhang, the neighbor, was about to wash peaches when he saw his big wolfhound squatting by Jiang Ning's door. His face darkened. Ever since Jiang Ning had beaten the dog seemed to accept Jiang Ning as the boss. Unless he came home at mealtime, he would guard the door for Jiang Ning at other times. Uncle Zhang could not stand this grievance. He stopped washing peaches and went to look for the dog with a bag. When Uncle Zhang came over, he kicked the wolfhound in anger. When he heard Zhu Yuantang talking about steaming buns, he frowned and came up with a plan. With a fake smile, Xiao Jiang and Tang Tong, Uncle has a question for you. If it takes 10 minutes to steam a steamed bun, how long does it take to steam 10 steamed buns? Zhu Yuantang immediately answered, it's still 10 minutes, because the steamed buns can be steamed together. Uncle Zhang, it takes 3 minutes to eat a peach, so how long does it take to eat 8 peaches? Zhu Yuantang said, 24 minutes. Peaches are different from steamed buns. You can only eat them one by one. Uncle Zhang sneered and put the bag on the wooden table. With a bang, he said aggressively, there are 8 peaches in it. Come on, I see if you can finish them in 24 minutes. Zhu Yuantang thought to herself, is there such a good thing? Jiang Ning took out a fruit knife and helped Zhu Yuantang peel the peaches. Then, in Uncle Zhang's eyes, Zhu Yuantang ate 8 peaches in 24 minutes. She didn't forget to thank him. Uncle Zhang, you are a good person. Chapter 437 set off. The peaches, which cost 7 or 8 yuan per pound, were really delicious. They were full of juice, crunchy when chewed, and sour and sweet. Zhu Yuantang easily ate 8 of them. She was very polite and returned the plastic bag that contained the peaches. Uncle Zhang was furious. His lips were tightly closed, his jaw was slightly raised, and his flesh was tightly stretched. He never thought that Zhu Yuantang, who was so small, could eat so much. Damn it. Uncle Zhang threw his hands and left angrily. Zhu Yuantang's voice came from behind. Jiang Ning, Uncle Zhang won't be angry, right? Jiang Ning, don't worry, your Uncle Zhang is broad-minded, and he is not angry because of a few peaches. Uncle Zhang almost couldn't breathe when he heard this. Zhu Yuantang put the peeled peach skin into a plastic bag and tied it tightly. When the black wolfhound saw it, it stretched out its head, bit the plastic bag, and prepared to send it back home so that it could return to its roots. Zhu Yuantang thought this was too insulting and quickly took back the plastic bag. When Uncle Zhang came home, Xiao Zhang saw that he had nothing in his hands and was surprised. Dad, where are the peaches you bought? Uncle Zhang couldn't bear to lose face with that person, so he made an excuse. Hey, don't mention it, the peaches are rotten, I threw them all away. Xiao Zhang heard it and immediately said in a panic, why throw it away, let's go back to find the boss. Uncle Zhang didn't care. Well, look for him, I'm in a good mood today, let's spend some money. After lunch, Zhu Chuchu took the initiative to wash the dishes. Jiang Ning sat on the small stool like a master again. His life is really good now. Tang Tang cooks the meals and Chuchu washes the dishes, and he doesn't have to move his fingers. Zhu Chuchu usually takes a nap at 1:20, and she has been studying in the shade at the door during this time. Zhu Yuantang is next to her, playing games with the speaker turned on, but Zhu Chuchu can still concentrate. She has such a strong concentration, otherwise she would not have been able to get into that Tsinghua and Peking University class of Yuzhou No. 2 middle school with a junior high school background in a township. During this time, Xiao Zhang, the son of Uncle Zhang next door, went out for a walk in flip-flops after dinner. On the first day back, the food at home was so good that he was very full. Xiao Zhang wanted to enjoy the scenery of the river dam. After all, he had been in Ancheng, the provincial capital, for a year. After going to college, he thought that his horizons had been broadened a lot. At this time, his mentality was a little bit critical, and he couldn't help but compare Yuzhou with Ancheng. He put his hands behind his back, creating a chic and free style, and he was full of emotion. Yuzhou, I'm Zhang Ruan, I'm back again today. After all, this is where he was born and raised. Even though he has seen a bigger world now, the old land still occupies a huge part in his heart. In an instant, Zhang Ruan was full of heroic spirit, and he was full of energy. One day, he would become a great man, and he would definitely make this river dam proud of him. He wanted to build roads, high-rise buildings, supermarkets, and amusement parks here, so that the poor people would no longer be afraid of darkness and dirt, and let them live a happy life. A young man with bright clothes and a furious horse, who doesn't know Zhang Ruan. At this thought, Zhang Ruan's state of mind suddenly reached the top. This is his mind. Zhang Ruan was immersed in his fantasy, slowly scanning the surrounding environment. At this time, he saw Zhu Chuchu, who was reading in the distance. Zhang Ruan was shocked. What kind of girl was that? She was just wearing a simple summer school uniform, but it was clean and eye-catching. Her face was smooth, and she was still young, but her cold and clear temperament was revealed from the inside out. It made Zhang Ruan feel cool in the hot summer. Zhang Ruan couldn't help but feel a kind of regret. I'm old, but you were not born yet. Zhu Chuchu retracted her gaze. She just thought it was strange that the young man was standing in a daze under the sun. Wasn't it hot? Zhang Ruan hurried home and looked in the mirror to make sure that her appearance today was perfect. He found his parents and asked indirectly, has another family moved into our row? Uncle Zhang, who was watching TV, replied, Aunt Pan's house was sold. At this time, the daughter of that family should be back. Zhang Ruan continued to ask, why did Aunt Pan leave? In the past, her family fried charred leaves and gave us a lot. They have established themselves in another place. Mrs. Zhang said. Zhang Ruan saw the truth. What is the background of the new mover? Uncle Zhang didn't think too much and said, it's amazing, working for Chang Qinghai. Zhang Ruan was shocked. He was an Ancheng, and he knew the current influence of Chang Qinghai very well from the discussion with his classmates. He didn't expect that there would be employees of Chang Qinghai in a small river dam. However, Zhang Ruan didn't think it was amazing. He was a civil engineer, and the older he got, the more popular he became. The future is limitless. No matter how big the company is, it is just so-so in the eyes of college students. Through chatting, Zhang Ruan obtained Zhu Chuchu's information. He found an excuse to end the chat and walked to the door of Zhu Yuantang's house in 1, 2, and 3 steps. Zhang Ruan had some impression of Zhu Yuantang, a little brat who could occasionally say hello. Zhang Ruan squeezed out the most sunny smile and took the initiative to say, hey, Zhu Yuantang, have you eaten? Zhu Yuantang, I have. You were in the first grade of high school at the beginning of last year, and you should be in the second grade of high school this year, right? Zhu Yuantang, you make sense. Zhang Ruan vaguely felt that the atmosphere was not right. He was a college student and joined the student union. He had gone out with the minister to solicit sponsorship, watched debates, and visited the elderly in nursing homes. He was a pillar of the new generation. Zhang Ruan controlled the whole situation and made a joke. Today I went home and bought peaches with my dad. What happened? The peaches were all rotten and thrown away by my dad. Zhu Yuantang was silent for a few seconds, puzzled. No, I obviously ate the peaches. Zhang Ruan left, and Zhu Chuchu went to school. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning went back to the house to watch a movie. She said to Jiang Ning, many people in our class are going to climb Mount Tay on the 10th. Jiang Ning, do you want to go? Zhu Yuantang wanted to go with Jiang Ning a little, but she didn't have enough money. It's too hot. I don't want to. Zhu Yuantang denied it. Jiang Ning smiled but said nothing. Zhu Yuantang felt uneasy when he looked at her, so she simply kept a distance, sat up straight, and looked straight ahead. After a while, she moved closer again. She liked to be close to Jiang Ning, and he smelled very fresh. The computer screen was playing a spy movie. The bad guys were secretly plotting, and a vicious plan was about to be launched. The evil bad guys were talking with their mouths close to each other's ears, which was obviously normal, but Zhu Yuantang suddenly laughed. Jiang Ning, why is Tang Tang laughing for no reason? Zhu Yuantang coughed twice, but didn't answer directly. She was too stupid when she was a child. Whenever similar scenes appeared on TV, she would always get close to the TV and put her ears close to it, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation. It was not until she grew up that she understood that, even if she turned up the volume to the maximum, she still couldn't hear the conversation. She naturally didn't tell Jiang Ning about such a stupid thing. Wouldn't it affect her image? After a movie was over, there was a noise outside the house, and Zhu Yuantang immediately got up from the sofa. Mom is back. She was so happy that she pushed open the door and rushed out. Aunt Gu was very pleased to see her daughter coming to greet her, and then she noticed Jiang Ning behind her. Mom, what did you win in the lottery? Zhu Yuantang was curious. She was most looking forward to her mother's prize. Aunt Gu looked at her daughter and Jiang Ning and said frankly, a travel voucher. Zhu Yuantang was puzzled. What? Hua Fengmei next to her. Good things. But it's a pity she felt regretful. The travel voucher had a reimbursement limit of 30,000 yuan, but it was a pity that it could not be cashed, and there was no salary during the tour, so Sister Gu would definitely not go. There was another reason. The voucher was only valid for 2 months and it expired. In fact, there are better travel awards at the mid-year meeting, such as a 1-month tour in Hainan, where you can bring your family together and get salary during the vacation. Unfortunately, Sister Gu was unlucky and didn't win. Thinking of this, Hua Fengmei took out her prize. She won an electric pressure cooker worth 5 or 600 yuan. After returning home, Zhu Yuantang poured water for his mother and Hua Fengmei and took some dried fruits and snacks to discuss the disposal of the travel voucher. Hua Fengmei, the company said that it can't be resold. Aunt Gu wondered, isn't it too rigid? Jiang Ning watched from the sidelines and thought, how can it not be rigid? For this voucher, Xiao Shuangshang specially hired a team to customize the rules, and all the aspects that ordinary people think of were avoided. When Aunt Gu was discussing with Hua Fengmei, Zhu Yuantang whispered, Mom, many classmates in our class have agreed to climb Mount Tay together. After she finished speaking, she was silent. Aunt Gu glanced at Tang Tang. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. She and Tang Tang depend on each other for life, so she naturally knows what she thinks. Aunt Gu sighed in her heart. She had been busy with life for many years and had never taken her daughter out to play properly. She also knew how well other children lived, while her own daughter could only stay in a bungalow on the river dam. In the past, she was trapped in reality and had no choice. Now she may have the ability to change a little. Aunt Gu looked at Tang Tang, and her eyes moved to Jiang Ning. She pushed the travel voucher in front of Jiang Ning, as well as a bank card attached. Hua Fengmei was shocked. She didn't expect that Sister Gu valued Jiang Ning so much. Jiang Ning, I know you are independent and can rent a house by yourself. Last year, you went to another province to visit your parents. Didn't your classmates say that you would climb Mount Tay? Take Tang Tang to play together. Aunt Gu said. In the past year, she watched Jiang Ning come here. This child has his own ideas and is responsible. When she was sick, it was thanks to him who took care of her. He was good to Tang Tang and knew the limits. Jiang Ning pushed with both hands. Auntie, you can't do that. Aunt Gu said in a gentle voice. I don't feel safe leaving it in Tang Tang's hands. You take it. Remember to issue an invoice after spending. I will give it to the company later. In the end, Jiang Ning refused several times, and even Hua Fengmei joined in persuading him. In desperation, he reluctantly accepted Aunt Gu's kindness. Afterwards, Zhu Yuantang ran to his room and asked secretly, Jiang Ning, are you happy? Happy? Is my mother good to you? Yes. Hehe. Zhu Yuantang was very happy. In the past, when she was away from home, she was often forced to spend Jiang Ning's money. Now she can finally repay him, and she can stand up straight again in the future. Travel. Zhu Yuantang sat on the sofa, looking forward to climbing Mount Tay with Jiang Ning. Life is so wonderful, Zhu Yuantang sighed. She had the idea of taking Jiang Ning on a trip yesterday, but who knew that her dream would come true today. A sense of happiness came naturally, and Zhu Yuantang's smile lasted for a long time. Until the evening, when Zhu Chachu came home, Zhu Yuantang shared it with her happily. Zhu Chachu was also surprised, and gave her sincere blessings. Zhu Yuantang, don't worry, Chachu, I will take pictures and send them to you. You should study hard at home. Okay. 3 days later, July 10th. The time agreed by the students of class 8 has arrived. 9 o'clock in the morning. Aunt Gu applied to go to the company a little later today, just to pack her daughter's luggage, ID card, mobile phone, change of clothes, daily necessities, etc. Filled a large bag. Jiang Ning carried it easily in her hand, and there was a small bag on Zhu Yuantang's back. Aunt Gu told her daughter to be with Jiang Ning all the time, not to meddle in other people's business, not to have conflicts with others, and to be careful not to catch a cold, etc. Zhu Yuantang nodded, but her eyes were on the neighbor Dong Dong's house. Not only her, but also the nearby residents, Uncle Tang, Teacher Kyan, and Uncle Zhang were all watching the fun. The fat old lady screamed, "Are you going or not? Are you going or not?" She hadn't closed her eyes for 3 days, and her eyes were bloodshot, which was very scary. Dong Dong lay on the ground, howling heartbreakingly, "I won't go, I won't go." In the past 2 days, the grandparents and grandchildren were almost broken by the torture of the heavenly demon formation. Whenever they were about to fall asleep, a gust of cold wind and ghost screams came out of nowhere, and they were directly awakened. After all, people are not made of iron. The fat old lady couldn't bear it, and decided to move away temporarily, and leave this place. Dong Dong was unwilling, and the grandparents and grandchildren had a conflict. "If you don't leave, I will beat you to death." The fat old lady held the stick. After several days of torture, she was now flammable and explosive, and she was not in a good mood with her beloved grandson. Dong Dong's voice was sonorous and powerful, and he threatened, "If you dare to beat me to death, I will beat you to death too." The fat old lady exploded and said sternly, "I will beat you to death now." She picked up the stick and hit her grandson on the leg. Dong Dong screamed and reached out to hit the fat old lady, but without weapons, he was no match for the fat old lady. He rolled on the ground and howled like a pig. Uncle Zhang asked Teacher Kyan for pumpkin seeds and started eating them. "My goodness, I'm dying of laughter." He had long disliked the grandparents and grandchildren, and the harder they beat them, the more he loved them. "The child is still young, don't beat him, don't beat him anymore." Uncle Tang tried to be a peacemaker, but he was hit in the face with a stick, almost slapping his nose, and he was so angry that he cursed. Teacher Kyan shouted, "There are too many people here. It's not appropriate to beat the child. Go back to the room and beat him." After beating for about 5 minutes, Uncle Tang shouted, "Don't beat him anymore. Beat him to death." Uncle Zhang, "Nonsense. Dong Dong has been a tough kid since he was young. You can't beat him with a rolling pin." There was a commotion, and it gradually died down after 10 minutes. Aunt Gu said, "It's time to go." Zhu Yuantang was still reluctant to leave, so Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike and said, "Well, it's time to go." Jiang Ning tied the bag to the crossbar of the bike, took Tang Tang with him, and left the bungalow with Aunt Gu. They rode all the way to the train station, and Jiang Ning parked the mountain bike. The two walked slowly towards the train station. Zhu Yuantang looked back every few steps, looking at her mother with attachment, and a deep reluctance appeared on her face. Aunt Gu waved gently, hiding her worries in her heart, and called out, "Have fun. Mom will wait for you to come back at home." Aunt Gu didn't turn around until she saw the two figures, one big and one small, enter the train station. On the way to get the battery car, Aunt Gu raised her left hand. She was wearing a round green bracelet on her wrist, which was given by her daughter. At this time, a small crack appeared on the smooth jade surface. Aunt Gu clearly remembered that it didn't exist before. Yuzhou has extremely developed transportation, and it can be ranked among the national railway transportation hub cities. The train station has a huge flow of people at any time. Zhu Yuantang stuck to Jiang Ning, nervously looking at the strangers around him, and timidly asked, "Which ticket machine is this? Follow me." He was about to lead Tang Tang to get the ticket. Suddenly, a cheerful girl's voice sounded behind him. "Hey, Jiang Ning, you are here too?" Chapter 438, First Train Ride. Zhu Yuantang heard the familiar voice, turned around and recognized her classmate. The girl had short black hair that spread out casually, a beautiful face, bright eyes, and a soft sportswear, which exuded a bold and free-spirited look. "Yang Sheng, you're here?" Zhu Yuantang was surprised. She looked at the other girl next to Yang Sheng. Zhu Yuantang raised her head slightly, because the girl was too tall, only slightly shorter than Jiang Ning, and was wearing sports shorts. Zhu Yuantang was attracted by her pair of dazzling white long legs. She resisted the urge to look down at her short legs, fearing that she would be ashamed. Tang Fu. She was the only one at the small dining table who was not a member of Class 8. Yang Sheng noticed Zhu Yuantang's doubts and smiled. "Dong Qingfeng came to me the day before yesterday and asked me if I would come to Tai City. I saw that there were a lot of people, so I agreed. It was just in time to try the Shandong barbecue again. It was not easy to get people together to go to Shandong for barbecue. Now that a classmate was willing, Yang Sheng certainly didn't want to miss it. She liked to play around. This is Tang Fu, my badminton buddy. No need to introduce. Yang Sheng said. The only time she and Tang Fu had met before was at the sports meet. In that long jump event, Yang Sheng lost to Tang Fu. At that time, Tang Fu, as the sports committee member of class 7, had a strong personality, showed her edge, and commanded the overall situation. Later, after the small dining table plan, Yang Sheng discovered Tang Fu's true nature, and thus had an intersection with Tang Fu. During the summer vacation, Yang Sheng saw her photos playing badminton in the circle of friends, and after a few interactions, they became badminton buddies. This time she planned to come to Shandong province, and took her along. Jiang Ning simply greeted her, and went to the ticket machine to get the ticket. Yang Sheng came over and asked, "Which car are you in?" "Number 9. Zhu Yuantang held the ticket. She and Jiang Ning were in the same car, with a lower berth ticket for a hard sleeper. It takes 5 hours to get from Yaozhou to Tai City by train. If you sit in a hard seat for 5 hours, you will be tired. After considering it, Jiang Ning chose a hard sleeper. I'm in carriage number 10. Yang Sheng and Tang Fu also bought hard sleeper tickets. Their family conditions were not as good as those of the rich, but they were better off than the poor, so they didn't skimp on the fare. It seems that we can't be together. Yang Sheng picked up his backpack. Dong Qingfeng and the others are on the same train with us. Let's go to the waiting hall first. Zhu Yuantang followed Jiang Ning, checked her tickets with the crowd, scanned her luggage, and entered the waiting hall on the second floor. She had never been here before, and it was very novel. Jiang Ning was familiar with the route, and walked into their waiting hall. The train was scheduled to leave at 10:40, and it was now 9:30, which was more than an hour away. Not long after waiting, Dong Qingfeng and his group appeared in a mighty manner. Zhu Yuantang looked around, and saw many classmates: Dong Qingfeng, Huang Zhangfei, Shan Keiquan, Jiuo Kunan, Yu Wen, and Jian Yanan. When Dong Qingfeng saw Yang Sheng and Tang Fu, he ran to them quickly, and said with a smile, "You are all here." Jiuo Kunan greeted Jiang Ning and the others, then found an empty seat, and climbed the mountain with his good brother Keiquan. He only wanted to relax this time. He had fallen in love countless times, and been hurt countless times this year. Jiuo Kunan decided to climb a mountain to cleanse his soul, make up for his heart, and become the free and unrestrained self again. Yang Sheng was surprised. "Squad leader, why are you here?" Jiang Yanan, "Squad leader is here to guide us." For the lifelong happiness of her good sister Yuan, she pretended to be ignorant, and hoped that the squad leader would help them. Sure enough, she asked him to come. Dong Qingfeng got the right ticket. They all had hard seats. If Dong Qingfeng traveled alone, he would definitely be a soft sleeper. But in order to be with Yang Sheng, Tang Fu, Jiang Yanan and the others, he had to choose a hard seat. Later, he learned that Yang Sheng had bought the ticket in advance. Shan Keiquan and Jiuo Kunan took hard seats. It only takes 5 hours from Yaozhou to Taizhou. For energetic high school students, they can easily endure even a 14-hour hard seat. The main reason is that hard seats are cheap, only 40 yuan or so. Dong Qingfeng discussed with several people. Today is the 10th. I looked at the weather forecast. It will rain on the 13th, so in order to see the sunrise, we can only climb today or tomorrow. If we climb during the day, we need to stay on the top of Mount Tai for a long time. It is very cold on the mountain. If the wind blows, it is easy to get sick. Yuan, can't we stay overnight? Dong Qingfeng shook his head. Accommodation on the mountain is too expensive, several hundred yuan a night, and the key is that the environment is very poor. Yuan's family is just an ordinary family. When they heard the price, they immediately discouraged them. Dong Qingfeng, so my suggestion is that we take a break first, and then everyone can try Shandong barbecue in the evening. Yang Sheng, I agree. Tang Fu clapped her hands. Barbecue with beer. With their approval, Dong Qingfeng smiled and raised his voice. Then tomorrow, the 11th, we will continue to rest and catch up on sleep during the day. Set off for Mount Tai at 10 PM, climb Mount Tai at night, and enjoy the sunrise on the 12th. But there are disadvantages to climbing at night. You can't see the scenery during the climb, he added. Jiuo Kunan, you can get up early the next day to see it. Huang Zhangfei estimated and said, not very good, very tired the next day. Guo-kun disagreed. Squad leader, you underestimated our physical fitness. Huang Zhangfei did not argue, but talked about the accommodation problem. He had been to Mount Tai before, and his family had relatives doing business here. My relatives have 2 houses, 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which are well decorated, and can be used by us, he said. Deng Qingfeng, squad leader, you tell me how much it should cost. Don't do it for free. We can't take advantage of you. Huang Zhangfei thought for a moment and said, 100 a day. Others may not understand the business, but Deng Qingfeng often goes out to play, so he knows a lot. What nonsense? Friendship prices can't be like this. Huang Zhangfei changed his words. Just 200 a day, 4 people in 1 room. It's 50 yuan per person per day, which is very cheap. After saying that, he looked at the few people apologetically. Yuan counted silently in her heart. There were 5 boys and 5 girls in total, and there were not enough rooms to share. Yuan shouted in her heart, I can share a room with the squad leader. I don't take up space. Jiang Ning said, we have booked a hotel. You guys share it. After confirming the process, Deng Qingfeng created a WeChat discussion group to facilitate communication and added Tang Fu's contact information by the way. The waiting time was very long. It was past 10 o'clock, and Zhu Yuantang was hungry. She was too excited in the morning and only ate a little breakfast. She took out instant noodles from her bag, but there were too many strangers around, so she hesitated to make them. Seeing her cowardly look, Jiang Ning was amused. He asked Zhu Yuantang to watch over the luggage, and went to McDonald's to buy a hamburger meal. Zhu Yuantang looked eagerly. She had never eaten McDonald's before. Jiang Ning tasted a French fry, and Zhu Yuantang looked even hungrier, but she was never the kind of person who would take the initiative to eat. She asked implicitly, is it delicious? Jiang Ning put the French fry in front of her. Let me smell it for you. Is it fragrant? Zhu Yuantang was already hungry, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Fragrant, fragrant. When she was away from home, she only trusted herself. Jiang Ning did not tease her like before, and gave her the whole meal. Zhu Yuantang smiled very happily, and shared half of the French fries. After eating, the announcement sounded in the waiting hall, and the train began to check tickets. Zhu Yuantang hurriedly grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave, for fear of missing the train. Jiang Ning crossed his legs and said calmly, don't worry, wait a moment. Seeing him like this, Zhu Yuantang pretended to be calm and sat down. It was not until the ticket checking line was half full that Jiang Ning walked over slowly. The current ticket checking method is to use a ticket clamp to check the ticket. After the ticket is cut, there is a small gap. After passing the ticket check, enter the overpass, and then go down the stairs to the expected arrival location of the train. There are passengers waiting for the train nearby. Zhu Yuantang looked around with her dark eyes, and everything was unfamiliar to her. Suddenly, a whistle sounded in the distance, and Zhu Yuantang saw a huge train coming from a distance, like a steel beast. She hurriedly stepped back, and from a distance, Zhu Yuantang looked directly at Jiang Ning's back. He was still standing there, floating in the air. Zhu Yuantang always felt that Jiang Ning's standing posture was very cool and indescribably elegant. She wanted to imitate it, but unfortunately she couldn't. Car number 9. As soon as he entered the carriage, Jiang Ning activated his spiritual sense and locked onto the lower bunk where he was. A spiritual force was driven out, like an all-pervasive ultrasonic wave, sweeping all the quilts and pillows on the bed to remove dust, stains, and bacteria. There were many passengers in the carriage, and a unique smell of the train came over. Zhu Yuantang grabbed Jiang Ning's backpack. Finally found a bunk. Zhu Yuantang sat on the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. She shook the quilt on the bed again and found it was very clean. She thought the train environment was quite good. Jiang Ning was in the bunk opposite her. Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning, and the discomfort of coming to a strange place was diluted a lot. As long as he was there, Zhu Yuantang felt inexplicably at ease. In the bunk next to her, a little boy tried hard to climb to the middle bunk, and her parents urged him from below. The staff on the train urged the parents. It turned out that they only bought a sleeper for their child, and they were in the hard seat car. There was a strong snoring sound from the upper bunk opposite, but it soon disappeared. A young lady stared at Jiang Ning for a few times, surprised by the boy's appearance. Then he took off his shoes and climbed up to the middle bunk. Zhu Yuantang observed and found that the lower bunk was the most spacious. Jiang Ning must have had foresight to choose such a good position. After a brief confusion, accompanied by noise, the train slowly started, and the scenery outside the window receded. Zhu Yuantang sat on the bed, looking at the gradually moving Yazhou city. Not only Yazhou, but also everything she was familiar with, her family and friends. And everything she faced was unfamiliar. It was like her first time taking a train from Humiao town to Yazhou city. She couldn't help but feel melancholy. She just went out, but she wanted to go home again. She missed her mother, Chachu, her soft bed, the sofa in Jiang Ning's room, Jiang Ning's computer, and her own refrigerator, because there were many snacks in the refrigerator. She looked at Jiang Ning opposite, and he watched the scenery outside the window with her. Jiang Ning saw Zhu Yuantang's state. He took out his backpack, took out a well-packaged bag, and gently untied it. A breath of ice cubes emanated. "Eat it." Jiang Ning handed it to her. Zhu Yuantang held the wooden handle in disbelief that he actually brought mung bean ice cream. The familiar taste of mung beans instantly made Zhu Yuantang's worries disappear. She now felt that home was always by her side. Fear and confusion all disappeared. Zhu Yuantang ate the ice cream happily. It was delicious because she made it herself. Jiang Ning brought 6 or 7 ice creams. He sent a message to Yang Sheng in the next carriage, asking her if she wanted any. If she wanted to eat, she could come and get them. In less than a minute, Yang Sheng appeared in front of him. "Thank you, I'll treat you to ice water when we get to the station." After that, she took 2 popsicles and returned to the carriage. Yang Sheng showed the ice cream. The passengers in their berths were a little dumbfounded. Wouldn't the ice cream melt if they brought it on the train? Yang Sheng gave one to Tang Fu, and they ate together while sitting on Tang Fu's lower berth. Tang Fu felt that the ice cream was vaguely familiar, so she asked, "Did you buy it?" "Jiang Ning gave it to me." "Oh." Tang Fu's dusty memory immediately opened up. She remembered that during the opening ceremony of the school celebration, everyone was exposed to the sun, and Jiang Ning, who was in the 8th class formation next door, was eating ice cream. How abominable. Unexpectedly, one day, she would be able to eat it. Sitting on the lower bunk opposite Tang Fu was an auntie, who was well dressed, very cultured, and good at socializing. She had just chatted with the 2 male college students above. "You are amazing to bring ice cream up," the auntie praised. When someone talked to her, Tang Fu certainly would not pretend not to hear. "My classmate gave it to me." "Are you in college?" The auntie started to chat. "No, I'm only in the 2nd year of high school at the beginning of the school year." Tang Fu did not hide it. She didn't think the other party had bad intentions. The public security is very good now. Moreover, she is a sports specialty student, 1.8 meters tall, and her physical fitness is better than that of boys of the same age. What's more, she is not stupid and will not be deceived. "You're only in the 2nd year of high school?" A male college student in the middle bunk started talking to them. They really didn't expect it. Yang Sheng continued to eat ice cream and stood by to watch. She didn't like chatting with strangers. Auntie saw that Tang Fu was very tall and asked curiously, "Little girl, how old are you? When were you born?" Tang Fu finished the last ice cream. Her tongue felt cold. She wanted to say 1998, but then she thought that she was born in December 1998, which was almost equivalent to 1999. Tang Fu hesitated for a moment and said, 1999. "The same age as my daughter," Auntie said, maybe seeing her hesitation in answering. Auntie asked again without knowing anything, "What's your zodiac sign?" Tang Fu wanted to say that she was a tiger, but she stopped talking. She was born in 1998 and was a tiger, but she said she was born in 1999. What was her zodiac sign in 1999? Tang Fu thought for a long time, feeling uncomfortable. No matter what, she couldn't remember what her zodiac sign was in 1999. Auntie and the male college student in the upper bunk and the middle bunk all focused their attention on Tang Fu. The atmosphere was a little frozen for a moment. Yang Sheng glanced at her, finished chewing the ice cream, and said, "She is a rabbit." Tang Fu, "Oh, yes, a rabbit." The aunt laughed dryly twice and didn't say anything else. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the train had been running for more than 4 hours. The people in the sleeper berths were fine, but the people in the hard seats were a little tired. Huang Zhangfei leaned against the bed and slept. Deng Qingfeng slept on the table. The two brothers Shan Kaikun also slept. Jiang Yanan and Yuwen did not sleep. The two communicated with each other through eye contact. Yuwen said that traveling is the best opportunity to enhance the relationship between the two sides. She has been silent for too long. This time she must get closer to the class leader. Jiang Yanan told her to wish her the best. Yuwen planned everything well. They would have a barbecue in the evening and would definitely drink at that time. And alcohol is most likely to cause accidents. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, Toast. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when they arrived in Tay City. After leaving the train, many people were holding their phones on the platform, taking pictures of the mountains in the distance. Today, the fog was heavy and hazy. Jiang Ning had previously privately chatted with the squad leader to ask about their accommodation location and contacted Xiao Shuangshang on the way to ask her to temporarily change the hotel she was staying in, which was only 100 or 200 meters away from Huang Zhangfei and his friends. Jiang Ning, have you noticed that the sun is very hot? A little bit. Zhu Yuantang walked and stopped, passing by the shady place, and felt that the temperature dropped instantly. She found that the climate in Tay City seemed different from that in Yazhou. The sun in Yazhou is much gentler. Following the flow of people out of the station, everyone gathered together. Huang Zhangfei looked at the sun. The place where we live is 4 kilometers away from us. It's estimated that taking a taxi will cost more than 10 yuan. It's more cost effective for us to have more people. He specially asked for everyone's opinions. No one objected. Huang Zhangfei helped to stop the car and sent several people away one by one. In the end, he took the same taxi with Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang. Shandong University of Science and Technology, nearby hotels. Zhu Yuantang stayed in a hotel for the first time. He saw a magnificent lobby with marble floors, flowers, and plants on the walls, and crystal chandeliers on the high ceilings. "Hello, sir." The front desk clerk smiled warmly and said to Jiang Ning, "2 rooms." "Okay." The clerk checked him in. Soon, 2 room cards were handed over, along with 4 breakfast coupons. "Hello, breakfast will be provided in the restaurant before 10 AM tomorrow." Jiang Ning collected the room cards and took away the timid Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang asked in a low voice, "Are 2 rooms very expensive?" Jiang Ning, 2 rooms, a total of just over 600 yuan a night. In Taiyuan in 2014, it was not a holiday, and the hotel that could be stayed at this price was of good quality. Zhu Yuantang took a breath of cold air. His smart eyes widened in disbelief. 600 yuan. How many snacks can be bought? Jiang Ning said, "Don't forget that your mother won 30,000 yuan. We still have 50 days left in the summer vacation. Even if we stay in a hotel every day, we can't spend it all. It will be invalid if it expires." Zhu Yuantang felt much more balanced after hearing this. She glanced at the breakfast coupons again. It was the first time she saw this thing. She said confidently, "4 breakfast coupons are actually okay. We can finish them." Jiang Ning, "You can't finish them. These are buffet breakfast coupons." Buffet. Zhu Yuantang felt so sad. What should I do? It's a waste. Jiang Ning, "It doesn't matter. Yang Sheng doesn't live far away anyway. Give it to her." They took the elevator all the way to the 9th floor. Before entering the room, Jiang Ning launched his spiritual sense to scan and clean the room to ensure that the living environment was spotless. He went to room 907 first and swiped the room card for Zhu Yuantang. When Zhu Yuantang entered the room, she didn't pay attention to anything else. She saw a few small baskets on the table with oranges, green dates, peaches and other fruits. There were also potato chips, melon seeds, biscuits, dried fish, and want snow cakes, all of which were familiar brands. Zhu Yuantang asked hesitantly, "Is it charged?" Only after she finished speaking did she realize that she had exposed her lack of knowledge. Jiang Ning, it's free, eat as much as you want. He opened the refrigerator, which contained purified water, cola, several small boxes of yogurt, and a few popsicles in the freezer above. Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up. If it was free, with her personality, she would definitely not keep any. Jiang Ning used her spiritual sense to check other rooms, which also had these things. It seemed to be the basic configuration of this hotel. Zhu Yuantang got familiar with the hotel. The room was large and tidy, with all the necessary facilities, and even a bathtub. She changed into slippers, connected her phone to Wi-Fi, then turned on the TV, sat by the French window, ate snacks and drank drinks, and looked down at the city of Tay. Jiang Ning did not return to the room for the time being, and watched TV with Zhu Yuantang. It was very similar to the way they got along at home, except that the TV in the hotel was bigger, the view was wider, and there were mountains in the distance. Zhu Yuantang felt that everything was very novel, and the comfortable experience made her feel that this trip was happy, and she even developed a good impression of Tay City. She did not forget to send photos to her mother and Chachu. The lights were on and the neon lights were flickering. At the entrance of the hotel, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang arrived hand in hand. Huang Zhongfei and his group had just arrived, and Ji Yuo-kun said excitedly, "Let's go, let's eat barbecue. Try the barbecue in Shandong province." Shan Kaikun also yearned for it. They sat in hard seats for 5 hours. After returning, they did not rest. Deng Qingfeng called them to Jiang Yanan's place to play. Huang Zhongfei's relative's house is finely decorated, with a 55-inch imported big-name TV in the living room. The boys and girls gathered together, watching variety shows, chatting, and they were very happy. Huang Zhongfei originally planned to buy some food, but was rejected by Shan Kaikun and others. He waited until now to go out for barbecue. 3 taxis started, and sitting in Jiang Ning's car were Yang Sheng and Tang Fu. Jiang Ning was the co-pilot, and the little Zhu Yuantang was near the right. She handed 2 breakfast buffet coupons to Yang Sheng. "Jiang Ning and I can't use them all, so you guys can come to the hotel for breakfast tomorrow morning." Before Yang Sheng could speak, Tang Fu was puzzled. "Why are there 2 more coupons? Aren't you staying together?" Jiang Ning, 2 rooms. Yang Sheng, Tang Fu, are you stupid? After all, they were all high school students. Although Yang Sheng was always casual and straightforward, she still knew a thing or two about relationships between men and women. In her opinion, 2 rooms were reasonable, even though Zhu Yuantang was very young. Yang Sheng took the breakfast coupons. "Thank you, I'll treat you guys to snacks tomorrow night." There were many types of hotel buffets, some of which also had local specialties. The hotel where Jiang Ning stayed looked quite grand, so the breakfast was probably not bad. The taxi shuttled through the crowd, and Zhu Yuantang looked at the scenery outside the car window. Jiang Ning closed his eyes, but despite this, he still kept a trace of consciousness to prevent any accidents. Beer and barbecue city. Wide and clean streets. Squad leader, where are we going to eat? Shan Kaikun looked at the dazzling array of shops. Huang Zhongfei, it's just in front, follow me. In almost every barbecue restaurant ahead, there were people standing on the roadside soliciting customers, which was a rare sight in Yuzhou. Huang Zhongfei declined all the requests and stopped in front of a particularly large barbecue restaurant. At first glance, the hall was like a school cafeteria, with dozens of tables, most of which were occupied by the guests. Led by the waiter, everyone came to a location near the south, where 2 long tables were put together, enough to seat 10 people. A huge screen was broadcasting football games, and people were watching the games while eating. When ordering, Shan Kaikun discovered that the mutton skewers in Tay City were not calculated by the string, but by the kilogram, which surprised him. Huang Zhongfei ordered 2 kilograms of mutton first, and everyone ordered dishes in turn. Jiang Yanan looked at a table of guests nearby and said to Yuan, "Those 2 guys are so strong." Yuan turned around and saw, as expected, a bald uncle and a flat-headed uncle, both full of flesh and stronger than the average 2 people, blowing beer bottles. In the past, Yuan would definitely stay away from such people. Deng Qingfeng, who was standing next to her, observed and said, "Don't worry about eating. With Jiang Ning here, there's nothing to be afraid of." Apart from anything else, traveling with Jiang Ning means they have an extra bodyguard to prevent accidents. Even though Yuan was devoted to her squad leader, she felt relieved when she heard this. Would you like canned hawthorn juice? It's a local specialty and it tastes good. Huang Zhangfei recommended. Give me a can. Shan Keikun and others said in unison. Let's get some wine. Yang Sheng patted the table. Just draft beer. It's refreshing to drink. Shan Keikun looked at Yang Sheng's domineering and generous appearance and actually recalled his miserable past as a slave in the classroom. Shan Keikun patted the table and said, class monitor, order some wine. I'll beat you today. Jiuo Kunan supported his good brother. Bring on the wine. Bring on the wine. If you don't drink, is it still called skewers? When you are out and about, you meet old friends in a foreign land. Although everyone was not particularly familiar with each other in class before, in this situation, they unconsciously became closer and talked less restrainedly than before. Deng Qingfeng, not only draft beer, but also 2 bottles of white wine. Huang Zhangfei hesitated. Not so good, I'm worried that everyone will get into trouble if they drink too much. Jiang Ning said, just drink it, I'm here. He was very curious about what stupid things these people could do when they were drunk. Shan Keikun said, okay, I'm confident that Jiang Ning has what you said. Sergeant, serve the wine. Huang Zhangfei trusted Jiang Ning, which was a long-term prestige. Seeing this, he really ordered draft beer and white wine. The barbecue was served very quickly. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang sat at the edge, facing each other. Shan Keikun ate the skewers with big mouthfuls and did not forget to praise, oh my god, it's delicious. This barbecue is really good, and the skewers are so big, much bigger than what we usually eat at Sister Ma's house. Tang Fu, it's really affordable. Yang Sheng drank the iced hawthorn juice, it's by pound anyway, so there's no difference between big and small skewers. Zhu Yuantang touched 2 skewers of meat, and his lips were covered with oil from eating. Deng Qingfeng lit up his wine glass. Squad leader, I want to toast you. Thanks to you for arranging the room and bringing us here to eat. Otherwise we would have taken a lot of detours. Cheers. Bang. Everyone smiled at each other and drank it all in one gulp. Zhu Yuantang closed her eyes tightly. It was her first time to drink draft beer, and it was so unpalatable. Jiang Ning smiled and said, if you can't drink it, drink less. There were many people outside, so Zhu Yuantang didn't argue with him. She only bossed him around at home. Various grilled skewers were served one after another, including pork belly, lamb tendons, palm treasures, lamb livers, grilled fish, and grilled wings. Although Deng Keikun and his friends were just poor students, no one was stingy when they went out this time. Not only grilled skewers, but also a lot of side dishes, boiled edamame, peanuts, and smashed cucumbers. Zhu Yuantang ate grilled noodles, which were super big, grilled until golden brown, and sprinkled with sugar on the surface, which was very delicious. After drinking draft beer, Huang Zhangfei ordered another box of beer, and ordered juice and cola for those who did not drink, to ensure that no one was left out. During the period, Shan Keikun took photos and sent them to the class group, which caused quite a stir. Cuiu said that, if he had known that he would come, Jiang Yanan happened to be there. Chen Xiao asked them if they smelled good, and Zhu Yuantang took photos for her to smell. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone drank a lot of beer. The young man didn't feel anything, so he decided to have white wine. The 2 big brothers at the next table started playing finger guessing. They were drunk and argued about who ran faster when they were in school. One boasted that he ran 50 miles in one breath when he was young. The other boasted that he ran from the county to the village. After that, he ate 2 skewers of kidneys and drank half a bottle of beer. Who was not convinced, the 2 argued fiercely and almost fought. Finally, the 2 decided to compete on the spot, and they did it right away. They tightened their belts and prepared for the competition. Yang Sheng stepped on the beer box, raised his arm, and waved his hand with a unique referee temperament. Ready, go. The 2 big men rushed forward like wild donkeys and ran out of the hall in an instant. The diners around were all dumbfounded. The waiter ran to check, slapped his head, and shouted, they haven't paid yet. The boss was also alarmed and hurried over. Fuck, they don't want to default on the bill, do they? The air around them suddenly became cheerful. Jiang Ning's table upgraded from drinking beer to drinking white wine. Shan Kaiquan pretended to be cool. Yang Sheng, half a cup, dare you? Are you scared? Yang Sheng raised his eyebrows and accepted the challenge. Shan Kaiquan raised his glass again. King Feng, have a glass. Dong King Feng didn't dare to accept the challenge for a while. Shan Kaiquan sneered, aren't you a bit arrogant in the group? Brother Nan, raise your glass. Jiuo Kunan immediately raised his white wine and mocked, if you are a man, drink it. Dong King Feng couldn't sit still. People took the initiative to greet him, why should he back down? Yuan next to him slapped the table, I'll drink with you, Yanan, pour me a glass. Everyone was shocked. Yuan looked at the squad leader with affectionate eyes, not hiding her love. She said, I drink for the squad leader. She has never been a delicate and weak woman. She wants to maintain the dignity of the squad leader. Yuan had seen on TV that a wife blocked the wine for her husband. Now, she has fulfilled the responsibility of the squad leader's wife. Jiang Ning silently raised his glass. Cheers. Shan Kaiquan was ruthless and drank half a glass of white wine in one gulp. An ordinary plastic cup like this can hold 2 or 3 teals of wine, and half a cup is more than 1 teal. After taking a sip, it was really ecstasy. Shan Kaiquan grinned, it's so good, so good. He ate 2 skewers of mutton and said, more. After that, he poured another half cup. Jiuo Kunan risked his life to accompany a gentleman. Dong King Feng cursed the 2 of them in his heart, but he was not a man if he didn't drink. He continued with his head held high. Yang Sheng was also in the drinking party. After 3 rounds of drinking, the alcohol gradually took effect. Yuan was dizzy and was supported by Jiang Yanan. Jiuo Kunan's dark face turned red, and Shan Kaiquan was not much better. He felt that his head was not his own. Yang Sheng ate the barbecue calmly, as if nothing had happened. Drink more. Shan Kaiquan swore that he would not end it until Yang Sheng was drunk today. Dong King Feng, who took a breath, was once again forced to join the battle. The wine made people brave. Yuan, who was resting at halftime, lay on the table, feeling dizzy. She looked at the squad leader affectionately and felt that the squad leader was shining with golden light and dazzling. She became much bolder and used all her life's knowledge. She sniffed and said, squad leader, do you smell something burnt? Huang Zhangfei looked at the barbecue and said, no, it's not burnt. Yuan smiled foolishly after being drunk, that's my heart, burning. Tang Fu almost spit out a mouthful of purified water. Jiang Yanan was extremely embarrassed. Huang Zhangfei maintained his politeness. I'll ask the boss for something to sober you up. Yuan continued to gaze at him affectionately. Tang Fu found it funny and didn't mind making a big deal out of it. What are you looking at Huang Zhangfei for? Yuan smiled very foolishly because there's something on his face. What is it? Yuan, my gaze. Tang Fu, cough cough cough. Yuan was completely drunk and didn't mind being embarrassed. Squad leader, I had a dream last night. She was about to continue to quote, but Jiuo Kunan, who was holding on, was halfway through drinking and suddenly thought of something sad and covered his face and sighed. She doesn't even care about my feelings. The pain suppressed in his heart suddenly broke out, and Jiuo Kunan couldn't help crying with his face covered. Shan Kaiquan saw his good brother was sad. He didn't know what happened. He suddenly felt very uncomfortable, thinking that all the pursuit of nearly a year was in vain. He was moved by the scene. He held his head and cried. The scene was very strange. Yang Sheng was confused. He was drinking, but he made 2 grown men cry. Chapter 440, Getting Drunk. You only drank half a catty? Yang Sheng was not interested. She thought Shan Kaiquan had a loud voice, but it turned out that he could not drink much. She glanced at Dong King Feng and saw that Dong King Feng was struggling to hold the table, his eyes wandering. He reached for the mutton skewers, trembling. Jiang Yanan helped him, but Dong King Feng couldn't control his dizzy head as soon as he touched the iron skewers and fell on the table. Yuan didn't drink much, almost as much as a plastic cup. She was slightly drunk, her body was light and she twisted like a hairtail. Fortunately, Jiang Yanan helped her, otherwise, according to Yang Sheng's judgment, Yuan would probably slide under the table, then slide under the table to Huang Zhangfei on the opposite side. Yuwen was intoxicated, and she couldn't help but say the words that had been accumulated in her heart. Squad leader, I had a dream last night. A nightmare. Her face was abnormally red, and Huang Zhangfei handed her a small box of yogurt. Yuwen said in a coquettish tone, I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. Huang Zhangfei had no choice but to put the yogurt on the table. Listen to me. Yuwen shook her hand and pinched her fingers. Huang Zhangfei was helpless. What nightmare? Yuwen blocked her mouth with her fingers. All dreams without you are nightmares. After saying this, even though Yang Sheng had a good alcohol tolerance, he felt uncomfortable. Huang Zhangfei picked up the yogurt again. Yuwen dragged out her voice. I want. Yang Sheng was not happy with both sides. She waved her hand. Yanan, feed Yuwen yogurt. Jiang Yanan also felt that Yuwen was too drunk and had to sober up. Otherwise, if this continued, her image in front of the squad leader would be completely lost. Although there was not much image. Yuwen opened the yogurt with a slap, and she picked up a half cup of white wine in a daze. Squad leader, let me show you a magic trick. Yanan, fire. Where's the fire? I'll spit fire for the squad leader to see. She took a sip of white wine and looked around for a lighter to show her talent. Shan Kaikun and Jiuo-kun were filled with grief. They hugged each other and cried bitterly. Jiuo-kun cried and slapped himself, shouting, Yanzi, Yanzi. The slapping was so loud that he couldn't stop it. He was very drunk. Sometimes he slapped Shan Kaikun, but Shan Kaikun didn't react at all. He just thought it was God's punishment for him. Deng Qingfeng lay down for a while and then stood up with the help of the table in a daze. He moved forward 2 steps, staggered, and almost fell. Fortunately, he supported himself in time. Tang Fu only drank beer and was not drunk. When she saw the scene on the table, she was stunned and full of disbelief. Are these still the classmates who were high-spirited, bright, and polite just now? Why do I feel possessed? Deng Qingfeng was so drunk that he couldn't walk. He held the table and swayed from side to side. His usual elegant demeanor was completely gone, and he looked like he was sick. He swayed so hard that the table swayed with him, and the coke in Zhu Yuantang's cup almost spilled. Zhu Yuantang quickly picked up the cup and drank most of it to avoid accidents. Jiuo-kun's crying seemed to cheer him up. Deng Qingfeng was shaking happily and found a sense of rhythm. The table was shaking more and more, affecting everyone's meal. Huang Zhangfei couldn't help asking, Qingfeng, Qingfeng, do you want me to help you? Deng Qingfeng slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. His vision was blurry. The sky and the ground were moving. He murmured, eat yours, don't disturb me surfing. After that, Deng Qingfeng continued to surf by holding the table. Jiang Yanan couldn't bear to watch. Surfing is surfing. The key is that Deng Qingfeng kept shaking the table, making it difficult for everyone to eat. Yang Sheng suggested, squad leader, why don't you find a table and let him surf happily? Deng Qingfeng was unhappy. Why should I surf without an audience? Hearing this, Jiang Ning tapped the table with his fingers, and a wave of spiritual power covered the tabletop and fixed the dining table. It finally stopped shaking. Since it doesn't affect everyone, it's good to have someone surfing next to you. I love her so much, but in the end, this is the result. Jiuo-kun burst into tears and slapped Shan Kaikun repeatedly. Shan Kaikun, what can I do? I finally understand that many things can be achieved through hard work, but love is the only thing that cannot be achieved. Jiuo-kun, no, I'm so unwilling. In a rage, Jiuo-kun took out his mobile phone in a daze and put it on the table. He pressed the button without unlocking the lock screen. He was very drunk and thought that the girl he had been thinking about day and night called him, but he pressed the speakerphone. Jiuo-kun spoke to the phone. You finally found me. I miss you. Miss you. Miss you. He talked to himself, and pitied himself. The diners around him were bragging a lot less, and many eyes were cast. Even Yang Sheng felt embarrassed. She really didn't expect that several people would be so dissolute after getting drunk. Otherwise she would never drink. There were not many skewers left on the table, so the group decided to finish eating and pay the bill quickly so as not to embarrass themselves outside. Soon, the barbecue was over, and Zhu Yuantang cleaned up the mess, leaving not a single skewer. The remaining half box of juice was held in Zhu Yuantang's arms, ready to be taken back to enjoy. After Huang Zhangfei paid the bill, he took Dong Qingfeng away from surfing. He shouted twice, but he didn't hear, so Huang Zhangfei shouted, "The water here is too muddy, let's go surfing." Dong Qingfeng thought it was a good idea and jumped off the surfboard. He couldn't even stand steadily and muttered, "Why is the ground so shaky? The sea is more suitable for me." Huang Zhangfei quickly supported him. Jiang Yanan was in charge of Yuan, who was spitting fire. However, there were also Ji Yuokunan and Shan Keiquan, one of whom was asleep and the other was talking on the phone. Huang Zhangfei was worried, so Jiang Ning walked over, picked up one in each hand, and lifted them up effortless. Yang Sheng came up and shouted, "You can drink quite well." Jiang Ning also participated in the drinking before, but he was fine. "Not bad," Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang followed him, trying to persuade him to drink less. Drinking is not good and hurts the body. Just look at the fate of Dong Qingfeng and the others. But outside, Zhu Yuantang didn't say anything. She was going to go back to the hotel and persuade Jiang Ning again. "Okay, let's try it next time." Yang Sheng raised his fist and pretended to touch it with Jiang Ning. Halfway through the swing, he remembered that Jiang Ning was helping someone and his hands were not free. As a result, Jiang Ning let go of Ji Yuokunan and freed his hands to touch hers. Yang Sheng smiled knowingly. After the fist touch, Ji Yuokunan was about to fall to the ground. Jiang Ning pulled him up again. During this period, Ji Yuokunan still talked to the phone about his deep longing for Zuyan. His humble words made the listeners cry. They walked out of the door and saw two familiar uncles running back panting. It was the bald man and the flat-headed uncle who had bet on who could run faster. The waiter saw them coming back and hurriedly greeted them. "Do you want to eat? The table hasn't been cleared yet." The two were so tired that they said in a hoarse voice, "Eat, eat, we won't go home until we are drunk tonight." It was 10 o'clock at night. After leaving the barbecue restaurant and walking outside, I felt very comfortable in the night breeze. The open space outside was also filled with barbecue tables. Huang Zhangfei said, "We've eaten too much. Let's take a walk first, and I'll find a car." The super people said they had no objection. Yuan's half body weight was pressed on Jiang Yanan, but fortunately Jiang Yanan was not short and could bear it. After walking a distance forward, passing by the square, the aunts were dancing with fans. They were wearing colorful clothes and swaying with the dance. The sound was moving, and the rhythm was brainwashing. The strings in Yuan's head moved. She broke free from Jiang Yanan's restraints and walked slowly towards the square dance team. Jiang Yanan was confused. When are you back?" Yuan didn't stop at all. She walked to the square dance team and started swaying. She performed the hair-tail swing dance, which was very showy. After the show, the aunties applauded and admired her charming figure. Jiang Yanan took Yuan back with courage. They continued to move forward and passed by an outdoor fitness facility with a children's slide. Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up. Jiang Ning, have you played that?" "No." When he was a child, there was only a village primary school at the head of the village, no kindergarten, and school started directly from the first grade. There was no such amusement facility in the village primary school. Later, when he grew up, he saw a lot, but it was not easy to play again. Zhu Yuantang was very interested and approached the slide to try it. Jiang Ning used his spiritual power to clear the slide in advance to prevent Zhu Yuantang from being scratched. Zhu Yuantang tried it and was very excited. Ji Yuokunan broke away from Jiang Ning, rushed up the slide in 3 or 2 steps and said, "I want to play too." He didn't stand firmly and fell on the slide, sliding down face first and falling to the ground. Huang Zhangfei was so scared that his breathing stopped. Zhu Yuantang was worried. He didn't fall to death, did he? Huang Zhangfei tried Ji Yuokunan's breath. Fortunately, he was still alive. After this incident, Huang Zhangfei didn't dare to slip away, for fear of something happening, so he went back early and got some honey water to sober them up. "I've called a taxi, I'll call it now," Huang Zhangfei informed. Unexpectedly, Shan Keiquan suddenly woke up. "I don't want to take a taxi, I don't want to take a taxi." Huang Zhangfei asked patiently. It's too far to walk back. Let's take a taxi. The drunk Shan Keikun shouted. I want to ride a horse. Ride home. Yang Sheng sneered. Don't talk about horses. I can't even find a pig for you to ride. As he was talking, a lady came on the road. She was leading a pure white Samoyed. The Samoyed stuck out its tongue, showing a kind look. When Shan Keikun saw the white mass, he broke away from Jiang Ning. He bent his waist, like a wild dog that had broken free from its reins, and rushed over whoosh. Shan Keikun was worthy of regular exercise. He braked suddenly, drifted, hugged the Samoyed with both hands, and shouted, Squad leader, I'll go ahead and ride the white dragon horse home. He patted the dog. Come on, come on. Hurry up and charge. The dog and the dog owner were all scared. Fortunately, the Samoyed is docile and doesn't bite, otherwise it would have been bitten. Huang Zhangfei handed Dong Qingfeng to Jiang Ning and apologized to the lady. The lady was very angry. She was just taking a walk and was scared. Although the young man was very funny, she couldn't help but want to say a few words. But after seeing the handsome and elegant Huang Zhangfei, all the blame was stuck on her lips. How could she bear to blame such a handsome boy? She, who usually loves dogs like her life, covered her mouth elegantly. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Huang Zhangfei's smile was dazzling, which was extremely lethal to women. I'm so sorry. It's not a big deal. The twists and turns ended here. In the bright hall of the residential building, Jiang Ning threw the two people on the sofa. Just leave it here. Huang Zhangfei, have a cup of honey water before leaving. No need. Jiang Ning looked at Dong Qingfeng and Dong Qingfeng sleeping like dead dogs on the sofa, and Ji Yuo Kanon who was still holding his mobile phone and laughing foolishly. The house has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and 4 boys live together. 3 of them are drunk. He shook his head speechlessly. You'd better find someone to serve them. Then Jiang Ning turned and left, closing the door with his backhand. Without the burden at hand, Zhu Yuantang was finally able to get close to him. The elevator was silent, no longer lively as before. The gathering is short-lived, and the long one is that people leave and the tea is cold. The feeling of loneliness after a party is the most common, and many people feel lost because of this. However, Zhu Yuantang has Jiang Ning's company, so she will never be alone. Here are some plum candies for you. Zhu Yuantang peeled off Jiang Ning's big hand. When the monitor paid the bill, she took the free candies at the front desk, but she was embarrassed and didn't dare to take more. Only 3. Jiang Ning stuffed it into her mouth, and it tasted sour. Coming out of the elevator, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was very quiet outside, with only the occasional car passing by on the road. Several residential buildings had lights on. Jiang Ning, do you think it's better to live in a building or a bungalow? Zhu Yuantang was curious. She had never lived in a building. Each has its advantages. As far as living is concerned, I think bungalows are better, with less noise and better privacy, but bungalows are mostly located in remote areas, while buildings can be located in bustling urban areas. Zhu Yuantang understood. She thought about it, and said, if I build a bungalow in the city center, can I combine their advantages? Jiang Ning, you are really a little genius. Huh, of course. Zhu Yuantang was very happy, but she still preferred to live in the river dam. Going south out of the community, across the road is the Shandong University of Science and Technology. From here, the university is built on the mountain, layer upon layer. It is summer vacation, and the lights in the teaching building are off. Following the road, they soon arrived at the hotel. Zhu Yuantang went into Jiang Ning's room first. Jiang Ning taught her how to use the shower and bathtub. He had cleaned both rooms, so she could use them with confidence. Zhu Yuantang took the opportunity to tell him, Jiang Ning, can you drink less? Drinking is not good. She gave an example. In our village, someone died from drinking at a banquet. It was very scary. This is indeed true. In Jiang Ning's village, there were also people who died from drinking at a banquet. Later, at the same table, no matter whether you persuaded them to drink or not, everyone paid 20,000 yuan. After that, this method became a common compensation method over there, and the number of people drinking decreased by more than half. Seeing her serious face, Jiang Ning teased her deliberately. It's okay, I can drink a lot. No, you can't drink. Zhu Yuantang said sternly, you are not yet an adult. Wait until you grow up. Jiang Ning, just drink another £3 tomorrow. Zhu Yuantang was so angry that he said, you don't take me seriously at all. Jiang Ning suddenly stared at her, and Zhu Yuantang's ears suddenly became quiet, and she heard him say, I keep you in my heart. Chapter 441 Best Mountain Climber. Keep it in your heart? Zhu Yuantang repeated. Her heart was sweet, sweeter than the sugar pills she ate in the hospital when she was a child. Her eyebrows curved, and she pretended to smile, but then she frowned again, and scolded her like her mother. Don't worry about it, huh? Then you don't listen to me? What if you get into trouble after drinking? Jiang Ning was about to say it was impossible. Zhu Yuantang saw his thoughts at a glance, and said in front of him, what if you get someone else drunk, and get into trouble? That would cost money, not only money, but also scary. Unconsciously, Zhu Yuantang stood on his side and considered the consequences for him. Jiang Ning waved his hand. Okay, I won't drink anymore. Huh. Zhu Yuantang raised his face, as if he had won a battle, and walked out of the room triumphantly. Within Jiang Ning's spiritual awareness, a lady was about to pass by in the corridor outside, and might bump into Zhu Yuantang. He urged his spiritual power. The lady's neck suddenly hurt and she couldn't help but stop. Zhu Yuantang looked at her strangely, not knowing why. She swiped the room card to open the room. The room was instantly bright, but it seemed empty. Zhu Yuantang was both timid and cowardly. She dared to live alone in Hebron Junior High School, waiting for her mother to return from the night shift. But until she went to Yuzhou No. 4 middle school, she didn't even dare to walk at night. In a strange city and an empty room, Zhu Yuantang had the idea of turning back to Jiang Ning. However, she was worried that Jiang Ning would laugh at her if she went back, so she had to grit her teeth and stay. Anyway, it was late today, and she was about to go to bed. Late at night. The big bed in the hotel was very soft, and in terms of comfort, it was more comfortable than the one at home. Zhu Yuantang's small body huddled in the quilt, and the air conditioning was 24. She rolled around on the big bed for a few times, wanting to eat snacks, but unfortunately she had brushed her teeth. She sent a message to Jiang Ning in the next room. We are having a buffet tomorrow. Don't forget to set the alarm. Don't worry. Have you had a buffet breakfast? Zhu Yuantang asked. I have eaten. Where did you eat? It's our cafeteria, right? We give you 3 kinds of soup and porridge to choose from in the morning, and we also provide steamed buns and cakes. Jiang Ning said seriously. Zhu Yuantang was shocked. Is the hotel's buffet breakfast the same as the cafeteria? Most of her expectations disappeared in an instant. Jiang Ning, you will know tomorrow. Zhu Yuantang felt that typing was too tiring, so she made a voice call with Jiang Ning. The hotel had Wi-Fi, so there was no need to waste data. The two often talked on the phone at home. Sometimes Zhu Yuantang deliberately didn't hang up the phone, wanting to hear Jiang Ning snoring, and then laugh at him, but unfortunately he didn't snore. It's 12 o'clock, why don't you go to bed? Jiang Ning was swiping the iPad, which he had hidden in the storage ring and brought secretly, otherwise the iPad might have been requisitioned by Zhu Yuantang now. Zhu Yuantang was used to staying up late, and in order to show her righteousness, she said, I can't sleep. If you don't sleep, I'll wait for you to sleep first. Jiang Ning, oh. Unfortunately, 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning asked, are you asleep? No one replied. As soon as he covered her with his spiritual sense, Zhu Yuantang closed her eyes and slept peacefully. He was silent, and gently stroked her with his spiritual power, to cover her with the quilt. The next day, July 11th, there was haze. The day was fleeting. At night, the city was filled with lights. The group went to Mount Tay. Zhu Yuantang said to Jiang Ning, let's watch the sunrise tomorrow morning, and come back as soon as possible. We can't waste the buffet breakfast. This morning, she was disappointed and stepped into the hotel restaurant. It turned out that the buffet breakfast was not the kind of school, but it was really the same as she thought. There were all kinds of fruits, dishes, buns, fried dough sticks, snacks, cakes, milk, soy milk, yogurt, everything. Zhu Yuantang took out the strength to eat to make up for the cost, selected a lot, ate it all, skipped lunch directly, and didn't eat something to fill her stomach until the evening. This meal made her miss it. Yang Sheng next to him laughed, but it is undeniable that, although the taste was not very good, the breakfast was indeed rich. When going out to play, of course, you should sleep in and get up for breakfast. If the hotel where Jiang Ning stayed wasn't too expensive, Yang Sheng would have even planned to check in. Huang Zhangfei pointed to the lighted shop on the roadside. Everyone buy some snacks to put in your bag. Beef jerky, chocolate bars, ham sausage. Tang Fu asked, is there food for sale on the mountain? She was used to traveling light and only brought a very small shoulder bag. Huang Zhangfei, there is definitely food, but the key is that it tastes bad. The buffet breakfast on Mount Te costs 10 yuan per person, and the taste is hard to swallow. Hearing him say this, Tang Fu also bought some snacks. Several people took a taxi and drove into the night city of Te. After more than 20 minutes, they arrived at the Red Gate Visitor Center of Mount Te. A huge light sign stood in front of them. Zhu Yuantang looked at the crowd in front of her and was surprised. So many people. She imagined that climbing a mountain at night should be very lonely, but the scene in front of her was as lively as a temple fair. Huang Zhangfei explained, Mount Te is almost the most visited mountain in the country. In recent years, the number of climbers has exceeded 3 million per year, and this year it is expected to exceed 4 million. On average, there are more than 10,000 people every day. Now it's summer vacation, and it's easy to have tens of thousands of people a day. Zhu Yuantang learned something new, which was completely different from what she thought. Huang Zhangfei continued, we set out from Hangmen and take the most classic road, which is also the road that emperors of all dynasties took to offer sacrifices to the heaven. There are many stone carvings and historical sites along the way. It's a pity that you can't see them at night. He said self-deprecatingly. Tang Fu, I saw on the internet that Mount Te is only 1,500 meters, not very high. Why didn't the emperor climb Mount Everest to offer sacrifices to the heaven? It's more majestic, right? Yang Sheng complained. If you want the emperor's life, just say it. During the discussion, an old lady came close and said, do you want to buy a hiking pole? 245 yuan. Shan Kaiquan said disdainfully, it's just climbing a mountain. Why do you need a hiking pole? Jiuo Kanan also refused. A male college student and sportsman next to them advised, it's best to buy a trekking pole. Many people brag about it, but they can't stand the exhaustion after climbing to the top. Shan Kaiquan disagreed, I'm a sports student. Although he is not a sports student, his performance in the sports meeting is not inferior to that of ordinary sports students. What's the big deal about a mere Mount Te? The college student didn't say a word. Jiang Yanan and the others listened to the advice and agreed to buy trekking poles. This kind of store can be bargained, so Tang Fu decided to make a move. Yang Sheng pulled her over and personally came out. In the end, he bought 8 trekking poles for 15 yuan, an average of less than 2 yuan per pole. Except for Shan Kaiquan and Jiuo Kanan, everyone had one. In addition, they also bought flashlights for 5 yuan each. After everything was ready, everyone went through the Hangmen Passenger Transport Center, entered Mount Te, and officially started the night climb. Zhu Yuantang looked around. It was full of people. She looked at Jiang Ning beside her from time to time, fearing that there were so many people and she would lose him. Zhu Yuantang was wearing a simple sportswear. Jiang Ning took out the God of Speed talisman, made him invisible, and then stuck it on Zhu Yuantang's waist and activated the God of Speed talisman. This is not an ordinary God of Speed talisman. After being modified by Jiang Ning, it can slowly exert its effect, making it difficult for the user to detect. Shan Kaiquan climbed the stairs and had the leisure to look at the busy shops around him. There were shops selling jade, water, ice cream, and fruit. It felt like walking on a stone street instead of climbing a mountain. Jiang Ning, what's in your bag? Shan Kaiquan wondered. He only carried a bag with 2 bottles of water in it. Water, and some food. Jiang Ning answered. Shan Kaiquan felt that he was a little stupid. Carrying so much was too cumbersome. He was not as cool as him. Everyone walked forward. It was night, and the sides around the climbing steps were dark. No scenery could be seen. Only when some people's flashlights occasionally passed by could they get a glimpse of something. There were too many people climbing the mountain. The whole road was full of people. It was impossible to speed up. Shan Kaiquan, Squad leader, will there still be so many people when we get to the mountain? Huang Zhangfei said there were more people. Shan Keiquan was a little dumbfounded. Everyone climbed the mountain along the flow of people. Yuan had average physical strength. After walking for more than 10 minutes, she felt a little tired. Who asked the squad leader to be in front? Yuan gritted her teeth and continued. As they got closer and closer to the previous stronghold, there was a noise in front, and someone shouted, "We are here." Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said in surprise, "Are we at the top of the mountain?" Deng Qingfeng had made a strategy in advance. He replied, "The front is a red gate ticket gate, the starting point of the mountain climbing." Yuan was convinced. After checking the tickets, there were as many people as before, and it seemed very crowded. Jiang Ning opened his spiritual power and asked the people around him to stay away from him. Time passed. At first, no one felt tired, but half an hour, and an hour and a half. Many people who climbed here were sweating profusely, their clothes were soaked, and their legs and feet were weak. Yang Sheng looked at Zhu Yuantong, who was jumping around like a little rabbit, and had the leisure to talk to Jiang Ning. He was very puzzled. Wasn't she tired? Even though Yang Sheng had good physical fitness, he felt tired. Tang Fu, who was beside him with long legs, also didn't have the same sense of rhythm as before. Shan Keiquan looked up at the crowd in front of him and deliberately said loudly, "Fuck, there are too many people blocking my steps forward, otherwise I should have reached the top of the mountain now." Jiuo Kunan was staring at a beautiful back in front of him. Although climbing the mountain was tiring, he found that he came to the right place. There were really a lot of beautiful girls along the way, and most of them were very young. During the summer vacation, students accounted for a large part. It's true, Brother Quan, climbing this mountain is so easy. After Jiuo Kunan finished speaking, he seized the opportunity, took a deep breath, and rushed up 7 or 8 steps. He stood on a high place, looking down at the girl below, so beautiful. Yuan and Jiang Yanan supported each other and walked forward. Their legs were too heavy. Yuan wanted to go down the mountain now, but unfortunately she couldn't. She had already climbed here, how could she give up all her efforts? She wanted to watch the romantic sunrise with the squad leader at the top of the mountain. On the way to Mount Tay at night, there were a lot of shops and lights every few miles, allowing everyone to rest. "We are in front of Hutian Pavilion." A voice came from the crowd. Huang Zhangfei said, "Hutian Pavilion is 700 meters above sea level and only 50 meters away from Zongshanmen." Shan Keiquan took a sip of water. He had finished the 2 bottles of water he brought with him. His mouth was very dry, so he decided to go to Zongshanmen to replenish water. Everyone walked very hard for these 50 meters. It was only 50 meters, but it was very far. During this time, Jiuo Kunan ran out of water. As the symbol of the Zongshanmen building appeared, the crowd burst into loud joy. "We've arrived at Zongshanmen. We've arrived at Zongshanmen." Shan Keiquan was still pretending. "That's it. That's it. We are halfway there." Zongshanmen was crowded with people. At a glance, it was full of heads, which was spectacular. Shan Keiquan held up his phone, took a picture of the Zongshanmen building, and sent it to the class group to pretend. It takes only 2 hours to get to Zongshanmen. It's so easy. He stopped looking at the waves and prepared to find Brother Nan to buy water, but found that Brother Nan was gone. Shan Keiquan walked to the store next to him and spent 5 yuan with tears in his eyes to buy a bottle of Nongfu Spring. He wanted to buy a Pocari Sweat, but it was 10 yuan, which was too high for him. Yuan's legs were weak, and she looked for a place to rest, while Zhu Yuantang was strolling around with great interest. Yang Sheng had a strange look in her eyes. She looked at Zhu Yuantang and didn't even sweat a drop. She wondered if she was dreaming. Everyone rested for 15 minutes and decided to wait for 5 minutes before setting off again. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning walked around and came back skipping. She held a plastic box and ate green grapes with a plastic fork. Anyone could see that she was comfortable and enjoying herself. Jiang Yanan and Yuan almost popped their eyes out when they saw her. They couldn't believe it. "Aren't you tired?" Zhu Yuantang was also surprised. She opened her mouth. "Are you tired?" Deng Qingfeng couldn't help but complain. "Isn't that nonsense?" His physical fitness was at the level of an ordinary high school student. The first part of the road was fine. He walked up slowly, just like taking a stroll on the main road. He didn't need a hiking pole at all. But after passing Hutian Pavilion, every step was extremely painful. Zhu Yuantang leaned on a rock and ate green grapes, which made the mouths of several people dry. Deng Qingfeng asked, "Where did you buy them? How much did they cost?" Jiang Ning replied, "I took them from the hotel and carried them up on the way." Deng Qingfeng looked at the bulging backpack behind him and praised sincerely, "You are really awesome. You brought fruits up." Jiang Ning smiled, "More than just fruits." Zhu Yuantang distributed a few green grapes to everyone. There were too many people, so each person only tasted 2 or 3. Deng Qingfeng saw that Jiang Sheng, Tang Fu and Jiang Yanan liked to eat them, so he got up and went to the fruit stand in the distance, handed over a $50 bill, and the boss made 45 yuan with tears in his eyes. Deng Qingfeng bought 2 small boxes of fruit and shared them with everyone. After eating, everyone set off. Yuan just stood up, and the mountain wind blew, and her wet clothes were extremely cold. She was cold all over and got goosebumps. It was like being in the cold wind of winter. Huang Zhongfei looked around and asked, "Where are Shan Keikun and Jiuo Kunan?" Yang Sheng said, "Shan Keikun said Jiuo Kunan was lost, and he went to the front to look for him. He said he was waiting for us up there." "Well, let's go." They rested for a total of 20 minutes. It was now almost 1 in the morning. Before they had taken a few steps, fatigue came over them again. Yuan was desperate. She looked at Mount Te in the distance, cursing in her heart. Passing through the bustling Zongshanmen with dim lights, passing a staircase, Yuan held onto the trekking pole with both hands and moved up with great difficulty. Suddenly, a young figure rushed up like a rabbit, as if riding the wind. Yuan raised her head and recognized that it was Zhu Yuantang. "No, this is wrong. Why is she so physically fit?" Yuan was puzzled and even more exhausted. Chapter 442, Unique. At night, the full moon hung high in the sky, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on the earth, on the stone steps, and on the crowds all over the mountains, illuminating the way forward. There was a noise from the crowd. 18 bends. 18 bends are almost here. Zhu Yuantang stepped on the steps, her footsteps thump thump, full of vigor. She walked on the right side, and Jiang Ning protected her inside, but during the climb, many people sat on the edge of the stone steps to rest, making it difficult for her to have a smooth journey. What is the 18 bends? She was 2 steps ahead, and with a slight height advantage, she was a few points better than Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's clear voice came out, 18 bends is the steepest part of Mount Te. The majesty of Mount Te is all in the 18 bends. This is the most worthwhile place to climb Mount Te. 18 bends is divided into slow 18 bends, not tight or slow 18 bends and tight 18 bends, a total of 1,600 steps. The tourists around who were trying hard to climb and were out of breath looked at him after hearing this, and then saw the young man's unhurried look. After another 10 minutes of walking, we finally reached the 18 bends. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. Many tourists were freezing cold. There happened to be a man selling military coats on the roadside, with a deposit of 100 yuan and a rental fee of 15 yuan. Some tourists couldn't stand the cold wind and went to rent military coats. Jiang Yanan wrapped herself in the coat. She was sweating all over. She felt like a rotten dumpling wrapped like this. Yuan was still cold, so she suggested, "Squad leader, I want to rent a military coat." Huang Zhongfei said, "If you rent a military coat now, you will have to walk back tomorrow to return it. It's too much effort. I suggest you take the cable car from the mountain tomorrow." Yuan gave up the idea when she heard it. The deposit for renting a military coat was 100 yuan, which was not a small amount of money. Jiang Yanan also said, "Military coats are very heavy. If you rent it now, will you be able to climb it later?" Yuan was speechless, thinking to herself that I can't climb it now. She felt like every second was a year and asked from time to time how long it would take to get to the top of the mountain. A few people were coming down the mountain, so Yuan asked Huang Zhongfei, "Why did they come down?" Tang Fu guessed, maybe they were too tired and went back. She took a step forward and climbed 2 steps in front of Yuan's surprised eyes. Tang Fu was in good physical condition, and climbing Mount Te was not a big burden for her. Huang Zhangfei, I had an elder climb the mountain before, and he climbed to the 18 bends and went down the mountain because he was too tired. Later, he was unwilling to give up and climbed again. The steps of the 18 bends were very narrow and could not accommodate feet. The toes were against the steps, which hurt the shoes. Fortunately, Zhu Yuantang had no worries. Her feet were small, and she climbed up steadily. Where is Jiuo Kunan? Where is Jiuo Kunan? Deng Qingfeng shouted. At this time, Shan Keiquan didn't care about his image. He climbed up with his hands and feet. In order to show off, he didn't buy a hiking pole, and now he finally suffered. The 18 bends were too steep, and he didn't dare to look back. I didn't see Brother Nan. Shan Keiquan was puzzled. No one replied to his messages and no one answered his calls. It seemed as if he had disappeared. Yuan speculated in a bad way. Will he get into trouble? Shan Keiquan, what are you thinking? There are so many people here. What can happen? Don't worry, Brother Nan is an honest man. He and Jiuo Kunan have been roommates for a year, and he knows that Brother Nan is not an impulsive person, and he is not very courageous. At this time, 100 meters above, Jiuo Kunan climbed hard. He seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and all the fatigue was thrown behind him. In fact, more than an hour ago, he was not like this now. He was still climbing with Shan Keiquan, exhausted, until he saw a woman wearing a yoga suit like the one on TV, passing by him. In an instant, Jiuo Kunan's blood boiled, and endless power surged out. Not to mention Mount Tay, even Mount Everest, he can fight. With a goal, Jiuo Kunan abandoned his climbing partner and chased him all the way. The higher he went, the more people there were, and the last distance was impossible to walk. Often they walk for a while and then take a break. Deng Qingfeng complained, there are more people than at the train station. As they got closer and closer to the Nanshanmen, the tourists who climbed the mountain almost had trembling legs and were exhausted. Finally, they arrived at the Nanshanmen. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yuan didn't enter the Nanshanmen, but went to the terrace on the left. She shook the flashlight and found many people sleeping on the ground wrapped in coats. The strong mountain wind blew, and she was freezing to death. Jiang Yan hugged her arms. Yang Sheng, Tang Fu and others took out clothes from their bags and put them on. Yuan endured the cold wind. Her temples hurt and her body was almost numb. She had the idea of never climbing mountains again in her life. Zhu Yuantang stood on the terrace, overlooking the distant Tay city from a height of 1,500 meters. This was a perspective she had never had since she was a child. The whole Tay city was golden and intertwined, and an inexplicable sense of pride arose spontaneously. Take a picture, Jiang Ning, take a picture for me, she yelled. This was her first time climbing a mountain, and also her first time traveling with Jiang Ning, so she had to commemorate it. Jiang Ning was about to take out her mobile phone to record this scene. Huang Zhangfei next to her opened his bag, handed over a camera, and said with a smile, use this. Jiang Ning took it. It is 2014 now, and the latest mobile phone is still the iPhone 5S, which is far from the later mobile phone manufacturers' mobile phone pixels and algorithms, so the photos taken by mobile phones are relatively poor. Jiang Ning scanned the squad leader's camera, Sony A7R, which was launched last year, and has a full frame. He first took a few night views of the city, and then took 2 photos of Zhu Yuantang. After that, Zhu Yuantang insisted on taking a photo with him, so they stood together and asked the squad leader to help take a few photos. In the end, everyone took a big group photo in front of the Nanshan gate, but unfortunately Jiuo Kunan was not there. Jiang Ning, I'm hungry and want to eat. It took more than 4 hours to climb the mountain to now. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Yuantang felt that she was exhausted. She wanted to unpack, but Jiang Ning grabbed her wrist. We still have a long way to go. When we get to the place where we can watch the sunrise, we can sit down and eat, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang had to give up, looking at Jiang Ning's bulging backpack reluctantly. Yuan was tired and hungry. Seeing Zhu Yuantang's happy look, she was puzzled. Squad leader, let's eat something to replenish our energy. Huang Zhangfei nodded. Okay. Then everyone entered the Nanshan gate and came to the square. There was a self-service breakfast for 10 yuan. Yuan wanted to try it, but Huang Zhangfei stopped her and said it was very unpalatable. Yuan was puzzled. How unpalatable is it? Huang Zhangfei said bitterly, it's 10 times more unpalatable than before our school cafeteria was restructured. Hearing this, Yuan gave up embarrassedly. There were grilled sausages for sale on the roadside. Dan Kaikun bought one for 3 yuan, the kind that sells for 1 yuan in school. He spent another 5 yuan to buy a bottle of water, but this time it was not Nongfu Spring, but Master Kang water that usually sells for 1 yuan a bottle. Shan Kaikun finished a grilled sausage and was even hungrier, so he reluctantly bought another one. Yuan ran to ask about instant noodles and got an astonishingly high price. A bucket of Kang Shifu beef noodles was as high as 15 yuan. Yuan gritted her teeth and bought it. She had no choice. She was cold and hungry now. Although there were snacks in her bag, she wanted to eat something hot. Zhu Yuantang was very greedy, and she wanted to eat too. Seeing her little expression, Jiang Ning said with a smile, be patient, there will be delicious food later. Yang Sheng and Tang Fu only ate some snacks to fill their stomachs. The 4 of them strolled around and waited for Huang Zhangfei and the others to eat. Shan Kaikun shared photos in the class group and took pictures of the grand occasion of Nanshanmen for his classmates, but it was too late now, and most of the classmates were asleep, so not many people responded. He also contacted Brother Nan and re-established communication with him. After Yuan finished her instant noodles, she finally felt that she had regained some strength. Seeing that Jiang Ning and the others hadn't eaten, she said, I suggest you buy some instant noodles. Don't be stingy with the money. You'll feel warm all over after eating. She had an illusion. The fatigue from climbing the mountain before is gone. Jiang Ning, let's keep going forward. Yuan was stunned. Don't we reach the top of Nanshanmen? Huang Zhangfei said, there is also Yu Huangding. Everyone continued to set off. This section of the road was a bit far, and Yuan was tired like a dog. She just wished she could not climb smoothly. The wind was blowing so hard that she couldn't stand the cold. The coat was useless. Everyone rented a coat together. Only Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang and Shan Kaikun were left. Shan Kaikun was a warrior, so he naturally didn't need one. After the few people left, Shan Kaikun shivered, and his teeth chattered. Ha ha ha, coat, I don't need it. Not to mention Jiang Ning, even Zhu Yuantang also saw his bravado. After the few people came back, they were wrapped up tightly. Yuan, it's much warmer. Jiang Yanan saw that Zhu Yuantang was only wearing a t-shirt and asked with concern, aren't you cold? I don't feel it. Zhu Yuantang didn't understand why others looked so cold. Obviously, the mountain breeze was very cool and she felt refreshed, not to mention how comfortable it was. The group continued to go up. There were a lot of tourists on the mountain. Originally, everyone wanted to climb the Jade Emperor Peak, but the road was packed. It was now past 3 AM, and the sunrise time was around 5 AM. Many tourists who wanted to watch the sunrise had reserved seats in advance. Yang Sheng said, there are too many people. The mountain over there is nice. There is no difference in watching the sunrise from any place, right? Huang Zhangfei nodded, no difference. Then let's not go to the Jade Emperor Peak. Yang Sheng pointed to the north. Everyone set off to the north and saw a notice board on the way with Gangbei stone marked on it. Continue to go inside. There were many people on the light field. There were stalls selling soy milk and 8 treasure porridge, and many people were surrounding them. Anyway, there were people everywhere. Huang Zhangfei and An Qingfeng went to check the spot and find a place to watch the sunrise, but there was no good place that could accommodate their group of 9 people. Yuan suggested, I suggest watching it into groups. Then she and the squad leader went together. Shan Kaikun left the team and picked up his good brother Jiuo Kunan. Yang Sheng and Tang Fu followed Jiang Ning. Yang Sheng unfolded her military coat. The mountain wind rolled up her short hair, and her handsome features became even more sharp. She said cheerfully, Zhu Yuantang, if you feel cold, come to my arms. Zhu Yuantang glanced at her and said politely, no need, I'm not cold at all. Jiang Ning spread her consciousness and found a flat stone, which was closer to the edge. The view was very good, but the wind was very strong. Follow me. Jiang Ning no longer hesitated. There were people sleeping in military coats everywhere along the way. Several people turned on their flashlights and were very careful for fear of stepping on others. During the process, they had to climb a stone. Zhu Yuantang jumped up into steps. She was stunned. When did she have such strength? After arriving at the open space, Zhu Yuantang looked at a bright building in the north. Jiang Ning, is that a hotel? Yes. Can I watch the sunrise? You can watch the sunrise in the house. Jiang Ning replied. Zhu Yuantang stopped talking. She looked at the tourists sitting on the ground around her and thought of the tourists in the hotel. Jiang Ning chuckled and he touched Zhu Yuantang's head. Sit down and eat something. We'll wait for the sunrise. Jiang Ning untied his backpack and took out something. He took out the mat first. After unfolding it, it was about 1 square meter. Yang Sheng was uncomfortable with the stones, and Jiang Ning's mat was a timely rain. She was amazed. You are well prepared. She moved a little and moved to the mat. Jiang Ning's backpack had a large capacity, so he took out a water bottle. Zhu Yuantang recognized it as a thermos. I've been wanting to drink some hot water for a long time. She was happy. Tang Fu was surprised. There is hot water? It was so cold on the mountain that it was still cold, even if you put on a military coat. If you have hot water to warm your stomach, it will definitely be very comfortable. Zhu Yuantang stretched out his hand to drink water, and Jiang Ning said, don't worry. He touched a glass jar again. Zhu Yuantang was stunned. Wasn't that the honey lemon slices she made at home? Jiang Ning took out a paper cup, picked up the honey lemon slices with tweezers, and poured a cup for everyone. The kettle was 1.7 liters, with a large capacity. Zhu Yuantang sat on the mat, kneeling with both hands holding a paper cup, and sipping tea. While the few people were sipping tea, Jiang Ning did not stop. His backpack was like a treasure bag. In the incredulous eyes of Yang Sheng and Tang Fu, he took out the mini induction cooker, the small milk pot, and the dishes sealed with plastic wrap, beef slices, tripe, sashimi, duck blood, kelp, mushrooms, baby cabbage. These dishes were kept warm by ice cubes and were arranged in order at this time, with icy air, very fresh. Yang Sheng was still in shock, and Tang Fu found the blind spot. She asked wittily, although you brought an induction cooker, there is no electricity now. Jiang Ning said, the induction cooker with built-in battery. Tang Fu learned something new. Jiang Ning's induction cooker did have a built-in battery, but the bigger battery was him who practiced the thunder decision to quench his body. Jiang Ning took out a 1.5 liter bottle of pure water. He put on gloves and elegantly cut tomatoes with a knife. These tomatoes he got from Huqi Mountain were perfect for making tomato hot pot. After cutting the tomatoes, before turning on the fire, the sour and sweet smell filled the noses of several people, and they swallowed their saliva at the same time. Jiang Ning poured water, sprinkled the prepared spices into the pot, turned on the induction cooker, and started to cook hot pot. Jiang Ning thought the power was insufficient, so he secretly activated the spell, and the small milk pot heated up. When the water boiled, the fragrance was completely diffused. The tomatoes in Huqi Mountain are of excellent quality, rich and tempting. The surrounding air seems to have become sour and sweet. When the mountain breeze blows, the fragrance is all over the mountain. Half of the people on the mountain smelled it. This time, not only Zhu Yuantang, but also many tourists waiting for sunrise were stimulated by the dense smell and kept secreting saliva. Even the sleeping people were awakened by the fragrance. In the uproar, everyone looked towards the location of the fragrance and saw a boy and 3 girls cooking hot pot. What the hell? Countless people looked at him with envy, but couldn't help but complain. This is too much. Chapter 443 Sunrise in the East. Above the big rock, Jiang Ning did not control the aroma in order to make the hot pot experience better, but let it drift. People all over the mountains and fields smelled the aroma all over the mountains and fields. The aroma was so strong that it caused the crowd to get restless. Originally, everyone worked hard in the middle of the night to climb to the top of the mountain. They were very hungry. Many people only ate some dry food to fill their stomachs. Now they wrapped themselves in clothes and endured the cold all night. As a result, they were messed up like this. The tomato pot smelled ridiculously good. People smelled it all at once. The aroma of tomatoes grown in the spiritual land of Huqi Mountain is not something that ordinary people can resist. Even if you smell this smell at ordinary times, you may not be able to resist your appetite, let alone in this difficult environment. Many tourists cursed in their hearts. Some people turned into justice defenders and maliciously speculated, why can he cook hot pot? No lighters are allowed on the mountain, and no fire is allowed. They must check lighters when they pass the ticket gate when climbing the mountain to prevent forest fires and cause heavy losses. If someone blatantly makes a fire and tramples on the rules, they will be punished. Some people have good eyesight and said in disbelief, they use an induction cooker. Induction cooker? Are you kidding? There are rocks everywhere. Where does the electricity come from? I don't know. The aroma of the tomato pot cooked by Jiang Ning spread far away, and even Yuan and others in the distance could smell it. Yuan, who was hiding beside a big rock to avoid the wind, took a deep breath of the fragrance. Do you smell it? Jiang Yanan, a little fragrant. Yuan, more than a little, it's too fragrant. Dong Qingfeng judged. Someone is cooking hot pot, he said helplessly. How can those people think of cooking hot pot on the top of the mountain? Doesn't this attract hatred? A few of them were slightly better and ate instant noodles, but a bucket of instant noodles could not fill their stomachs at all. They could hold on before, but now they were tempted by the fragrance and started to swallow their saliva again. Yuan said in the travel group, do you smell the fragrance? It's the smell of cooking tomato soup. The tomato pot base was already cooked. Yang Sheng rinsed a piece of tofu and took a bite. It was hot and soft. The tofu was blended into the tomato soup, sour and sweet, and delicious. After eating a piece of tofu, the coldness of the mountain wind was reduced a lot. She ate several pieces in a row, and then took out her phone to reply to Yuan. I smell it. It is indeed very fragrant. Seeing that Yang Sheng was very eager, Yuan thought of being targeted by Yang Sheng, and she couldn't help but speak with a bit of gloating at this moment. Oh, we had instant noodles before, and it felt better. I remember you didn't eat anything. She guessed that Yang Sheng might be too greedy. After all, the tourists waiting for the sunrise next to Yuan were cursing with greed. After Yuan sent the message, she finally felt that she had won over Yang Sheng. She put on a teaching attitude. Next time, don't be stingy with money, eat when you need to. Do you see how foresighted I am? On the other side, Tang Fu saw these messages and looked at Yang Sheng in surprise, meaning why didn't you tell her? Yang Sheng said, I'm already posting the picture, but the internet speed is not very fast. Yuan typed 2 more sentences and finally saw the picture. The picture was a boiling tomato pot, bright red but not greasy, with steam rising. Yuan seemed to be able to smell the rich fragrance through the screen of her mobile phone. She did smell it, because the fragrance had already covered the mountain. Yang Sheng, the tofu is very tender after it is cooked. Zhu Yuantang said, try the fresh fish slices, they are even more tender. Yuan was silent. Jiang Yanan was embarrassed. She was used to it. Whenever Yuan was floating, she would always suffer a miserable fate. Yuan kept silent for a long time. You didn't call me for hot pot. Jiang Yanan was afraid that she would say more, so she said, you said there was not enough space, so we separated from them. Yuan stopped talking completely. She decided to concentrate on waiting for the sunrise. Isn't it just a hot pot? Who hasn't eaten it? After watching the sunrise, she and the squad leader will have hot pot at noon. At this time, Jiuo Kunan, who had disappeared for a long time, finally spoke in the group. Fuck, it turns out that you are eating? Tang Fu, where have you been? Jiuo Kunan was delighted. The long-legged Tang Fu actually cared about him. It was rare. He wanted to find her now and tell her in person that he was there. Unfortunately, a bird in the hand is not as good as 10 birds in the bush. Jiuo Kunan is in a very good position now. There are not only young women in yoga pants around him, but also several beautiful female college students wearing a Western lady's hat, elegant and beautiful. He is happy and does not want to leave. Shan Kaiquan is with brother Nan at this time. Compared with his good brothers looking around, Shan Kaiquan is much calmer. Jiang Ning's small hot pot base has been paid attention to by many tourists. Damn, the tomato pot is getting more and more fragrant. The tourists can't bear it and want to snatch the pot away, but after all, there are rules and constraints, and no one can do this. Some people are very angry and want to leave this place, but every stone is full of tourists watching the sunrise, and they can't get out at all. Moreover, if you go out, forget about finding a place to watch the sunrise. Some people covered their mouths and noses to avoid the smell, but unfortunately 90% of people can't even quit smoking, let alone resist such temptation. After a while, they continue to enjoy the pain. Zhu Yuantang ate a piece of bamboo shoots. The crisp taste, sweet and sour, was unforgettable. It's great. Zhu Yuantang said with emotion, it's worth my hard work to climb to the top of Mount Tay. Yang Sheng and Tang Fu felt the same way. Those who climbed here at night all stayed up all night. Jiang Ning, but why do you feel effortless? Zhu Yuantang, just tell me whether you climbed or not. Jiang Ning didn't argue with her, but took out half a watermelon from her bag. Tang Fu was very common sense. She didn't understand and wondered, you have more. She knew how big Jiang Ning's backpack was. How could it hold so many things? Yang Sheng was not surprised. There is a classmate named Huan Yasu in our class. His bag can hold more. Remember the big trumpet you took during the dragon boat race? It was taken from Huan Yasu's bag. Tang Fu was upset when she thought of the dragon boat race when their class lost because of CUIU. But now, since they had eaten Jiang Ning's hot pot, Tang Fu decided to make peace. The originally cold mountain top became warm because of the hot pot. Yang Sheng even took off his military coat and used it as a cushion to sit cross-legged. Zhu Yuantang tasted the watermelon. It was crisp, sweet and juicy. It was not the special watermelon brought by Jiang Ning, but it was still delicious. Eating hot pot with Jiang Ning on the top of Mount Tay was something Zhu Yuantang had never thought of. She sat next to Jiang Ning and ate the watermelon slowly. The night was beautiful tonight. Zhu Yuantang lowered her head and saw the lights of thousands of houses in Tay City. She raised her head and saw the sky full of stars. Beside her was Jiang Ning, who treated her the best. As time passed, a ray of rosy clouds lit up the horizon, and the tourists who were originally drooling over the tomato pot were slightly encouraged. They climbed Mount Tay at night, endured fatigue, endured the cold wind, endured hunger, and there were a few damn people who ate hot pot. They were just for the sunrise, right? Many took out their mobile phones and cameras to shoot. Every time there was a slight change in the horizon, it would arouse people's surprise. The reddish horizon lasted for a long time. At first it was just a touch of red, and gradually all the clouds on the horizon were dyed red. Time passed by minute, and the sky was still slightly dark. So slow, if I were the sun, I would jump out immediately for everyone to appreciate. Tang Fu complained. The sky was bright for a long time, but the sun didn't show up. Jiang Ning said, here it comes. The next second, the sun broke through many obstacles and suddenly bloomed. A ray of golden light appeared from the east, illuminating the tourists watching the sunrise. The sky suddenly brightened, and a warm feeling came over, warming people's bodies. The sun was gorgeous and dazzling, glowing with golden light. Zhu Yuantang turned her head and looked at the crowd. She stood taller. All the tourists had golden hair, as if they had dyed it. People took out their equipment to take pictures of the sunrise, including Yang Sheng and Tang Fu. People cheered and jumped for joy. Everything was full of vitality and expectation. Zhu Yuantang turned around, and the light shone on Jiang Ning, making his tall figure golden, and outlining his face clearly. He looked even better than when she peeked at him while he was sleeping. Because he closed his eyes when he slept, Zhu Yuantang couldn't see his eyes, but now his eyes were full of rosy clouds. For a moment, Zhu Yuantang had no intention of looking at the scenery, and only peeked at him. It was not until she saw her reflection in Jiang Ning's eyes that she hurriedly looked away. Huang Zhengfei raised his camera and took a serious photo of the sunrise. Jiang Yanan and Dong Qingfeng were also taking photos with their mobile phones. Jiang Yanan recorded a video of the sunrise and planned to connect to Wi-Fi and post it to her questions space after returning to show everyone her shooting techniques. After all, it was a rare opportunity to climb a mountain. For her, this was a very rare experience. She turned around to share it with her good sister and shouted excitedly, "It's so beautiful, it's all worth it." After climbing all night, she had never seen such a beautiful sunrise, and Jiang Yanan could brag about it for a long time. She said a lot of things excitedly, but she found that Yuwen was standing there without moving her hands and obviously had no intention of taking pictures. Yuwen, why don't you take pictures? Jiang Ning was surprised. Isn't the sunrise beautiful? Yuwen deliberately said, the sunrise is beautiful, but there are things that are more beautiful than the sunrise. Jiang Ning. Yuwen gestured to the monitor, who was watching the sunrise, and she was watching the monitor. She spoke loudly, but the monitor seemed not to hear her. Yuwen felt that such a romantic scene should not be wasted. She thought hard, racked her brains, and used all her life's knowledge to transform herself into an ancient talented woman, and whispered, your eyes are brighter than the sun, your body is hotter than the sun, and your smile is like the sun exploding. It melts me completely. In order to make the monitor hear clearly, Yuwen read it twice in a row, with rich voice, ups and downs, and an intoxicated face, as if reciting. The tourists around who were taking pictures of the sunrise were all embarrassed and looked at her. People always have a kind of blind confidence in their talents. Yuwen not only did not feel embarrassed, but was complacent. She decided to change this original poem into her question signature. This is to commemorate her and the squad leader climbing to the top of Mount Tay to enjoy the sunrise. After watching the sunrise, the tourists on the mountain no longer stayed and left one after another. Jiang Ning carried the garbage bag and threw it into the trash can. When the tourists saw him, some of them greeted him kindly. After all, it was a rare experience. Yang Sheng and the others returned the military coats, and Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang strolled slowly. They didn't consume much, especially for Zhu Yuantang. The biggest burden for her was that she was a little full after eating too much hot pot. Last night, Shan Keiquan and Jiuo Kunan were going to walk around Mount Tay with their legs this morning. Now no one spoke, and they were obviously tired. Everyone voted unanimously to pass the plan to take the cable car down the mountain. There are 2 cable cars going down the mountain. One is Nanshanman and the other is Teohuarayu. The former requires queuing, and the latter does not. Everyone walked towards the location of the cable car together. There was a distance from the top of the mountain to the cableway. Yuwen dragged her heavy legs and walked down with difficulty. Everyone felt very tired during this walk. Yuwen complained, I thought the cableway was built on the mountain, but I didn't expect it to be so far. Dong Qingfeng wiped his sweat and said, the cableway can't go down the mountain. It can only go to Teohuarayu. We have to take a car down the mountain. What a trouble. Yuwen was tired. Zhu Yuantang was still in high spirits and asked questions. Jiang Ning, have you ever taken a cableway? No. Jiang Ning replied. Zhu Yuantang was still asking, is it safe to take a cableway? The cableway won't break directly, right? When she thought of that scene, she couldn't help but be afraid. If that happened, she would die with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, it won't break. Huang Zhangfei, it really won't break. There is a large flow of people on Mount Tay. The cableway is regularly inspected, and the probability of an accident is very small. Zhu Yuantang felt much more at ease. Jiang Ning smiled. Even if it broke, he could easily protect Zhu Yuantang. Entering the cableway entrance, the ticket price is 80 yuan per ticket. Shan Keiquan was heartbroken. It was too expensive. People took the cable car in batches. Huang Zhangfei and his 8 companions took it together. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were redundant and were in a group with other unfamiliar passengers. The cable car is not like a bus. It does not stop when it arrives, but keeps moving. Jiang Ning grabbed Zhu Yuantang's wrist and entered the cable car neatly. When all 8 people were seated, the door of the cable car closed and then slid down the cableway. Zhu Yuantang looked down through the window. The height of hundreds of thousands of meters scared her so much that she shrank back. If she really fell down, she would definitely lose her life. Jiang Ning found her cautious and unpromising appearance funny. Suddenly, the cable car shook violently, and Zhu Yuantang almost screamed in fright. It turned out to be just a normal situation when the cable car was in operation. The ride was not long, and they soon arrived at Teohuarayu. Dong Qingfeng left a message saying that they were waiting outside. After leaving Teohuarayu, Jiang Ning swept his spiritual sense and found Dong Qingfeng and the others. Outside, in the forest beside the mountain road, a clear spring was flowing. Jiuo Kanan said, I heard that spring water is sweet. Huang Zhangfei said he didn't know. Jiuo Kanan reached out and tried the spring water. Fuck, it's so cold. Can I drink it? Shan Kaikun asked. Jiuo Kanan had a good reason. The Nongfu spring you drink is spring water, isn't it? After that, he scooped up the water with both hands and tasted it. Yang Sheng asked him what it tasted like. Jiuo Kanan praised, it's clear and delicious, rich in minerals, and it's worthy of being a gift from nature. Yuan was moved by what he said and took a sip. Yang Sheng climbed up the mountain about 10 to 20 meters and shouted, come and see. Jiuo Kanan ran over and saw a group of people washing their feet upstream of the spring. Chapter 444 Asking for help. Tourists upstream of the mountain spring were playing barefoot in the water, a scene of singing and dancing. When Jiuo Kanan thought of the mountain spring water he had tasted before, his face turned green. Seeing how miserable he was, Yang Sheng did not make any more attacks. Jiuo Kanan looked down and saw Yuan still drinking water. He came back without saying a word and urged, don't drink it, let's go. Yuan did not listen to the advice and was not happy. She wanted the squad leader to taste it. Try it quickly, it's really cold, like drinking ice water. She told everyone. Dong Qingfeng declined politely. I never drink stream water when I'm away from home. After climbing Mount Tay for half a night and waiting for the sunrise for half a night, everyone had not slept all night and was quite tired. Shan Kaikun and Jiuo Kanan, who had been arrogant before, agreed to the proposal of taking the bus down the mountain without saying a word. After spending 30 yuan, everyone got on the bus. The scenery from Teohuayu to Hongmen is beautiful, but unfortunately everyone is not interested and is sick on the bus. When they got down to the bottom of the mountain, Jiuo Kanan slapped his head and said, I suddenly remembered that Cuiyu asked us to bring him Taishan stones. He looked annoyed. After all, it was someone else's request. Shan Kaikun walked to the side of the road, picked up a few small stones, and weighed them in his hand. That's it. Jiuo Kanan was stunned. Is it okay? It's okay, they can't find it. Shan Kaikun vowed. After hearing this, Jiuo Kanan also ran to the side of the road to pick up a few pieces, rubbed them clean, and prepared to keep them and give them to his beloved girl, telling her in person that these were the small stones he picked when he climbed to the top of Taishan at 1,500 meters above the clouds. Squad leader, how do we get back to where we live? Jiang Ning asked. Along the way, their itinerary was arranged by the squad leader. With him as the navigation, they just had to follow him. Shan Kaikun and Jiuo Kanan were going out for the first time, so they didn't think it was a big deal. However, Dong Qingfeng felt that it was too easy, as he didn't have to bother making a plan. Huang Zhangfei said, we can take the bus, but it's a bit troublesome, and we have to walk a distance. We can also call a taxi, but the price is a bit expensive, about 50 yuan per taxi. Dong Qingfeng would definitely prefer to take a taxi. His family was well off, and he didn't need that little money, but the others were not sure. Shan Kaikun said, let's take a taxi, go back early to take a shower, and go to bed. After confirming, Huang Zhangfei quickly called 3 taxis. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantong, as well as Yang Sheng and Tang Fu, were in the same car. Zhu Yuantong looked at the time and said happily, it's not even 8 o'clock yet, so we can still make it in time for breakfast. She was still thinking about the breakfast buffet. After returning home, everyone went to sleep and rested until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when everyone woke up one after another. Water, water. Yuan walked into the living room, where Tang Fu, Yang Sheng, and Jiang Ning were watching TV. Yuan's legs were so sore that she could hardly stand. She limped to the refrigerator and found that there was no water. When everyone set out to climb the mountain, they took all the bottled water with them. After returning, Yang Sheng and Tang Fu went to the hotel for breakfast and drank a lot of drinks, so they didn't buy any water. As for Yuan, she was so tired that she couldn't buy anything. Jiang Ning gave her the last half bottle of water. Drink it. Yuan drank it in 2 gulps, but she still felt thirsty. It was impossible to go down to buy water. The nearest store was a distance away, and it was too tiring. Tequila was not popular these days, so it was very inconvenient. Tang Fu noticed that there was an empty bucket in the living room. The bucket was relatively small, with a capacity of only about 10 L. She suddenly remembered, Huang Zhangfei said before, that the water dispenser in the house could be used. Yuan, can someone bring water? I don't know. Tang Fu said, have you seen the water purifier in the community? What water purifier? Yuan didn't understand. Yang Sheng nodded, I see, the blue machine. Tang Fu, yes, let's go. I haven't played that yet. Let's go out and have a look. After these words came out, Yuan and Jiang Ning were in trouble. They were very tired from climbing the mountain and didn't want to move a finger. Yang Sheng, I'll go with you. Do you have coins? Yes. After that, the two of them went out with buckets of water. Jiang Ning sighed. They are in great physical condition, not tired at all. Yuan summed it up in one sentence. Why do girls need such good physical strength? Anyway, we don't have to carry water. Jiang Ning was helpless. Don't be influenced by Lukiki. She is different from us. Yuan thought about it, and it was right. If she was the monitor, she should take the initiative to carry water, and she must not let the monitor get tired. After Tang Fu got out of the elevator, she said to Yang Sheng, this community is pretty good. One elevator for 2 households. Her house has 3 households on one elevator. It's really good. There is an underground garage, and even electric cars have a carport, and they can be charged. Yang Sheng commented, swinging the bucket in her hand. The fatigue from climbing the mountain all night was completely gone after a good sleep. Tang Fu saw Yang Sheng holding the bucket and said, let me get the bucket. In the past few days after the holiday, she and Yang Sheng often played table tennis and badminton together in the stadium. The two had common interests and their relationship improved rapidly. Yang Sheng raised his wrist and raised the bucket, saying nonchalantly, it's not hard at all. Okay. Tang Fu said, your class has 2 water dispensers. You usually drink a lot of water. You must have carried water a lot when it's your turn, right? Yang Sheng, yes, quite a lot, but I don't carry water. Tang Fu expressed her understanding. Our class is similar. Boys carry water and girls carry less, but girls do more cleaning. Yang Sheng, I don't clean. Tang Fu used her wisdom to analyze and judge. I see, you must be responsible for emptying the trash can, right? This is not an easy job, mainly because it is very dirty. Yang Sheng, no, I have a few laborers, and they usually help me with the work. After Tang Fu understood the master-servant relationship, she opened her mouth in surprise and couldn't speak. After a while, she came back to her senses. Yang Sheng's operation opened up a new world for her. It turned out that it could be done this way. After realizing it, Tang Fu became interested and asked, can I do this? Yang Sheng instinctively wanted to say, I'm afraid you will be cheated and lose your pants. But since they are friends, Yang Sheng said tactfully, no. Tang Fu didn't believe it and decided to postpone it. Anyway, there was a long time before school started. She always made Yang Sheng look at her with admiration. Tang Fu stared at the bucket in Yang Sheng's hand, thought of the water purifier in the distance, and took the initiative to share. Give me the bucket. I'll take it. I can't let you carry it alone. She has an open and generous personality and doesn't want her friends to suffer. Yang Sheng suddenly said, then we split it in half. I'll take the bucket when we go, and you take it when we come back. After hearing this, Tang Fu thought the distribution method was excellent. One person, one trip. Very fair. Yang Sheng couldn't help but complain. It's indeed fair. Walking to the community water purifier, Yang Sheng studied it for a while, put into coins, and filled a bucket of water. Tang Fu then carried it back. On the way back, Tang Fu looked puzzled. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. The boys' residence, the living room. Deng Qingfeng took a sip of iced coke and pounded his legs. Comfortable. Jiuo Kunan threw down a pair of playing cards and also drank coke. Several people were playing landlord. Squad leader, what are we having for dinner? Shan Kaikun asked. Huang Zhangfei had already thought about it. I know a restaurant. Let's try the local specialties, fried chicken, tofu soup, and sweet potato with sugar. Shan Kaikun was a little tempted. They had soaked a bucket of instant noodles since last night when they woke up in the afternoon. Okay, everything will be done as you say. Also, squad leader, Don't forget to send us the bill, including accommodation, barbecue yesterday, and taxi fare. Shan Kaiquan reminded. No hurry, we'll settle it all tomorrow. Huang Zhangfei said. Shan Kaiquan didn't ask any more questions. He didn't worry that the squad leader would charge him too much. In the past year, the squad leader's character has been obvious to all. Shan Kaiquan certainly admired someone who was willing to lend money to Zhang Kai. He was even worried that the squad leader would charge them too little. Are you going back to Yuzhou directly tomorrow? Deng Qingfeng played a card and asked several people. Yes, the tickets are bought. Jiuo Kunan said. I plan to go around again. Deng Qingfeng said. This holiday is rare. After the second year of high school, there will be only a few days of summer vacation. Although he and Sham Jiuo had an average relationship in the class and often argued and mocked each other, they found that it was always comfortable and lively to have acquaintances. If he was alone, he would not dare to order more dishes for fear that he would not be able to finish them. Shan Kaiquan said, I want to go around too, but I don't think I will have much money left. Accommodation, tickets, cable car fees, car fares, and meals. Although he didn't calculate them in detail, it cost about 500 or 600. There was also the money for dinner in the evening and the fare to go back. He only took 1000 yuan out, and it would be good if he had 300 yuan left when he got home. He couldn't afford to play. Otherwise, Shan Kaiquan would definitely be willing to play in 2 more cities. This time in Tay City, although it was a bit tiring to climb the mountain, he ate delicious food and saw beautiful scenery that he had never seen in his life. It was really cool. Now he understands why some people like to travel. Unfortunately, he has no money. Jiuo Kunan's plan was the same, and the money his sister gave was about 1000. Deng Qingfeng felt quite regretful after hearing this. Huang Zhangfei said, Yang Sheng and Tang Fu are planning to go to Pengcheng. Deng Qingfeng's regret disappeared instantly. What? Jiuo Kunan, Shan Kaiquan, get out of here. He was in high spirits. Are they going to Pengcheng? He looked happy. I'm familiar with Pengcheng. I know a boss who runs a homestay next to Yunlong Lake. The goods are good and the price is cheap. Shan Kaiquan, didn't you just come back from Pengcheng? Deng Qingfeng said righteously, you don't understand. The squad leader is willing to be our tour guide, so what's the point of me being a tour guide for everyone? Take you to see Yunlong Mountain, Yunlong Lake, and the aquarium in Pengcheng. Shan Kaiquan saw him like this and thought to himself, damn it, if I had money, I would have to go with you to see what you are planning. Shan Kaiquan's brain was quite active. If his family didn't give him money to travel, he could think of ways to make money, such as asking Brother Ma if he had any connections. Wait until we have enough money before going out to play. Thinking of this, he said, Brother Ning is really happy. He won a travel prize and can't spend it all. In the past 2 days, after Zhu Yuantang's story, everyone knew that they had won the prize, which was enough to play for the whole summer vacation. Deng Qingfeng, luck is something you can't envy. He felt very good, which meant that his summer vacation trip would not be too monotonous. At least someone would pay for the meals. After playing cards until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shan Kaiquan and Jiuo Kunan decided to go out for a stroll and relax. Huang Zhangfei said, there are table tennis rackets in the house. You can take them. There is a table tennis table in the community. Jiuo Kunan stood at the window and watched for a while and said, 2 old men have occupied the table tennis table. Shan Kaiquan sneered, let's go and compete with the old men. I practiced table tennis with the physical education teacher Gu Wei last time. He taught me a few techniques. It's no problem to beat the old men on the street. Shan Kaiquan was full of confidence. Deng Qingfeng is not very good at table tennis, but he knows very well that it is better not to brag about his table tennis skills. After all, there are too many people playing table tennis, and there are many hidden talents, so it is too easy to be cut down. After the two left, Deng Qingfeng said, let's go to the girls to ask about the situation in the next city. After Shan Kaiquan went downstairs, he ran all the way to the table tennis table. The 2 old men invests were playing, and they were having a lot of fun. Shan Kaiquan didn't understand why and thought to himself, what the hell are they playing? He shook his head beside him, looking pitiful. One of the old men was skinny, with grey hair and beard, but his eyes were sharp and bright, like an eagle in the sky, and he looked very energetic. When the skinny old man saw the two young men holding rackets, he immediately understood. He laughed dryly and said, "Young man, 2 rounds?" Shan Kei-kun was just thinking about this. He showed his racket and thought of his special training in playing tennis. He looked up to himself and said, "Uncle, don't blame me for bullying you." The old man was happy to hear this. "If you can beat me, you can pick any ice cream in the refrigerator in the store." Shan Kei-kun and Jiang Ning looked at each other. Is there such a good thing? Thinking that he would win later, he would post pictures of this incident on his moments. How cool would it be? Shan Kei-kun was excited. The short old man on the opposite side gave up his position. Shan Kei-kun served the ball, but was hit back by the old man. Shan Kei-kun's movements were wide, and he hit it violently. The ping pong ball rushed out at a high speed, but he did not achieve anything, and was easily blocked by the old man. The ping pong ball flew over, and Shan Kei-kun was about to hit it back, but he found that the ball was slippery and hit the racket, and it slid away. Shan Kei-kun picked up the ball awkwardly, making excuses. "I haven't played for a long time. I'm not in good shape. Wait for me to get familiar with it." The game continued. Shan Kei-kun was beaten and pressed to the ground. Only then did he realize that he had met a master who was not at the same level at all and could not beat him at all. In the setting sun, Shan Kei-kun's figure picking up the ball was extremely embarrassed. He was now full of regret. Jiang Ning didn't go up to humiliate himself. He thought of Yang Sheng, who was more skilled, and immediately shouted, "Uncle, don't go. I'll call someone to play with you." Shan Kei-kun hurriedly said, "Go and call someone. Call Yang Sheng." Once in table tennis at school, Yang Sheng beat many of them alone and forced them to sign a contract to sell themselves. Originally that was their shame, but at this moment, it became their savior. The skinny old man stroked his precious racket and smiled calmly. "You can call. My previous words still count." Jiang Ning ran back, and soon, the figures of Yang Sheng and Tang Fu appeared. Chapter 445 Friendly Reminder. Community. Yang Sheng, you don't know, this old man is too evil. My brother Quan is not his opponent. Jiang Ning walked and explained the situation to Yang Sheng. Until Yang Sheng stood in front of the table tennis table, Shan Kei-kun was like seeing a savior, but saw Yang Sheng with his hands on his chest and said calmly, "You continue to play." Shan Kei-kun was stunned for a moment, and then he understood that Yang Sheng must be preparing to study the opponent's playing style first, and then deal with it. After Shan Kei-kun picked up the ball, he had a few more moves with the old man. Yang Sheng watched a few games and found that the old man played very loosely and without any rules, but the movements at the moment of receiving the ball did have some master style. "Can it work?" Tang Fu asked. She played table tennis well and had good eyesight. "Not necessarily." Yang Sheng walked onto the court and replaced Shan Kei-kun. The skinny old man saw a little girl coming and said happily, "Did you call for help?" Shan Kei-kun shouted, "Don't underestimate her. She is one of the best table tennis players in our school." The short old man next to him laughed secretly. "Last time, there was a college student who won the city table tennis award. Guess what happened to him? Someone acted as a supporting role and told a glorious story." The skinny old man immediately straightened his face, put his hands behind his back, and looked sharp, pretending to be serious. "Tang Fu, he doesn't respect the elderly and loves the young, and he pressed you to the ground and rubbed you?" The skinny old man's expression choked, and he looked at the tall girl with an unchanged expression, but he couldn't lower his status to argue. He had to say, "Go ahead." Yang Sheng served a ball, and the skinny old man found that the opponent did have some skills, but it was far from enough. When he moved the racket, the ball he cut was extremely strange. Yang Sheng had never seen such a ball before. She was ready to hit it back, but, although she caught the ball in the right way, the ping pong ball flew as soon as it touched the racket, and she couldn't catch it at all. Yang Sheng endured his doubts and played a few games, and as expected, he was at a disadvantage. The skinny old man took back the racket and said calmly, "You won't be able to eat ice cream today." Yang Sheng's eyes moved and suddenly said, "Is there something wrong with your racket?" She heard from her father that some old men who play table tennis are particularly insidious. The rackets are specially customized, and the materials used are not regular, which causes the balls to spin very fast and ordinary people can't defend against them at all. Unexpectedly, she ran into it today. The skinny old man was shocked that someone could see through his true intentions, but he was an open-minded person and frankly admitted, "My racket, combined with my skills." He pointed to the Shandong University of Science and Technology in the distance and boasted, "I'm invincible." The old man was extremely proud. He has studied the playing method for many years and has the advantage of the venue. Even if a professional table tennis player comes, he may not be able to defeat him. Shan Kaikun understood. It's too insidious, isn't it? They had hit a brick wall. Since Yang Sheng couldn't beat the old man, they were doomed today. As for finding reinforcement, Yang Sheng's skills were the best among the people they knew. Who else could beat the old man? Tang Fu went on the court and fought for 2 moves, but was still no match. The skinny old man abused them one by one and said, "Do you still want to play? Jiuo Kunan, too arrogant, even more arrogant than me and brother Quan." Yang Sheng said uncertainly, "Ask Zhu Yuantang to try." Zhu Yuantang's skills were comparable to hers, but his playing style was different. Zhu Yuantang was small, but his playing style was very fierce, like a child holding a cannon. Jiuo Kunan acted as a messenger and rushed to the hotel. Zhu Yuantang was playing in Jiang Ning's room. She held her mobile phone and discussed with Jiang Ning. Deng Qingfeng asked us if we would go to Pengcheng. "Will you go?" When she was away from home, she always made the decision, and now she planned to share the decision-making power with him. Jiang Ning, "Okay, there's an aquarium in Pengcheng. I'll take you there." Zhu Yuantang had never left Yuzhou and had little experience. She had only seen aquariums in picture books or on the internet, and she was very eager to see them. This trip to Pengcheng, with Deng Qingfeng leading the way, could save a lot of effort. Suddenly, a private message popped up on WeChat. "Jiang Ning, please help. We were beaten by an old man playing table tennis. Bring Zhu Yuantang out to fight." Jiang Ning received the message and notified her. Zhu Yuantang stepped in and went out with Jiang Ning to the table tennis court. The skinny old man was beating the young people on the court, and he was having a lot of fun. Seeing someone coming again, he looked at Jiang Ning and said arrogantly, "Young man, are you ready to play 2 games?" As soon as the old man said this, Jiang Ning did not reply, and Zhu Yuantang beside him said, "It's me." The skinny old man then lowered his eyes and looked strange. "You?" Although it is easy for young people to become heroes in table tennis, the little girl is too young. Zhu Yuantang replied, "Yes, it's me." She walked towards the table tennis table with an arrogant look and took the racket from Tang Fu. Tang Fu couldn't believe it and signaled to Yang Sheng, "Can it work?" Yang Sheng was unsure, so he tried his best. After Zhu Yuantang stood still, he said to Jiang Ning, "Watch it." After Jiang Ning heard it, she silently played a magic talisman. There were too many people, so she didn't want to embarrass her. The skinny old man was very particular about playing, and before the game started, he blew a breath on the table tennis racket. Zhu Yuantang touched the ball and served an ordinary ball. The old man almost laughed when he saw this ordinary ball. "With this level, you are too ignorant of the world." He turned the racket and hit a big spiral ping pong ball without mercy. After 10 balls, Jiuo Kunan and Shan Kaikun got back at him. "Uncle, your ball picking movements are comparable to those of young people." The skinny old man nimbly caught the ping pong ball, his face full of disbelief. The spinning ball, that had never worked, was actually caught easily. He was shocked and angry. "Where did the little girl come from? We are here to travel." Although the skinny old man was very insidious on the court, he was willing to admit defeat and spent money to buy ice cream for several people, and it was of relatively good quality. On the way back, Jiuo Kunan said, "The old man is okay." Shan Kaikun agreed. "He is quite generous. He spent more than 50 yuan on the bill." Several people thought the old man would refuse to pay. Yang Sheng said, "The old man's racket is specially molded. It is not cheap, and he lives in this community. It means that the old man is not short of money." Tang Fu looked at Zhu Yuantang with new eyes. "You are so good at playing basketball?" Zhu Yuantang suppressed his pride and tried to be modest, low-key. That night, everyone, led by the class leader, had the last dinner in Tay City. July 13th, morning. Tay City East Station. People coming and going. Yan'an, let's meet again after my trip. Dong Qingfeng said. He cherishes every single beautiful girl and will not forget the girl he once cherished because of Yang Sheng and Tang Fu, unless she is the first to abandon him. Jiang Yan'an said regretfully, my parents asked me to go back, otherwise I plan to go to Pengcheng. Dong Qingfeng led the way on this trip to Pengcheng. In the eyes of Jiang Yan'an and other girls, he is a very reliable person. Whether it is buying food, explaining questions, or consulting on mobile phones and computers, Dong Qingfeng is proficient. He is a signboard that convinces people. It's a pity that his signboard is only open for beautiful girls. Shan Kaiquan and Jiuo Kanan took the train home. In order to save money, they went to the old train station. Yuan also went back to Yazhou, but she didn't want to endure the slow train anymore, so she decided to spend an extra 100 yuan and take the high-speed rail. Huang Zhangfei considered that Yuan and Jiang Yan'an were girls, so he went to the high-speed rail station after talking to Shan Kaiquan and the others. The people going to Pengcheng also took the high-speed rail. Jiang Ning, will you get car sick on the high-speed rail? Zhu Yuantang asked. She had taken a train last time, but this was her first time on the high-speed rail. No, high-speed rail is more stable than train. In this case, Zhu Yuantang is not worried. In the waiting hall of the train station, only Shan Kaiquan and Jiuo Kanan are left. The originally lively scene suddenly becomes quiet. Shan Kaiquan is quite emotional. They have no money and can only take a 5 or 6 hour hard seat train to go home. If they have more money, who would not want to take a high-speed train for more than an hour? Men should be self-reliant. Shan Kaiquan did not complain. The difficult conditions aroused his fighting spirit. While waiting for the train, he sent a message. Brother Ma, do you have any way to make money? Ma Shichen replied quickly. Have you returned from your trip? Yes, I have almost spent all my money, so I want to find you to find a way. Shan Kaiquan said. Ma Shichen knew that he was okay, so he asked, do you guys still play LOL? I don't play much. I don't have a computer, so I can only play in the town internet cafe. Shan Kaiquan said frankly, and my skills are not very good, only at the gold level. Ma Shichen, I have enough silver. I'm going to practice new heroes. Everyone can make some money by playing for me. Ma Shichen often hangs around in the forum and found that there is a lot of power playing recently. When the time comes, let Wang Lang recruit a group of bosses. Shan Kaiquan said, and Brother Nan, his level is about the same as mine. Ma Shichen, come on, everyone, I will open a 5-person team and take 5 power playing accounts at a time. Shan Kaiquan, Brother Ma, tell me the bottom line, how much can you make in a day? It depends on how many orders there are. 1 or 200 should be no problem. Ma Shichen said. After hearing this, Shan Kaiquan was excited and immediately shared it with Brother Nan. Jiuo Kanan was also very excited. Fuck, this must be several thousand a month, rich. Today, after Yuan said with disdain that she would not take the train, but the high-speed rail, wouldn't Jiuo Kanan and the others be embarrassed? Now, with the opportunity to make money, Jiuo Kanan felt proud, even though he hadn't started to make money yet. He waved his hand generously and decided to treat his good brother to a meal. Then, Jiuo Kanan looked at the cheapest meal in the train station, which cost 18 yuan, and fell into deep thought. The two of them bought a piece of bread to fill their stomachs. Jiuo Kanan was in the dark, but his heart was looking to the light. He took a sip of iced purified water. Brother Quan, when I make money, I will treat you to the self-service pork ribs in the city. I've passed by it many times, and I searched for reviews online. They all said it was delicious. Jiuo Kanan imagined. He didn't have money to eat barbecue before, but Shan Kaiquan took the initiative to sponsor him. If he had money, he would definitely not forget his kindness. Shan Kaiquan, okay, I'll take advantage of you. The waiting room was full of people. The two of them had no seats, so they sat against the wall, guarding their backpacks, taking a sip of water and a bite of bread, and fantasizing about the beauty of the future. The bullet train slowly stopped. Zhu Yuantang got on the train. Looking around, the environment inside the high-speed rail was much better than that of the train. Dong Qingfeng and his friends were on the same train as Jiang Ning, and they all bought their tickets at the same time. After getting on the train, they began to look for their seats. Jiang Ning chose a window seat, and Zhu Yuantang was next to him. When it was Dong Qingfeng's turn, something went wrong. He stood in front of his seat, looking at a barefoot man leaning against the seat with his eyes closed to rest. After checking repeatedly, Dong Qingfeng confirmed that the seat in front of him was indeed his. He shouted, "Hello, this is my seat, please give way." Dong Qingfeng was very polite when he was out. He had a good upbringing and was always like this. He said it twice, but no one paid attention. Yang Sheng and Tang Fu had already taken their seats. Dong Qingfeng helped them put their luggage away first, and then came over to shout a few more words. Still no one paid attention. Dong Qingfeng had to push him. "Hello, this is my seat." He showed his ticket. The barefoot uncle was woken up, turned his head, and looked impatient. "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm sleeping?" He spoke loudly, causing the passengers around to look at him. Tang Fu said to Yang Sheng, "Nothing will happen, right? Although this kind of seat being occupied is heard from time to time, it is the first time for everyone to encounter it in person." Dong Qingfeng repeated, "Uncle, you took my seat." He put the ticket in front of the other person. "This is my seat. You sat in the wrong seat. Please give up your seat." If the other person was a pregnant woman with a better attitude, Dong Qingfeng might be willing to give up his seat, but facing this uncle with a very aggressive tone, it is absolutely impossible. "I didn't sit in the wrong seat. It's my seat." The uncle leaned back again. "Can I see your ticket?" Dong Qingfeng asked. "No, don't bother me." Dong Qingfeng got angry. "Okay, you can do it." As a young man of the new era, Dong Qingfeng turned around and went to find the conductor. The uncle took out the ticket and said unhappily, "What the hell is wrong?" Zhu Yuantang heard it clearly, so he asked Jiang Ning, "Who is wrong?" Dong Qingfeng is not wrong. Jiang Ning said his consciousness had already scanned the tickets of both parties. However, Jiang Ning rarely interfered in other people's affairs, and it was best for the conductor to handle such matters. The door closed, the train started, and the surrounding scene went backwards. At the same time, Dong Qingfeng brought the attendant to deal with the matter. The male attendant took the ticket and shouted to the uncle, "Please show me your ticket." The uncle threw the ticket at him. Look, is it seat 16? Where did I sit in the wrong seat?" After comparing, the attendant said, "Hello, sir, you didn't sit in the wrong seat, you just sat in the wrong train. The ticket you bought is for the train across the platform." The uncle couldn't sit still and stood up in surprise. "Are you kidding me?" The male conductor said, "You did sit in the wrong seat. Now the train has started. It is recommended that you get off at the next stop." The barefoot uncle roared, mad, and punched the seat in front. Yang Sheng in the front row was shocked and affected for no reason. She got up helplessly and said kindly, "Hello, getting angry is harmful to your health. Let me remind you that, since you didn't buy a ticket for this train, you need to ask the attendant for a ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Hit the Target. July 13th, the high-speed train arrived at Pengcheng East Station. Dong Qingfeng got off the high-speed train and stood at the exit, looking at the east and west directions of the passage. Behind him were Yang Sheng and Tang Fu, especially Tang Fu. She wore a pair of 9-point jeans. Her long legs, which were often exercised, were slender and well proportioned under the pants, and the curves were extremely beautiful. The process of walking down the stairs was indescribably casual and elegant. The men passing by couldn't help but be amazed by her long legs and attracted their eyes. The conductor actually asked him to change his ticket. Tang Fu was surprised. Yang Sheng, if he didn't change his ticket, he would definitely continue to make trouble. Thinking of the noise made by the barefoot uncle, Yang Sheng disdained it. After all, she was out and about, and it was better to have less trouble than more, so she didn't pursue it. "Where should we go?" The two directions in front of her confused Tang Fu. She couldn't tell the direction. When she was out, she had to rely on others to show the way. Dong Qingfeng led the way. "Follow me, Pengcheng is my home court." His every move was full of spirit. Dong Feng had no experience in the trip to Tay City. It was the monitor who led the way, which prevented him from showing off his skills in front of Tang Fu, Yang Sheng, and Jiang Yanan. Now that he has gotten rid of the monitor's shadow and stepped into Pengcheng, he can finally play a role. By the way, let me tell you that a classmate from our class is going to come. Dong Feng informed. Yang Sheng was puzzled. Who? She had been busy playing these 2 days and didn't check the class group. Dong Feng said, "Hi, Chen Qian." That nerd? Yang Sheng's attitude was neither hot nor cold. Chen Qian always ranked 3rd in the class exams. He was a man who was really obsessed with learning. Once she asked Chen Qian a question, but was rejected flatly, so she had a general impression of him. I talked to him many times before the holiday and finally persuaded Chen Qian. Dong Feng said. He originally thought that Chen Qian would study for the whole summer vacation, but he didn't expect that the other party would be willing to go out for a trip. Dong Feng has many friends of the opposite sex in the class, but Chen Qian is barely one of the good friends of the same sex. He has a train at 3 p.m. I'll have him come directly to where we live. Dong Feng led the others out of the station. Jiang Ning stepped forward, and Zhu Yuantang followed closely behind him. The subway in Pengcheng has just been put into construction and will not be opened until 5 years later. People mainly rely on buses for transportation. Dong Feng thought it was too troublesome and chose to take a taxi directly. He didn't care about the funds that Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang won in the lottery, so he didn't feel bad about the money. As for Tang Fu and Yang Sheng, how could Dong Feng be willing to let them squeeze into the bus? Besides, the 2 girls came from good families. When traveling with people of the same economic conditions, they didn't have to worry about the cost of money and could travel as easily as they wanted. Yunlong Lake. Several people walked on the road leading to Wanao community. 3 houses, all with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. How should we divide them? Dong Feng asked everyone. The Lakeview homestay he found was located in a residential area. Tang Fu and I will share a room. Yang Sheng said. Dong Feng, I'll go with Chen Qian. Jiang Ning had no choice, so he said, I'll go with Zhu Yuantang. After all, it was a 2-bedroom 1 living room house, and they didn't live in the same room. Besides, Jiang Ning had originally rented Zhu Yuantang's house, so Yang Sheng and Dong Feng didn't think it was a big deal. Instead, Tang Fu looked down at Zhu Yuantang and was very meaningful. Zhu Yuantang didn't give in. How dare the stupid tall man pretend to be profound? After deciding on the house, Dong Feng walked into the community. Several people looked at the surrounding terrain and found that the buildings in the community were indeed built by the lake, with excellent greening and many sycamore trees planted. The house has only 6 floors and is equipped with an elevator. It is a foreign-style house. The place is not bad. Yang Sheng praised. Dong Feng said, it's really good. It was recommended by a relative of mine. The last time I came to Pengcheng, I stayed here. It's not worse than the one the squad leader had in Tay City. Of course, the price is not cheap. A house costs 300 yuan a night, and it can only accommodate 2 people. Jiang Ning was assigned a key. His residence was on the 3rd floor. He was the first to step out of the elevator. This was the first time Zhu Yuantang lived in a multi-story suite. She used to be from the countryside. Her family lived in a red brick house. When she moved to the city, she also lived in a bungalow. The house was well lit. The strong sunlight at noon shone from the French windows in the living room onto the white floor, bright and dazzling. What caught my eye was a sofa, a TV cabinet and a large TV. Jiang Ning put his luggage on the coffee table and turned on the air conditioner. Zhu Yuantang ran to other rooms to check. Finally, he chose a slightly smaller one and gave the other large room to Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang opened the refrigerator and sighed. There are no fruits and snacks. There were only 4 bottles of iced pure water, lying alone in it. Jiang Ning laughed. Not only are there no fruits and snacks, but there is no breakfast either. Zhu Yuantang's face became even more depressed. This is a homestay, not a hotel. I'll take you to a hotel in the next city, Jiang Ning said. After getting his promise, Zhu Yuantang's mood immediately improved. He happily ran to unpack his luggage and put out the daily necessities. After a while, Su Yuantang waved. Come quickly. Do you hear the noise outside? Jiang Ning's consciousness moved, and he saw a few cicadas lying on the surface of the sycamore tree outside the residential building, shouting heartbreakingly, and the sharp sound broke through the sky. Even with the windows closed, there was still a little noise. Jiang Ning stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a soundproof formation appeared, and the cicadas outside were instantly silenced. He said, "What's that sound?" Su Yuantang listened attentively. "Hey, it's gone. Just now, it was the cicadas calling," she said. "No more." Jiang Ning said, "Humph, it must be, because I had an unpleasant thought, and they were scared and disappeared." Su Yuantang crossed his arms, raised his pointed little chin, and said pretentiously, "Even if there are thousands of cicadas, they must lower their eyebrows when they see me." Jiang Ning wanted to laugh, but after thinking carefully, he found that what she said was actually quite right. It's just that he acted as a tool. He sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. Even the remote control was wiped by Su Yuantang with a wet cloth, which shows how much she loves cleanliness. Su Yuantang came over. The sofa was L-shaped. She chose the long sofa and curled up on it, feeling free. She had never sat on this kind of sofa before. It was like a bed and she could sleep on it. It was noon. The afternoon sun was blocked by the curtains. The air conditioner in the living room blew out cool air. Su Yuantang planned to take a nap on the soft sofa. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Jiang Ning looked outside with his spiritual sense, and Yang Sheng and Tang Fu appeared in his sea of consciousness. He wanted to wave his hand gently and use his spiritual power to open the door, but he was worried that Su Yuantang had seen a ghost. So he went forward to open the door himself. "Tang Fu, Jiang Ning, let's go out for lunch." Yang Sheng shouted. "Su Yuantang, I'm going out for lunch." "I'm coming." Dong Qingfeng sent us a message saying that he went to bed. "I thought you two hadn't had lunch yet. Do you want to join us?" Yang Sheng made an invitation. Su Yuantang, okay. So the three girls, along with Jiang Ning, left the community. Tang Fu got lost as soon as she left the house. She asked, "Where should we go to eat?" Jiang Ning's consciousness extended hundreds of meters and said, "There's a snack street nearby." Walking on the road, Tang Fu complained, "The cicadas outside are a bit noisy. I wanted to sleep, but they made my head hurt." Otherwise, she wouldn't go out to eat at noon. She lives in the city, and her tolerance for the cicadas' calls is not as good as Su Yuantang, who was born in the countryside. Yang Sheng, there are too many sycamore trees in the community. We'll have to stay for a few more days, so why don't we kill the cicadas? Tang Fu suggested. Yang Sheng, how are you going to do it? Su Yuantang wanted to say that she would catch them with a net bag. After all, she was an expert in catching cicadas in the village. Unexpectedly, Tang Fu took the lead and said, "Slingshot." Su Yuantang was stunned. Yang Sheng saw it for the first time. Slingshot to shoot cicadas? Can you hit them? As Tang Fu spoke, she took a step with her long legs, and her momentum followed. In the field of sports, she was a natural king. It's just shooting a cicada. Is it difficult? Tang Fu didn't care. As soon as she said this, Su Yuantang pursed her lips, and her net bag skills were suddenly not good enough. She felt ashamed. Dong Qingfeng said that there would be a big meal in the evening, so everyone bought something at the snack street at noon. There was a stall selling roasted gluten that smelled very good, and the auntie at the stall was dressed neatly. Thinking of the taste of roasted gluten sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, Su Yuantang couldn't resist the temptation. She ran over to ask the price. "How much is a string of roasted gluten?" "My roasted gluten is big, and you can see how good the quality is, so it's more expensive than others. 1.5 yuan. The auntie said happily. 1.5 yuan, right? Tang Fu came closer. The last time she bargained, Yang Sheng pulled her behind her. She was smart and realized that Yang Sheng seemed to underestimate her. This time, she decided to wash away the shame and said, "Auntie, give us a discount. 5.3 yuan for a string." As soon as she finished speaking, the auntie couldn't help laughing. "Silly girl, how can you bargain like that? 3 strings are only 4.5 yuan. Yang Sheng pushed Tang Fu, who showed her IQ, behind her, not to embarrass her, but to chat with her. "Sister, how is your business usually?" The two of them only chatted briefly for a few words, but Yang Sheng spent 5 yuan and easily bought 4 strings of grilled gluten. When leaving, the auntie was very happy, and her apple cheeks were almost touching her eyes with a smile. Yang Sheng left the stall and distributed grilled gluten to everyone, still pretending to be indifferent to praise or criticism. Zhu Yuantang didn't expect that she was so powerful. Obviously, Yang Sheng was a famous thorn in the class group. Yuan and Lu Kiki had publicly said that she was difficult to get along with. Yang Shengling was in the front. From behind, she had neat short hair, a flexible body, and a waist that seemed so slender that it could be held in 2 hands. She looked very delicate. However, she was very strong. Once in a physical education class, she threw a shot put farther than many boys. Zhu Yuantang remembered clearly that when she started the first year of high school, she sat in the front row of the class. During the evening self-study period, the teacher sat at the podium. Other students rarely asked the teacher when they encountered difficult problems. Even if they did, they were timid. But Yang Sheng was different. She was calm and not at all restrained. When discussing with the teacher, she could clearly describe the solution ideas. Even after explaining the problem, she could still chat with the teacher for a few words. She was chic and generous. Zhu Yuantang was very envious. She bit the roasted gluten. It tasted spicy and had a hint of charcoal fire. It was strong and soft. But Zhu Yuantang did not belittle herself. She was more powerful and did not need to ask the teacher questions at all. By the lake, Wanai community, Tang Fu tied her ponytail, held the slingshot in her hand, and pinched a mud bullet. The mud ball bullet is very safe. It will break into powder when hitting an object, and its lethality is very low. But it is enough to deal with cicadas. Tang Fu pinched the slingshot with 2 fingers and slightly closed her left eye. The silly temperament was gone, and she actually showed a bit of coldness, which was a great contrast. She adjusted the sight and aimed at the sycamore tree in front of her. The cicadas in the city are very brave. They are still chirping when people come. Tang Fu pulled the rubber band and let go. The slingshot rebounded instantly, and the mud ball bullet flew and accurately hit the crazy chirping cicada. With a bang, the chirping sound disappeared. Yang Sheng couldn't help but praise, cool. Zhu Yuantang shrank his eyes. This was the first time he saw someone as powerful as Jiang Ning. Slingshot to hit cicadas. What a cool skill. Tang Fu's temperament remained unchanged. She silently took out another mud ball and aimed at another cicada. Another shot. The cicada was hit and fell to the ground. Wow. Jiang Ning, she's so awesome. Zhu Yuantang shook his arm, wishing he could go up and experience it himself. Tang Fu walked around the tree, fired 7 rounds of pellets in a row, killed 4 cicadas, and most of the noise on the tree disappeared. But between the dense leaves, there was a big cicada hiding, still chirping wildly. Due to the obstruction of the leaves, Tang Fu could only vaguely see the black big cicada, which was too high. The distance was too far, and there were leaves blocking it. Tang Fu tried 7 or 8 times, but failed. Yang Sheng judged, it is probably the only one chirping. All the others were killed by Tang Fu. Tang Fu did not continue to fight to the death. She lowered her slingshot, like a sharpshooter who had completed a sniper, with a smile on her face. Let's go upstairs and try it. Yang Sheng was itching to do it, and took the initiative to say, I'll try it. She took a mud ball, aimed, pulled the bow, and bang, the mud ball hit the tree trunk, but it was far away. Tang Fu said, slingshots look simple, but you need to practice for 2 weeks to be able to shoot cicadas. Zhu Yuantang was surprised. 2 weeks. Tang Fu said as a matter of course, yes, I only played for 2 weeks in the first year of junior high school, and I haven't played for 3 years. Seeing Tang Fu's confident expression, Zhu Yuantang was excited. Yang Sheng tried several times, but failed to hit the target, so he gave up. Zhu Yuantang took the slingshot and imagined himself to be a master of slingshots, but he missed more than Yang Sheng. She gave the slingshot to Jiang Ning. You try it. She also stuffed him with a mud pill. Jiang Ning looked at Tang Fu. Where is the cicada? His eyes were calm, but the words he asked were inexplicably touching. Tang Fu subconsciously pointed to the location of the big cicada, which was 4 stories high. It was precisely because the location was too high and it was lying in the middle of the tree branches that Tang Fu missed repeatedly. "Are you really going to shoot? Why don't you go upstairs?" While she was talking, Jiang Ning raised the slingshot, opened the elastic band, and shot with a smooth and swift movement. After firing a shot, Jiang Ning turned and left, leaving a sentence, "No need, it's already been killed." Then Tang Fu clearly saw a black cicada falling from the sky between the branches and leaves above. Tang Fu stood under the tree, her long legs were touching, her high nose and big eyes revealed a classical face, and an unexpected expression emerged. "Is it over? There will be another chapter later. Monthly ticket. Chapter 447 Give me half. Wanahu Community, Building 7, Unit 3. Yang Sheng took a sip of iced Fanta, leaned back on the sofa, looked forward, and sighed. "Jiang Ning, you have good skills. I'm a little convinced." Tang Fu, who was next to him, thought of the miserable state of the cicada. After it fell to the ground, its head was flattened, and it died on the spot. When she looked at Jiang Ning again, she felt very strange. She was not surprised by Jiang Ning's slingshot skills. After all, with her talent, she only needed to concentrate on practicing for a week to easily achieve that level of accuracy. What she couldn't understand was that since Jiang Ning was so accurate, why didn't he take the initiative at the beginning? He just waited until Zhu Yuantang handed the slingshot to him. In class 7 where Tang Fu was, the boys in the class, such as Zhao Jinliang and Bei Hao, jumped out to show off as soon as they had a little skill, like a peacock with a spread tail, wishing everyone knew. With Tang Fu's wisdom, she easily saw their plan. Jiang Ning was different. He was too introverted, as if he didn't care about glory. Tang Fu couldn't understand him. She stared at Jiang Ning for several times, but he didn't notice. Instead, the little boy Zhu Yuantang next to her noticed it. His eyes were alert, so Tang Fu had to look away. They sat in Jiang Ning's room for half an hour, and went back to their own room for a nap. After the two left, Zhu Yuantang continued to watch the movie with Jiang Ning. She lay lazily on the sofa, finished the Wanglaoji herbal tea in her hand, and then put the can on the coffee table. Jiang Ning, who was sitting quietly, suddenly raised his leg, and kicked the can into the trash can. Zhu Yuantang was moved by the scene and thought of the sad things. She once thought this move was very cool, so she practiced it secretly at home, preparing to surprise Jiang Ning, Chachu, Bei Yuxia, and Chen Xiaoyu sisters in one fell swoop. That time, she finished drinking coke, and kicked it in front of her mother. The coke can was kicked to the ceiling, and the remaining coke in the can spilled all over her mother's head. In short, Zhu Yuantang's end that day was very miserable. To hide her sadness, she ate 2 dried fruits. After a while, she wanted to drink water again. She was lazy. She had to get off the sofa to get water from the refrigerator. How troublesome. She wanted to ask, "Jiang Ning, are you thirsty?" But she felt that it was too obvious, and it would be easy to be seen through. She used her wisdom and said legitimately, "Jiang Ning, the TV said that people need to drink 8 glasses of water a day to ensure good health. You only drank 2 glasses of water today, and it's almost 3 o'clock now." Jiang Ning glanced at her and got up to get water. "That's right, since you got it, please help me get a bottle by the way." Zhu Yuantang finally got what she wanted. She was so wise. At 6:30 in the afternoon, the lights in Pengcheng were just beginning to light up. There were 6 people in the group. Chen Kan had already arrived at the B&B. He was dressed in black, thin, and wore glasses. He looked like a student. He was far less fashionable than Deng Qingfeng next to him. Deng Qingfeng wore a floral shirt and shorts. He also held a folding fan in his hand and fanned himself while walking. He had a standard holiday style. "Today we are eating Pengcheng Digoro chicken. We have Digoro chicken in Yazhou, but if we say the earliest Digoro chicken, it has to be originated in Pengcheng. The taste is so authentic. Especially the pancake, which is sweet and spicy, and covered with soup. I guarantee you will never forget it after eating it." Deng Qingfeng introduced. "Today we are going to eat a time-honored Digoro chicken, the most famous old store in Pengcheng. I tell you, ordinary people have to queue up and waste time. It happens that I have a relative who works in the market, and the location is just a matter of words. His parents are both working in the system, and the family is closely connected and helps each other. The store is more than 1 kilometer away from us. Let's take a walk and enjoy the scenery of Yunlong Lake. The road surrounds the lake, surrounded by green trees and fresh air. Everyone walked to the bridge and looked into the distance. The beautiful Yunlong Lake is in sight. The lake water is clear, and several boats are floating on the lake. It is the season when lotus flowers are in full bloom. The pink lotus flowers are set off by large patches of emerald lotus leaves, which look particularly delicate. It's beautiful. Zhu Yuantang took a photo and prepared to return to the B&B to send it to Chachu for appreciation through Wi-Fi. The cool night breeze blew, and everyone strolled by the lake, enjoying the lake view and enjoying the comfort. Chen Kan wanted to recite a poem about Yunlong Lake, but he couldn't think of a poem about Yunlong Lake, so he could only sigh. Dong Qingfeng was puzzled. Why is brother Chen sighing? Chen Kan, I sigh that the ancients didn't know about Yunlong Lake and buried this beautiful scenery. Dong Qingfeng, however, had another opinion. It's good not to be discovered. If Yunlong Lake is really famous, then it will not only belong to Pengcheng, but to the whole country. By then, maybe there will be no tranquility now. He continued, I used to like an itch singer, but later he became famous, and I didn't like him so much. A few people walked and chatted, passing by a square, and saw a small stall there, with a sign saying sketch 10 yuan per person in large letters. A 15 or 16-year-old girl, holding a pen and a drawing board, drew a picture for another 30-year-old woman. When passing by, Chen Kan took a look at the model. She was a woman with single eyelids, small eyes, high cheekbones, and average looks. However, the quick sketch on the drawing board completely avoided these shortcomings. It was much better than plastic surgery. The woman in the painting was really beautiful and made people feel good. When they were far away, Chen Kan lamented, did you see that painting? What did she paint? It's totally against art. Can it still be called painting? He spit on it. Dong Qingfeng was used to Chen Kan's impulsive personality and was about to respond. Yang Sheng said, what she painted is not a painting, but a painting of human relationships. Chen Kan laughed. What human relationships are nothing but vulgar people who sell art for money. Yang Sheng didn't bother with the nerd. When they arrived at the clay pot chicken shop, there were people waiting in line outside. Dong Qingfeng walked directly into the store. After reporting his name, the waiter immediately arranged a table. The 6 people sat down, and Dong Qingfeng ordered dishes skillfully. The clay pot chicken here was a small portion, so he ordered 2 portions, and then there was hairtail, baby cabbage, bean sprouts, fried clams, and another portion of Beijing-style shredded pork. After ordering the dishes, he did not continue to sit, but said, there is also a braised pig's trotter restaurant across the street, 12 yuan a portion, the taste is famous, who wants it? Chen Kan did not want to eat. Tang Fu signed up. Zhu Yuantang asked for one, and prepared to share half with Jiang Ning. Dong Qingfeng came back quickly, bringing 3 portions of braised pig's trotters. This restaurant served dishes very quickly, and Beijing-style shredded pork was the first one. Dong Qingfeng did not go out for lunch, so he was hungry. He said to a few people, the Beijing-style shredded pork in Pengcheng is different. Other places use bean curd skin and small pancakes. You see, they are old and steamed buns. Dong Qingfeng started to roll one portion. The steamed bun has a rough texture, but it can neutralize the greasiness of the shredded pork. You can try it. He wanted to give it to Yang Sheng and Tang Fu, but was politely rejected, so Chen Kan took it and ate it. Chen Kan praised, Qingfeng, you are thoughtful. Dong Qingfeng raised his mouth and said reluctantly, we are all brothers, don't be polite. Zhu Yuantang picked up a piece of the earthen pot chicken pancake and took a bite. His eyes sparkled. It was indeed delicious. It can't be said that it surpassed his mother's cooking skills, but it was a different taste. Delicious. Zhu Yuantang nodded. After Yang Sheng and the others tasted it, they also praised it. Compared to Ya's house earthen pot chicken, I like this taste better. Dong Qingfeng saw that they were satisfied with the food and was in a good mood. He raised his juice. Let's toast. But his expression was not natural. He couldn't help but recall the last time he got drunk in Tay City and surfed in public. He didn't remember it at first, but Tang Fu told him later. After the squad leader confirmed it, Dong Qingfeng knew what a ridiculous thing he had done. Everyone toasted, and the atmosphere became more lively. After all, it was considered meeting an old friend in a foreign land among the four great joys. Everyone's attitude was very harmonious. There were people talking about everything around. The two middle-aged uncles at the left table were talking about the current situation, international trends, and the stock market. The three men in suits at the right table were drinking. A young man who looked very lonely was complaining to the other two. That manager Yang, he is not as capable as manager Zhao, and his performance is not even half of his. Why can he become the vice president? As soon as he took over, he immediately started to change the system. All the original benefits were gone. Last month, on the Dragon Boat Festival, no gifts were given. Two brothers, do you think this is right? The young man complained to the two people and said many heartfelt words. He made a lot of noise over there, and even Dong Qingfeng and others heard the reason. It turned out that the young man couldn't stand the company's vice president, so he chose to resign today and invited two other colleagues who had a good relationship to dinner. The other two smiled and comforted him again and again. Their sadness did not affect Dong Qingfeng, who was having a meal. They were just students and could not understand things in the workplace. Dong Qingfeng thought of the high school girl who drew sketches on the way to dinner, so he led the topic and asked everyone when they made money for the first time. He said that he used to play online games and later sold his account for 500 yuan, which was his first pot of gold. Compared with Dong Qingfeng's huge sum of 500 yuan, Tang Fu said that she sold lanterns on the Lantern Festival and earned 20 yuan. Zhu Yuantang was embarrassed, but since others had said it, she bravely said that when she was a child, she picked up rags, bottles, and scrap iron in the village and sold them at the scrap station for 70 cents. Several people were amazed. Even if Dong Qingfeng looked down on the poor in his bones, Zhu Yuantang's results were too terrifying. Perhaps Zhu Yuantang in the future might not be better than him, a native who was firmly rooted in a small town, but the current provincial champion seedling should never be underestimated. When it was Jiang Ning's turn, he recalled his long ago childhood and finally remembered his first pot of gold. I grew up in the countryside, and most of the adults in the village went out to work. In the bustling restaurant, the air conditioner continued to blow out cold air, which could not cover the aroma of the food. Dong Qingfeng often tried to please Shen Qinj, so he had naturally heard about Jiang Ning's background. He was born in a rural area and had an average family. Not to mention that his parents were now senior executives at Changqinghai. Even Jiang Ning's current conditions were not to be underestimated by Dong Qingfeng, especially because he was so popular with women. Dong Qingfeng thought that in class 8, only the monitor and Jiang Ning could compare with him. Jiang Ning's voice was eloquent. People who work in the village basically only come back once a year during the spring festival. They earn much more money working outside than farming. Every year at the end of the year, people play cards and dice everywhere in the village. Some people often lose tens of thousands of yuan at the end of the year. They lose all the money they earned from working hard for a year. Dong Qingfeng was born in the urban area. Hearing such foolish things, he couldn't help but sneer. You are mentally ill. It's not easy to make money, and you still like to gamble. Yang Sheng interrupted. Gambling is addictive, but in the past 2 years, various places have begun to crack down on gambling, and the situation has improved a lot. Jiang Ning continued. There are winners and losers in the card game. Those who win money are very happy and spend lavishly. I spent 2 yuan to buy a windproof lighter. Someone at the card table won money and picked up a cigarette to smoke. I reached out and lit it for them. Everyone at the card table laughed together. The people who win never take money seriously. When I light a cigarette for them, they take out a 10 yuan or 20 yuan note from the pile of money in front of them and hand it to me. In one afternoon, I can often make 50 yuan. Speaking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. The 10 yuan he had as a child, in the early 2000s, was enough to buy so many things, even a toy rifle on the street. Zhu Yuantang was stunned. Why didn't I think of doing this? Jiang Ning said, it only worked at the beginning. Later, other children followed suit and adults stopped giving money. After he finished speaking, Chen Kan began to talk about his first pot of gold. A family lost their pet dog and offered a reward for the dog. He used the knowledge he had learned to help people find the dog. Then he was bitten by the dog. The family paid 1,000 yuan in compensation, and he had some money left after the injection. Tang Fu said that she ran fast in elementary school, and she earned 1 yuan by sending a letter of challenge to another big sister on behalf of a senior sister. Everyone laughed, and finally it was Yang Sheng's turn. After listening, Yang Sheng began to tell her experience. She was smiling, and her short hair made her look a little hazy in the fireworks. I had short hair in elementary school and was sloppy. The girls in my class called me tomboy and no one wanted to play with me. Some people even said bad things about me behind my back. The atmosphere was a little heavy and sad, and An King Feng sighed silently. Yang Sheng changed the subject. Later I beat them up. The air became cheerful again. Chen Kan thought to himself, you are worthy of it. Although the girls in my class don't play with me, there is a girl in the next class who often plays with me. We have a good relationship and often buy 7 dwarfs popsicles to share. Later, one time, the girls in our class found the girl in the next class, gave her 10 yuan, and asked her to put a pen in my school bag. She took the 10 yuan and did it. Later, someone in our class said that the pen was lost and searched my school bag and finally concluded that I stole the pen. Yang Sheng said this, still calmly. Deng Qingfeng felt distressed and everyone waited for her to continue. Yang Sheng, of course I had to refute it, but unfortunately the evidence was there, but no one listened. The teacher called my parents and criticized me, and I was annoyed by more people in the class. Later, the girl in the next class, perhaps unable to bear the condemnation of her conscience, told me the matter. Tang Fu couldn't help asking, what happened next? Yang Sheng drank the juice in one gulp and said, I told her that you are too disloyal. You didn't even share your earnings with me. Then I took 5 yuan from her. Chapter 448 Alternatives. So, she helped others to frame you, causing the whole class to isolate you, and asked the teacher to invite your parents to the school. Did you forgive her later? Deng Qingfeng almost trembled when he said these words. His eyes were red, showing how angry he was. People like him, who regard a beautiful girl like Yang Sheng as their sister, their sweetheart, and as beautiful as the stars in the sky, how could they bear to see her being wronged? He only wished he could go back to the scene at that time, stand in front of the whole class, and shout, she is innocent. The boy rarely concealed his emotions, and his anger was noticed by everyone at the table. Yang Sheng smiled indifferently, showing his open-mindedness. It doesn't matter, it's not a big deal. Tang Fu's heart trembled when she heard this. If she were in his shoes, she would definitely be very angry if she encountered this situation, and she would definitely not be as calm as Yang Sheng. Well, this is my first time making money, and the process is a bit tortuous. I haven't made as much as you. Yang Sheng admitted generously. Jiang Ning spoke at the right time. It's really not easy. Everyone drank a glass of drinks, and seeing that Yang Sheng was still in a normal state, the others suppressed their emotions and continued to eat. Try this pig's trotter. It's not greasy at all. Deng Qingfeng livened up the atmosphere, and he untied the bag of pig's trotters. Zhu Yuantang looked around deliberately, especially at the waiters in the restaurant. She was cautious, fearing that they would not allow her to eat the food she brought from outside in the store. She had watched TV before and saw that a customer was kicked out of the restaurant because of this. But after the restaurant kicked the customer out, it confiscated the meal money, and Zhu Yuantang thought it was good. Then she thought again that she was traveling and all the expenses were reimbursed by her mother's company, so this didn't seem so good. Simply eating food from outside. Countless ideas popped up in Zhu Yuantang's little head. Tang Fu took a bite. The braised pig's trotter was particularly beautiful in color, red sauce, and had a sauce flavor when it entered the mouth. It was soft and not greasy, and quite delicious. It's delicious, better than the roasted pig's trotters in the department store. Tang Fu praised. Deng Qingfeng pointed at his portion. Yang Sheng, try it. Yang Sheng, is it spicy? Tang Fu, not spicy. Then Yang Sheng ate a piece of Tang Fu. While they were eating, the middle-aged uncle at the next table was bragging. At another table, a young man was complaining to 2 colleagues, analyzing and describing the injustice in the company. As the wine got deeper, the young man couldn't control his emotions and couldn't help choking up. He had been in the company for 2 years and thought he would be promoted step by step, but who would have thought that he would end up like this? His remarks were full of heartfelt words. The young man couldn't handle the alcohol and staggered to the bathroom. After seeing him leave, the other 2 colleagues drank a glass of beer, smiled, and said without disguising, "What an idiot." Jiang Ning and his table were so confused that they couldn't react. The contempt on their faces was definitely not pretended. They really looked down on each other. In this case, the harmony just now was fake. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang seemed to understand. Is this the workplace? It was almost 9 o'clock when the dinner ended and Jiang Ning paid the bill. Jiang Ning walked out of the hotel door. Above the dome, the stars were twinkling like millions of diamonds scattered, romantic and mysterious. The cool night breeze blew on his face and blew Yang Sheng's short hair beside him. She let her hair messy, cool, and beautiful. "It's good," Jiang Ning said. Yang Sheng understood very well. Yes, the wind is really good. It was still the evening breeze of a foreign land. The night breeze was soft, like a gentle hand, gently patting the heart, quiet and warm. After a while, Jiang Ning broke the silence. "It's getting late now. Let's walk back along Yunlong Lake, go to bed early tonight, and tomorrow we will visit the aquarium in Pengcheng, climb the mountain, take the cable car, and eat Pengcheng barbecue in the evening." He arranged the itinerary. Everyone had no objection. The roads were quieter at night, and occasionally a night running team of dozens of people appeared. People shouted slogans and ran along the road around the lake to exercise. This scene was rarely seen in Yazhou. Zhu Yuantang watched for a while. Most of the people in the team were grandpas and aunts, and there were also a few young people. "It feels that the residents of Pengcheng are so leisurely," Tang Fu said. "She often runs at night and has never encountered a night running team." Jiang Ning agreed. Pengcheng has a rich cultural heritage. It has been one of the 9 states since ancient times, which is much better than our Yazhou. Chen Qian, speaking of cultural heritage, I immediately thought of Ansheng. Jiang Ning was immediately amused. "What background does it have?" "It's just a broken county town." His words were full of teasing. Everyone was enjoying the night breeze, walking and stopping, chatting about topics, and expressing their own opinions. Jiang Ning was in a good mood. In the past, he mostly traveled alone. It was the first time to be with classmates. It was really comfortable to have someone to chat with. Continuing forward, a couple was standing by the flower bed and kissing. Chen Qian passed by with a slanted look. After walking a distance, Chen Qian shook his head and said, "The macup is too thick, not very good." Jiang Ning seemed to know him for the first time, and his eyes were opened. "Chen Qian, you still pay attention to other people's macup?" You know, in the classroom, Chen Qian was only focused on reading the books of sages, and he didn't hear anything about the outside world. In his eyes, women were just obstacles. It surprised him quite a bit. In fact, Jiang Ning had such thoughts in his mind. The woman just now did have heavy macup, but he was well educated and rarely talked about women behind their backs. Once, Cuiu said behind her back that someone's macup looked like a ghost, and Pang Jiao, a classmate, was disgusted in front of her. She claimed that she put on macup to please herself, not for you stinky men. Cuiu said, "You put on macup to please ghosts, it's good enough that you don't scare people to death." At that time, Pang Jiao overturned the desk. If the class monitor Huang Zhangfei hadn't been there, a big fight would have been inevitable. It was just a pity for Wu Zhaoqi, who was sleeping soundly and had a nightmare for no reason. Since then, Jiang Ning has learned lessons and grown up, trying to say less bad things. Maybe he will touch someone's pain. Chen Qian said, "I did pay attention to the macup, but this is not my purpose." "What is your purpose?" Jiang Ning was surprised. Tang Fu was also curious and looked at him puzzled. Chen Qian had a blank expression and analyzed like a machine. Just now, the woman's partner kissed her face, and the macup contains heavy metals. I wonder how many times he needs to kiss before he dies of heavy metal poisoning. Jiang Ning was shocked. "It's you." Tang Fu was shocked. How could someone have such a strange idea? Like Zhu Yuantang, She fell into deep thought and fantasized. Are cosmetics sweet? Yang Sheng said, applying too much cosmetics is indeed not good for the skin. Dong Qingfeng looked at her smooth and cold face and said, with your skin, you don't need makeup at all. He sighed, youth is the best cosmetics. Chen Kan analyzed seriously, youth is not, genes are, refer to Pang Jiao. Dong Qingfeng couldn't help but feel sick when he thought of the pimples on Pang Jiao's face, especially that day when Duan Shigen fought Pang Jiao and burst the pimples with one punch. Red, white, and yellow ones all came out. Fucking hell, Chen Kan, don't disgust me. At night, the lake reflected the colorful lights on the opposite bank. When the wind blew, it actually caused ripples like fish scales, flashing one after another, which was instantly beautiful. On the shore, a few weeping willows swayed in the wind, and a few fishermen sat on stools, fishing quietly in the wild, almost blending into the night. Zhu Yuantang had excellent eyesight, and she said to Jiang Ning, there are so many people fishing, some during the day and some at night. There is never a shortage of people. It's the same at the Hushu River Dam where we live. They fish every day. Aren't they afraid of catching all the fish? Dong Qingfeng was amused. He knew about fishing. He used to go fishing with his elders, and knew it very well. How is it possible? After they made the nest, the water level in the river rose. These wild fish are all raised by these fishermen. Many fishermen can throw several kilograms of fish food in a nest, but they can't catch many fish at all. Zhu Yuantang was amazed after hearing this. Do you need to throw fish food in when fishing? Jiang Ning was fishing with only fake bait, and he caught a big fish as soon as he lifted the rod, which was incredibly easy. Dong Qingfeng saw that Zhu Yuantang, the number one in the city, didn't understand something, and he felt superior in his heart. Although his performance was not as good, he was far better in other aspects. He immediately explained, of course you have to make a nest when fishing. If you don't make a nest, and don't use fish food to lure the fish, how can it come? Only when the fish are attracted, can you catch fish, and making a nest is very particular. There are too many tricks involved. He was clear and logical. Dong Qingfeng had some opinions about fishing. Zhu Yuantang said, Jiang Ning never makes a nest when fishing. Can he catch fish? Dong Qingfeng asked. Zhu Yuantang, of course. Dong Qingfeng subconsciously wanted to question it, but he thought that Zhu Yuantang had no need to lie to him. She was not like Shan Kaikun and Cuiyu, who were just talking nonsense to show off. Dong Qingfeng thought about it and smiled. Jiang Ning, do you like fishing? Let's try it together, if we have a chance. By then, the truth would naturally fall apart. Jiang Ning agreed, no problem. Zhu Yuantang said, catch more blackfish, and make tomato fish. Dong Qingfeng laughed it off. Do you still have to choose the fish species when fishing? That's too arrogant. As they walked along, they were getting closer and closer to the Wanyu BNB community. Tang Fu looked at the milk tea shop across the street. I'm going to buy a cup of milk tea. What about you? Drinking a cup of sweet milk tea in the evening is very comfortable and cozy. As for whether it affects weight, with Tang Fu's age and her usual amount of exercise, a cup of milk tea seems too much of a joke. Yang Sheng, me. Zhu Yuantang tugged at Jiang Ning, and after getting the nod, he happily said, I'll have one too. Chen Kan didn't move. You guys buy it. I'll wait for you here. Dong Qingfeng wanted to laugh after hearing what he said. You guys go first. I'll be there soon. When several girls walked towards the milk tea shop, Dong Qingfeng decided to teach Chen Kan a lesson. Old Chen, this is not right. How can you let the girls go to buy milk tea while you wait here? If it were him, he would definitely take the initiative to help, or even pay the bill, when he had this opportunity. Wouldn't the relationship be closer if you go back and forth? This is the correct way to get along with girls. Old Chen, I think you don't understand anything at all. Chen Kan frowned and thought, and said, I understand. What do you understand? Dong Qingfeng was looking forward to his answer. Chen Kan, I should ask them to bring me a cup. Dong Qingfeng gave up. The child was beyond salvation, so he should be accompanied by books. He was not worthy of experiencing the beauty of young girls. But Dong Qingfeng was quite loyal and naturally perceptive. He remembered Chen Kan's words, and brought him a cup of milk tea. Several people drank milk tea while walking. Zhu Yuantang held the cold milk tea with both hands. The milk taste was mellow and rich. A cup of milk tea cost 16 yuan, which was shockingly expensive. At their Yuzhou number 4 middle school, the milk tea at the school gate was only 3 yuan a cup, a 5-fold difference. If it wasn't for the travel reimbursement, she would never be willing to buy it. Several people chose the same milk tea, all pearl milk tea. Chen Kan drank milk tea and bit the pearls. After a while, the milk tea was finished, but the pearls were not finished. A large piece of it piled up at the bottom of the cup. He frowned and found a place where it was worth using his subject wisdom. Have you noticed that the design of pearl milk tea is flawed? Every time the milk tea is finished, there are often a lot of pearls left. Tang Fu bit the straw and nodded her head. It was originally a very cute scene, but with her 1.8 meter height, it lacked a little flavor. Yes, a lot of milk tea is wasted every time. Chen Kan, the solution to this problem is very simple. First, we can calculate how many pearls there are in a cup, and then convert it according to the volume of milk tea, and then strictly abide by it. Take the same number of pearls as you drink a sip of milk tea. Tang Fu exclaimed, "You are really a boy with ideas." Chen Kan pushed his glasses, his face was serious, and there was an undisguised smugness at the corners of his mouth. After years of silence, someone finally understood his connotation. That's right, everything in the world is his chessboard, Chen Kan, and he can use calculations to solve all problems. Yang Sheng was 100 times more sober than Tang Fu. She said, "It's difficult, right? What if you accidentally drink too much milk tea and don't eat enough pearls?" Chen Kan said as a matter of course, spit it out and drink it again. Tang Fu's eyes changed instantly, with a bit of disgust. Chen Kan was stabbed in the heart, and the glory just now disappeared. In order to save his reputation, he continued to think of ways. He considered the suction force, but after thinking carefully, although increasing the suction force can suck out a lot of pearls, at the same time, the amount of milk tea sucked out will also increase. Chen Kan fell into thought, talking to himself, in a very strange state, and countless formulas came out of his mouth. Zhu Yuantang watched for a while, and shared her experience. It's actually very simple. When you drink it, just stir the straw. She shook the straw, and demonstrated it to everyone. Yang Sheng was even more rude. She tore off the film, and drank the milk tea domineeringly. When Chen Kan saw it, his heart collapsed. At night, on the 3rd floor, the TV in the living room was playing a movie. Zhu Yuantang took a bath and curled up on the sofa to play with her mobile phone. Jiang Ning, what's in the aquarium?" Her crisp voice sounded. "A lot of underwater creatures, such as those shown on TV." Jiang Ning said. "Isn't it fun?" Zhu Yuantang hugged the pillow and was very happy. "Will they attack us? I heard that jellyfish are very scary and poisonous." "No, there is glass to block them." Zhu Yuantang was no longer worried. "That's good. I will take a lot of photos tomorrow to show Chachu." She couldn't help but be curious about the aquarium and kept asking Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning answered many questions. He was worried that he would lose the expectation, so he said, "If you have any more questions, just Baidu." He guessed that Zhu Yuantang definitely didn't want to Baidu. Zhu Yuantang wanted to ask more questions, but when she heard him say that, she opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. The chattering sound disappeared in Jiang Ning's ears. She pursed her lips, a little disappointed, and hummed stubbornly, "Of course I know Baidu, but don't you answer faster?" Jiang Ning teased her, "So you think of me as a substitute for Baidu?" Zhu Yuantang thought he misunderstood, so she said aggrievedly, "No, I just want to talk to you." Chapter 449 First Aquarium. July 14th. In the early morning, white clouds floated in the light blue sky, and the branches and leaves outside the window were particularly lush. After Jiang Ning got up, she saw Zhu Yuantang eating small cookies in the living room. On the coffee table in front of her, there was a box of pure milk. Aunt Gu felt that Jiang Ning was growing too fast, so she gave her daughter milk, hoping that she could grow a few centimeters taller. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuantang was not very motivated, and her height was not much different from before. In fact, Zhu Yuantang didn't like to drink pure milk before. She thought it was more difficult to drink than cold water. She liked the yogurt bought by her mother, which was sour and sweet and delicious. But in order to grow taller, drinking some pure milk was not a big sacrifice. But after drinking too much, she found that it was actually quite delicious. She drank milk in small cookies and ate with relish. Jiang Ning saw that the biscuits she bought were the most old-fashioned biscuits in the supermarket, with solid ingredients and very cheap prices. Even if it was 14 years old, you could buy a bunch for more than 10 yuan. The advantages are cost-effective and hunger-suppressing, and the disadvantages are that the taste and flavor are very average. The outdated packaging and the trendy Oreos and cookies are like products from two different eras. This is the dry food that Zhu Yuantang bought when he went out yesterday at noon. He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly he thought of his past life. Although Yazhou No. 4 middle school held a school anniversary at that time, there were not many alumni who donated money, and no one proposed to reform the school cafeteria, and the small dining table model had never appeared. He occasionally paid attention to Zhu Yuantang, and often saw her eating similar old-fashioned biscuits at her desk during the break after school in the afternoon, and then using a stainless steel cup to get boiled water to drink. As for why she didn't use a porcelain cup, it was because Song Sheng and Mao Zhe had a fight once, which affected her desk and broke her water cup. After that, Zhu Yuantang switched to stainless steel. In the previous class 8, the most frugal in eating was Huang Yazhu, and the other was Zhu Yuantang. For a while, when Jiang Ning went out to buy food in the afternoon, he would always see Huang Yazhu go to the stewed food stall to buy a small piece of red sausage, without cutting it, without mixing it with sauce and seasoning, because it was cheap, and then with a big steamed bun. A meal could be solved with 2 or 3 pieces. He asked Huang Yazhu if it tasted good. Huang Yazhu smiled very honestly and said, "You'll be full." Jiang Ning tried it once, and it was very hard to swallow. When he saw Zhu Yuantang eating the old-fashioned biscuits, he was actually very curious, because since elementary school, Jiang Ning couldn't eat the old-fashioned biscuits, and he wouldn't eat them, even if they were placed in front of him. At that time, he actually wanted to ask Zhu Yuantang if it was delicious. Unfortunately, the two were not familiar with each other, and they could only meet during cleaning. He remembered very clearly that Zhu Yuantang swept the floor very quickly. Before he had swept half of a row of seats, Zhu Yuantang had already cleaned it. Jiang Ning retracted his thoughts and looked at Zhu Yuantang, who was eating biscuits in front of him. Zhu Yuantang was also looking at him, tilting his head slightly, as if wondering why he was staring at him so early in the morning. Did he want to eat biscuits? Jiang Ning spoke up and asked a question that spanned hundreds of years. Are the biscuits delicious? Well, it's a bit choking, Zhu Yuantang said with difficulty. Eat slowly, Jiang Ning said. Yeah, okay. Although the biscuits were difficult to swallow, Zhu Yuantang still finished them smoothly. She never wasted food. In the afternoon, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. Yunlong Lake Scenic Area. Deng Qingfeng pointed to a building in the lake in the distance and said to the others, "We are almost at the aquarium." Zhu Yuantang quickened her pace after hearing this. The aquarium in Pengcheng is not high-end, but it is much better than those in ordinary cities, and the species of creatures are relatively complete. Deng Qingfeng introduced. Zhu Yuantang had never been to an aquarium. For her, it was good to see some. The others walked to the ticket office by the lake, bought tickets, and continued forward. A long road similar to an overpass was built above the lake, about a few hundred meters long. They strolled along the long bridge, leaning on the railing and looking out. There were several cruise ships floating on the wide lake. There was even a speedboat flying across the lake, which made Zhu Yuantang's eyes light up, and he wanted to jump on it to experience it. There were often similar speedboats on the Hushu River, and Zhu Yuantang had wanted to ride one for a long time. Walking along the long road on the lake, the appearance of the aquarium was revealed. The entire building design was different from ordinary buildings. It looked like a fish or a shark, just like a cruise ship. As soon as they stepped into the museum, the sun was blocked, and the environment instantly darkened by several degrees. The air conditioning and cool air hit Yang Sheng and the others felt much more comfortable. Zhu Yuantang stood in the hall, looking up at a piece of acrylic glass several meters long. Behind the glass was a pool of water full of mysterious colors. Inside was a variety of fish she had never seen before. swimming between the coral reefs. Jiang Ning, look. She couldn't help but pull him. She had never seen such a scene. Looking again. Jiang Ning smiled. Zhu Yuantang stopped in front of the glass. There were colorful fish in the pool. She didn't recognize any of them. Yang Sheng went to the right to look at the jellyfish. After Zhu Yuantang turned over there, she heard Dong Qingfeng pointing to the pool in front of him and introducing Australian spotted jellyfish. It looks like spots, so it got its name from this. The lights in the glass pool flickered, and as the light and shadow changed, the jellyfish swam gracefully, with a dreamy beauty. Zhu Yuantang even forgot to take out her mobile phone to take pictures. This area was full of jellyfish, moon jellyfish, sea thorn jellyfish, and Amacusa jellyfish. Especially the Amacusa jellyfish, which is crystal clear and extremely white, dragging long tentacles, dancing in the water, like a fairy descending to the earth, which is very ornamental. Zhu Yuantang was moved, and she imagined, it would be great if I could raise one at home. Watching the Amacusa jellyfish swimming every day will make you feel better. Apart from anything else, Chachu must be shocked. Chen Kan is knowledgeable and has stronger professionalism than Dong Qingfeng, who explained. The Amacusa jellyfish looks beautiful, but it is actually very poisonous and can kill people. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yuantang's originally stretched out little hand suddenly retracted, fearing that it would be poisoned to death by the jellyfish. Tang Fu next to him couldn't help laughing. There is a glass barrier, you are too timid. Zhu Yuantang looked up at her and thought, a tall man with courage. Leaving the jellyfish area, everyone continued to go inside, and there were more fish, white dragon phoenix fish, piranhas, silver dragons, red-tailed cats, and various appearances, which opened Zhu Yuantang's eyes. In front of a glass cabinet, she looked at the fish inside. This area was full of ferocious fish, all of which were huge and ferocious looking. In front of her was a half-meter long dark olive green fish with teeth as dense as those of a crocodile. Crocodile gar. Zhu Yuantang read out. Chen Kan explained. Crocodile gar is amazing. If you put it in a pond, it can eat all the fish in the pond. Someone once released crocodile gar into the other party's fish pond. It was very unethical. Zhu Yuantang was surprised. Is it so powerful? It is an alien species. In our country's freshwater area, there are almost no natural enemies. It is lawless. Chen Kan said. Zhu Yuantang said viciously, if it dares to eat my fish, I will eat it. Chen Kan, the meat is not delicious, too rough. Zhu Yuantang was not worried. She was a good cook. As long as the meat was not poisonous, it could be eaten. Look at this, electric eel. Dong Qingfeng was excited. He liked engineering, and was very interested in this kind of creature that can generate electricity. Yang Sheng took a look and said disdainfully, I didn't think it on TV, but it's too ugly in person. The electric eel is very stout, with no scales on its body, black and rough skin, like a thick stick. Dong Qingfeng, it's a bit ugly, but it's very technological, isn't it? An ordinary crocodile will suffer a loss if it fights with it. After appreciating the electric eel, everyone entered a cave-like room, and Zhu Yuantang found a crocodile. There were two young men in front of the crocodile pool. The crocodile lay motionless in the pool. If it weren't for the cold light in its eyes, people might mistake it for dead. Zhu Yuantang waited until others had finished watching before she went over. She didn't dare to get too close and stood at a distance to watch. After watching for a while, the crocodile was still lifeless. Zhu Yuantang didn't stop and rushed to the pool at the corner with interest. The introduction sign next to it was marked, Spotted Seal. Seal. Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang shouted excitedly, facing the slightly turbid pool. There were parents with children nearby, and they seemed to be a family of 4. The young woman was puzzled. Isn't there a seal? Why can't I see it? The man, who was probably her husband, explained. It's hiding in the water and hasn't come out. The 2 children shouted a few times, but the seal was still hiding, and they could only vaguely see a little shadow. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, the seal still didn't come out, so the family left disappointed. Dong Qingfeng walked over here and pointed to a pool of water, helplessly. The seal here seems to have a problem. It was the same when I came last time. It didn't show up at all. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang pulled Jiang Ning again and said regretfully, can't it show up? Jiang Feng laughed at her ignorance. Unless you call the staff of the aquarium. Jiang Ning stared at the glass pool for a few seconds, and he reached out to touch the glass. Several people were attracted by his actions, and looked over together. Jiang Feng wondered, "What are you doing?" The next moment, Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power, and turned into an invisible big hand, and captured the spotted seal hidden in the water in an instant. With its inescapable strength, it grabbed the seal to the edge of the glass. Then, its appearance was completely revealed in front of several people. It was fat and round, with dark brown spots on the surface. "It's out," Zhu Yuantang exclaimed, finally seeing the true face of the seal. Jiang Feng was stunned. Unbelievable, it really showed up. What a weird thing. Jiang Ning just stretched out his hand, and the seal ran out immediately. What a coincidence. This lucky guy can buy a scratch card, right? The spotted seal was caught in front of the glass, and its water drop shaped eyes were full of confusion. It was just under the water. Why did it run here? It subconsciously wanted to twist its body and plan to swim back again. At this time, Jiang Ning's consciousness was suppressed, and a strong shock appeared. The seal was countless times more panicked than meeting its natural enemy, the polar bear, and was directly shocked. Then, it noticed where the deterrence came from. In order to survive, it put its head against the glass, and made a series of flattering movements. Tang Fu didn't know if it was an illusion, but the seal's behavior was full of flattery. Chapter 450 Natural Affinity. Zhu Yuantang had 2 braids today. Her face was white, and she was smiling happily. She waved in front of the glass, and the spotted seal in the pool turned over and over in the water according to her instructions, hitting wherever she pointed, like a circus pet. Tang Fu and others beside were stunned, especially Jiang Feng. The last time he came here, he didn't see the seal at all. He thought the seal was very cool. Unexpectedly, the seal now stretched out its head, like a pug. Tourists visiting the aquarium around noticed this scene, and gathered around to watch the cute seal. There were waves of surprises. Some people saw Zhu Yuantang's waving gesture, and learned to command the seal, but the seal ignored them at all. Zhu Yuantang played for a while, and seeing more and more people, she didn't like being noticed in a strange place, so she simply withdrew her hand, and left the crowd with Jiang Ning. Jiang Feng left with them, walked 5 or 6 meters. Jiang Feng turned around and looked, and found that the seal in the pool was gone. Without thinking, I knew that it had gone back to the corner. Jiang Feng's eyebrows were confused. It was such a coincidence that the seal disappeared as soon as Zhu Yuantang left. Could it be that the other party was born with an affinity for animals? Young people have active minds and are more likely to accept new things rather than being pedantic and only accepting things within their own cognitive scope. After passing the interesting seal, Zhu Yuantang's steps were brisk. She was so happy that she not only visited the aquarium but also met a puppy-like seal. The only pity was that she forgot to take pictures. In front was a long circular pool with several sharks swimming back and forth. In Zhu Yuantang's impression, sharks were very scary creatures at the top of the food chain in the sea. However, the shark in front of her at this moment was not big, about 1 meter, with a flat and streamlined body, swinging left and right when swimming, and even a little stupid. She touched the shark cautiously through the glass, as if she wanted to touch its fins. Jiang Ning, have you heard of shark fins? Zhu Yuantang asked. Of course I've heard of it, Jiang Ning said. Anyway, she had always heard of the delicacy shark fin, since she was a child. A basketball superstar once shouted out a famous slogan, "No trade, no killing," which was about shark fins, or the topic of an essay in a certain exam. Zhu Yuantang stared at the shark's fin. When she was a child, she heard that shark fins were very precious and a delicacy that ordinary people could not afford. But she didn't know that shark fins were shark fins. She thought that, as long as it was shark fin, it was very precious. So whenever her mother bought fish to cook at home, she would always grab the shark fins and eat a plate of grass carp fins. She ate them all and was complacent. Until later, she knew the truth. Tang Fu looked down at the shark from a high place. Seeing the shark's stupid appearance, she said, although the shark has well-developed limbs, its IQ is not high. Sure enough, there are advantages and disadvantages. Nature is very fair. Yang Sheng looked at Tang Fu and felt that she was introducing herself. After visiting each area of the aquarium, Dong Feng said, after we buy the tickets, we can not only browse the aquarium, but also watch the performances. There will be sea lion performances, mermaids, and sharks dancing together. The front is where sharks dance together. He pointed to the underwater tunnel in front. This is a tunnel style building with a 180-degree glass pool. Walking in it, fish, turtles and other creatures swim over your head, as if you are at the bottom of the sea. Zhu Yuantang turned on his phone and recorded the video for Chachu. She was so unsophisticated that she must have never been here. When she got home, she would brag about it to Chachu. Dong Feng walked to the end of the underwater tunnel and pointed to a huge shark in the corner, the shark where sharks dance together. Chen Kan took a few glances and judged, the nurse shark. The head shape of this shark is somewhat similar to a nurse's hat, so it is also called a nurse shark, a relatively docile shark. Compared with the sharks in the circular pool before, the nurse shark is more than 2 meters long, and it finally looks a bit like a shark. There aren't many people in the underwater tunnel right now, but when the shark man dance begins, there will be people everywhere, and it's impossible to walk. The experience is average, so I don't recommend you to watch it. Dong Feng said to Yang Sheng and the others. Yang Sheng glanced around. The shark is motionless, just like the crocodile before. Dong Feng said, yes, this nurse shark doesn't move at all. It only swims a few times when the shark man dances. Tang Fu, it would be great if it could swim a few times now. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang felt confident for some reason. She walked to the glass and looked at the nurse shark inside. Dong Feng was interested. Can it work? If it were someone else, he would probably think he was joking, but Zhu Yuantang's previous demonstration did make him suspicious. Could it be that some people are born with an affinity for animals? Tang Fu, Yang Sheng, and Chen Kan watched from the sidelines. Zhu Yuantang was unsure, but she looked at Jiang Ning and felt much more at ease. Jiang Ning glanced at the pool, urged his spiritual sense, and covered the shark, creating the threat of a terrifying predator. The nurse shark, which had been motionless at first, smelled the smell of fear, swung its tail, stirred up a lot of water waves, and ran away swiftly. The huge movement startled all kinds of marine fish and turtles in the underwater tunnel. At the same time, the tourists were in an uproar. Zhu Yuantang stood there, looking at the madly fleeing shark, and muttered, I haven't started yet. The nurse shark surged at full speed very quickly, and instantly jumped 7 or 8 meters, causing turbulence in the underwater tunnel. Jiang Ning didn't tease her for long. After releasing his spiritual sense, the confused nurse shark returned to its lair, and continued to linger. After Dong Feng left the aquarium, he still couldn't believe it. He always felt that the last movement of the nurse shark was related to Zhu Yuantang, but he couldn't find any evidence. Walking on the island in the middle of the lake, Dong Feng looked at his watch and said, the sea lion show is about to start. Let's get in line first. The sea lion show was in a separate hall, which was similar to a theater. They chose the steps in the 5th row. In front of them was a large open pool, but the water was a little turbid. The hall was full of tourists, including college students traveling, couples with families, or others, waiting for the show together. Dong Feng had watched it once before and said, the environment is average, but the performance is okay. Soon, the trainer appeared on the stage, and in the cage in the distance, the sea lion dragged its bloated body and ran over. The sea lion was black, and looked a little funny, but the performance was very professional, heading the ball, catching the ring, and somersaults in the water, which were extremely smooth, especially when it ran on the ground, and paddled back and forth, which was particularly smooth. Even the sea lion would applaud, like a gentleman. More obedient than a dog. Zhu Yuantang exclaimed. She noticed that the trainer fed it food after each performance. Jiang Ning, if you don't give it food, will it go on strike? She suddenly had an idea. Yes. Jiang Ning said. The sea lion on the stage had just finished the water jump show, and it returned to the shelf to wait for feeding. The trainer pinched some feed and put it to its mouth. Jiang Ning locked onto the feed that fell into the sea lion's mouth, flicked his spiritual power, hid the feed, and then moved it. The sea lion ate a lonely meal. The trainer didn't notice it. He just thought he had already fed it and continued to order the sea lion to perform. The sea lion performed another jump into the circle show, and after it was over, it returned to the shelf with great expectations, waiting to be fed, but it ate a lonely meal again. The fool sea lion was so angry that it jumped off the rack and ran back to the cage. The trainer was dumbfounded. Why did it suddenly go on strike? The audience was stunned. What was going on? Jiang Ning said, "Look, if you give it food, it will go on strike." The trainer took the feed and went to the cage to feed it. Finally, he called the sea lion out again and continued to perform the rest of the show. With the gentlemanly etiquette of the sea lion show was announced to be over. Zhu Yuantang surrounded Jiang Ning and described the performance of the sea lion just now. His smile was picturesque, and he had all kinds of fantasies. Jiang Ning took out a stack of banknotes from his storage bag, about 1,000 yuan, and put it on the trainer's table as compensation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.